live.
We're live.
We are live.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
Do it
I
live.
gotta worry about my posture.
We'll do it live. Bitch it.
Why?
We'll do it live.
Because I don't know, it's bad for
Sorry.
slouch. Isn't it?
It's gonna make it. Well, I get for life, I guess, but you're gonna make it seem like
Now people,
before the podcast. I'm like, don't you dare slouch on the podcast.
No slouch. Hey.
I just don't want to get any comments about my back.
And here they go.
Have there been back comments? Because I've got awful posture.
I bet there's been one comment about everything. If I search,
That's what I was gonna say.
Did
yeah.
you know
It's like Rule 34.
that YouTube has they have all the comments you can see, right? So if you ever look at YouTube comments, you see them all, and then they're nice. But then YouTube has a section where there's
Nice.
like, yeah, and then
I thought you
see they're
said
all nice,
comments.
you're like,
Sorry,
why
I'm
are they
lost.
nice? And then there's a section that YouTube's like, hey, we auto moderated these comments because we think they might be mean. Do you want to see them? And you can say yes, and you can read them, and then they're really mean. And then below that,
It's like, oh,
no, and then below that,
And then
there's
there's another
whole
circle
other
pedal.
section where that you have to click a thing and click a checkbox and click
Yeah.
I agree that if I see anything
Yeah.
traumatic in here, it's like
Yeah.
it's me.
oh
And then you
wow.
can read that, and it's just people going like, you effing moron.
It's like the
you
Uber
stupid-"
trigger warning.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
I know. There's so what you see, the meanness you see is really only the top.
Thank
level.
goodness.
Yeah.
Thank goodness I don't get comments on my stuff because I am, you may know, I am like a sucker
Go to
for
Deux Views on YouTube and give him
Yeah.
the comment.
controversial comments are like my thing. I get
No,
so
it's
upset about
so
them.
fun to see like it just the
It's not
co-
fun,
the
but like I
conversation-
torture
I love it.
myself.
The conversation. I wish you were here for the conversation last night. All right. Save it for the show.
all right.
3, 2, 1. Go Nintendo Podcast, episode 945. The Grafaiai podcast. Grafaiai.
That's a good one.
Or Grafifi.
What's a good one? Yeah. No, it's not. It's not Fifi.
No,
it's Fi-Fi.
Or Feifei. Grafaiai. The color of the poisonous saliva. I mean, I'm just reading what's written, folks. The color of the poisonous saliva depends on what Grafaiai eats.
McGruff?
First
What just happened?
sentence.
Yeah.
Well, you said you spelled it wrong.
Look at the top.
F-A-I, F-A-I, but it's spelled that way all throughout.
The top one is missing an F.
I
Sure is.
You know, this is a window into the show. Before the show started, I was like, there's a typo at the top. Don't call me out on it. And now we reverse enginered the typo.
Was I in the room for that? I don't remember that.
You weren't
No.
here.
All right,
You weren't
cool.
here. We only have these fights when you're not.
All
Mom and Dad fight when you're gone.
Put on QVC. You won't be able to hear
I'll
them.
be in the living room.
You're fighting about Pokemon again.
Grafaiai covers its fingers in its saliva and draws patterns on trees and forests.
Okay.
Hell. They're 2 feet tall, 60 pounds, male and female, and the category is, of course, Toxic Monkey. Abilities include Unburden, which boosts the speed stat if the Pokemon's held item is used or lost, and Poison Touch, which is not to be confused with the Cheese Touch.
Or a wrestling move.
Ooh,
Poison Arrow.
the poison
Get
thumb.
it. No. I wish that's what he called that move. The poison.
That's
thumb.
all I remember. He was thumbing people.
Samoan Spike.
Yeah, that's
Samoan
the one.
Spike
Yeah,
is
he
what
was-
it's
he
called,
was
but
like-
poison thumb, great.
Could
Poison Rana.
Sure.
That's a backwards Hurricane Rana.
Poison Touch, which may poison a target when the Pokemon makes contact. This, I'm sorry to tell you all, is the end of the Pokemon section.
Thank you,
Now,
MomBrain.
I see
Pleasure.
I see in the comments after Noob says it's graffifi like graffiti.
That was my first.
But
thought.
it's F-A-I-F-A-I.
But it's graffitiing the trees with its own spit, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is.
Wouldn't you just do like F-I or F-E-E?
Graffy, like Raffy.
Oh, now we got a podcast.
I mean, I'm not gonna.
Remind me, I have a wrestling question that just came up, and I'll
Oh
ask
my
it later when
God,
it's more
I'm ready.
relevant. Okay,
All
I'll
right,
write it down.
So no, we're gonna go right into it.
Okay, got it.
So for those watching, you already know. For those listening, the surprise that was teased last week is here. It is Name of Austin.
Alright.
I guess I should call you any Austin, since that way. Not like
Wow.
I'm gonna send you people that don't see you on YouTube already, but Austin is here. How long have we known each other?
Well, here's a fun fact. I wrote it down on my phone. Did you know that this is the second time we've been physically together? Did you know that?
No, where were we?
So
Ooh.
I saw you. I don't know who you would have been with, but you could probably figure it out based on the date.
in a dumpster.
It was in a dumpster. It was on June 8th, 2011, on
so it's
Figueroa
gotta be
Street
E3.
in California. You were wearing a yellow shirt, and you walked by me, and I was like, "Oh my that's that guy. That. And you were with maybe like 3 other people.
Was
Well,
that
So
you
was
might have
that
been there.
E3?
2011, it was Wii U reveal E3.
Okay, so it wasn't.
whoever
It was
there.
it was you and maybe Mike or Nikki Hill.
One of the two.
I remember the Wii U as a dark time. I like that reveal. I remember sitting in the theater alone, being like, "What did they just?"
It was
show?
a light time for me because I was the first E3 I'd gone to was that one, so I was like totally starstruck. Like, this is going to be the greatest console of all time. That's what I thought.
I mean, I liked the console, but well, whatever. We're not talking about Nintendo on this show.
Yeah,
But yeah, really at E3, man, and a yellow shirt.
I was going to get, I think, food, and you were walking very quickly and talking very quickly. So I was
Which
like,
you've experienced for the last
too...
24 hours.
Yeah, I probably thought it was very intense, but it's actually just what you were just being you. You know,
I can picture
yellow
the
shirt.
talking quickly, but the walking quickly.
Yeah.
Well, places to be, meetings to do, got to get there.
Truly.
Mhm.
So yeah, second time we've been together in person, but I can also remember the very first episode of this show that I listened to was in, I want to say it was like March of 2009. So it's 15 years. And it was because, if you recall, I'm a big fan of the Wii game, The Conduit. And I
know you are.
I was so excited for that game that I was like, I need people to talk about this. So I was listening to all the Nintendo podcasts I could find. And you guys didn't talk about it at all, which was because you were like, oh, this is just like kind of a bad game. And it was.
I liked the
I
Conduit.
thought you
it
liked
was
the
fine. It was
Conduit.
totally fine. I love it very much. It's probably behind you somewhere, right?
Oh, I have both Conduit games. Yes,
I've
they
never
are.
played the
They
second
are
one.
Don't
here.
we
You think I
have a
would've-
poster
The
somewhere?
second one is like, all right. So the first one I like. It's not a bad game. The second one I would say is legitimately good.
The
Is it
single
great?
player?
No.
Yeah,
Single
yeah.
player. Boy, that was wild playing that
It's the
online.
game.
Just like
So fun.
being
The
on the
game is
Wii,
extremely fun.
being on the Wii, playing a game online that's a first-person shooter. You're like, oh, this is
With
crazy.
the Wii Speak hooked up, people screaming, and it cycles back into the thing.
Yes.
Remember you playing with
Yes.
Animal Crossing? What was
So
it, City
good.
Folk?
Yes.
Those were the days.
So yeah, you didn't talk about the Conduit at all, but someone made like some sort of slightly crude joke, I think, and I was like, this is funny. I can't remember who it was. It was really early. It was during the.
I'm gonna guess it was Kirby.
It was during the Pokemon section, and I was like, "Oh, okay, this is funny." And ever since, it's been every
I don't
Sunday.
know. Crude
every
jokes during
Sunday.
Pokemon section. That
I
sounds
know.
like it has me written all over it
Yeah.
personally. I mean,
Definitely.
Where were you in
I've gotten a
2009?
lot of.
Dude's the only
nicer-
reason we do the Pokemon section since he's such a big fan.
Yeah, I remember. You're never gonna run out because they do come out with them often enough.
They're
Never.
slowing
Should be
down.
fun,
they're
but also
slowing
Never.
down.
none of you play Pokemon, correct?
I play mainline Pokemon
When they come out.
I played one of them, Heart Gold or Soul Silver, I think.
Now I don't review them.
Mhm.
I give them to somebody else, but I will play them. Yeah, and I played Legends Arceus
I heard that
Arceus.
was
However you say
pretty-
that
pretty
was really
alright.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, surprisingly very good. I only bought it because I heard how good it was from people who usually crap on the Pokemon franchise. So I was like, yeah, I'll try it. It was
Yeah.
fun. It was fun.
There you go. So
Uh,
anyway, yeah, 15 years I've known you, and maybe 10 years.
left.
10 years left.
Mhm.
We're gonna count down. Depends how today goes. It's like Groundhog Day in here right now. Either depending on what we see, it'll be 7 years or 14.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We started talking probably like 2014-ish because you gave me my first big break in some
Oh,
ways,
please.
in some sense. 'Cause
Please.
you posted Egg Busters on the site.
Well, I mean, it's Egg Busters. Not to, all
Of
right,
course.
I gotta
Listen,
ask that.
Speak
All right,
freely.
let me do a couple things first. MomBrain is here.
Yes, she is.
How are you?
I'm good.
Do Michaels is here.
Uku.
How are you, my friend?
Uku.
Josh Grobot, my friend from college days. How are you? I don't
I am
want
the
to be-
world's
oh, all
best
right.
singer.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have a question for Josh.
Oh,
wait.
Well,
Of all the recent videos, have you seen any of my recent videos, and did you particularly like any of them? Is there?
That's none of your
All
business.
right. We were looking for a Call of Duty, bro. I like that better.
I thought we were gonna get a no, not at all.
Oh, that would have also been very good.
Why would you say that?
Well, robots watching robots feels like that feels like a confuse. How? Well, I guess.
Moving on.
All right.
Well, all right. Moving on, and of course, George is here. George, my friend, how are you doing?
But George,
It's
no.
a tiny mic.
George, how?
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, definitely. George, how was your week? Anything spectacular going on?
I've just been sucking on limes and watching Annie Austin videos.
Wow. What do you have? And it was when any strike is particularly sweet or sour.
I enjoyed the Call of Duty, bro.
Oh, at least someone's got my back.
All the one with limestone in them.
Minecraft, I guess that probably has limestone.
What was I gonna say? Something about George. It's gone. Whatever. Let me say hello to the Discord. Hello, Backseat Studios and Afternoons and Colma and Darmani and NicoDarunia and Nintendo and Tater Tot, 10 Division, Radical Defect. I've already forgotten if I said Fluffernutter, Steel Diver, Burn Cheese, Colma, SD, Tall Show, Garantimus, Colossus, Roth, whoever else I didn't see in here, Turbo, Thrumo. I'll try and get to all of you, I promise. Steve Irwin, RIP. Thanks for joining us, everybody. One of you people, MomBrain, hi, Vachi. Did you know that you can join the GoNintendo Patreon? Oh boy, performance
For
anxiety.
$1.
For $1. Oh, Nikki Hill's in the chat.
Oh,
Hi, Spaniel. On the Patreon,
his name.
I put up a thing yesterday saying, like, remember, there's a surprise for the podcast tomorrow. And people were guessing what it would be. One person guessed
Who
that it was
was
going to be
it?
Austin. I don't remember.
I can go on the Patreon. I think I've
That's
subscribed to
great
Patreon.
because I'm not logged in on my phone.
All
But
right,
you,
I got it.
maybe I am.
I'll figure out who it is.
Human
You just
fart.
keep
Hello.
working.
So yes, one person guessed it. There were guesses of Reggie. There were guesses of something Pizza Hut related, which is a great idea.
Get me in a room with Reggie.
There's
That's what I want.
there were guesses of I mean Nintendo. Austin, I have a question for you, but
I figured out who it is.
Feel free. You don't.
Wow, you tried to fake him out. Slider64 said any Austin guest stars, and you replied and you said that guy's too busy following.
I hot colded everybody. Nobody got something where I was like, maybe. I gave them like a 50-50 answer all the way down. There's a question for you. Feel free to not answer it. Nintendo wants to know what's up with your hair clips, which is a question I know you get a lot on your YouTube channel.
I don't know the answer to that. I just put them in and I never took them out. So it started long time. Actually, it wasn't. I used to not do them in the videos because I was like that. People will make fun of me. And then one day I came home from work and I had them in. I just filmed a video and everyone made fun of me, but I liked it. I liked all the comments. I liked all the engagement.
Give me the comments.
And so I just kept them in because it's how. I mean, you saw I walked in yesterday and I just had them on. Most of the time, just keep them in.
Is your hair long enough to like be in your face if they're not in?
Not really right now. So it did get. That's why it started. Because I was like, I want my hair to be out of my way.
Man, it's got a beautiful head of hair. Beautiful.
Well, this is what upsets.
I'm not arguing with
my
that.
partner upstairs is she's like she obviously very supportive, but
she's literally upstairs.
No,
by
yeah,
that way.
You're not like God. You know, like
my partner upstairs, Deuces.
Oh, that's really good. So yeah, I don't know. There's hair up there. I don't know, but I just the clips and someone's told me once that people get popular as soon as they do something strange with their hair. They were like, "Oh, Chapel Rowan, she dyed her hair, and now she's huge." And I was like, "Well,
that's it."
Clips came in, views went up. Now I'm stuck with it forever.
NicoDarunia says the first time I heard of RMC was when, according to Austin lore, RMC rescued him at the end of the 2015, beginning of 2016, during the Good Boy Show situation.
Yes,
remember that?
I do recall.
Hi, William. Good to see you. So yes, we've known each other for a long time. I believe we got to know each other a little better when we started playing like Fortnite together.
Yeah.
And I was, what else? We played some other stuff together.
I made you play Call of Duty once, and you were like, "This is all right."
I didn't mind playing Call of Duty with you at all.
You responded at the time.
But when I say I don't mind, I don't mean I would have continued playing it. I played Call of Duty, as I've said before, with someone else online, and it was a nightmare because they were uber sweaty, like took it to the max, and it was so bad I literally told them I can't play with you anymore because it's that because you're sweaty. It was that bad.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh.
Rules for life.
But yeah, we played for me, you, and Jules Watcham.
That was one of the funniest games I remember playing. Was the Fortnite game where we almost won, but we got stuck in a hole at the end.
I was gonna say the only thing I remember is us being stuck in the hole at the end.
I actually found a clip from that game saved to my Switch, but it doesn't have like any of the it
audio.
has us in the hole, but there's none like the voice chat.
So we need to recreate the audio.
I would love to listen.
What hole in Fortnite were you stuck in?
So it was. I remember it vividly. It was in a farm. This is seasons ago, a long time ago. There was you might remember. It was just like a big farm with like a cornfield.
Yeah,
and there was a little part that had like a little valley in it, and one part of that had a cave that like had a path that went down and around a corner, and there were a couple like hazard signs down there, and maybe a chest. Like that was it. There was nothing. and the game came down to us and one other team, and we were down in the hole and too afraid to leave.
Yeah.
Like we used to be in Fortnite all the time.
Yeah.
So we were hiding down there, and then when the enemies came, I just remember Jules did something that hurt us.
Yes.
Like instantly, like threw like dynamite or something that hurt all of us right away. And so we spent like 5 minutes hiding, waiting for them to come, and then instantly killed ourselves.
Yeah, it was just total chaos.
So you weren't
Perfect.
stuck in the hole. You were just
No,
hiding
We
in
were
the hole.
frightened,
Okay.
stuck in the hole. Yeah, like we
It's
can't.
like we were emotionally stuck. in the
Yeah,
hole,
like the hiding in the bathrooms in the buildings.
Yeah,
stuck,
I
so.
know that well.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right, Coma. It's finally happening. Hatch Tales after Jesus, I don't know, 6+ years. Codes are going out if you're a Kickstarter
Wow,
backer. So
that's
it is
been-
legit, yes.
A long time.
I'm not airing. I was going to say dirty laundry, but it's not dirty laundry. It's not my story to tell. I know that game took a long time, but it's nice to see that it is out for backers. So it will be out. I don't remember. It's 20 something, I think, for non-backers. So you can get it on the Switch later on the eShop. But yes, long time coming. And boy, I get a lot of hate mail. But did I get hate mail for that when this Kickstarter launched and then the game didn't come out? You know, people got mad it didn't come out like 30 days later. But as the years went on, I still get hate mail about it all the time. Like, I can't believe you told me to back this guy and I gave him the money.
I was going to say, why are you getting hate?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
it was a
any
developer running a
of those
Kickstarter.
people- I'll hold my
Go
tongue.
ahead. No,
okay?
no,
I'll hold
you go
my
ahead.
tongue.
One time only.
Just turn the show off now. If you're listening, stop. Whatever, either send an apology or quit it. Get off. Okay, we don't need it.
Man,
What's wrong with
maybe
people?
I should be yelling at you
Scram.
Scram.
for getting me to kickstart the Mina the Hollower. That hasn't been out.
I see, and that's a bigger company too.
So yeah, I'll get mad at you, and then I'll send my credit card company an angry letter. You let me
that's right.
kickstart these guys?
But it's out, and it'll be out for everybody if you're not a backer soon. Turbo. I'm gonna parlay into that stuff now. So I checked right before we came online, or came on for the podcast, and it's official. Austin is the biggest YouTuber in the world. I checked the numbers, and it's
Whoa.
true. The number one YouTuber.
404 million
You did it.
subs.
You did
It's
it.
crazy.
Bigger than Mr. Beast because he's, right now. You
He's
don't want to
having
be
a
Mr.
bad-
Beast. Yeah.
He did upload a video today, though.
Oh, did he?
Yes. Here's, y'all know my Mr. Beast take.
I fed children 600 lunchlies.
I think, I think that his videos are boring. And I watched some of them. I liked the one where he put the guy in the store and said, "You can't leave unless you want to stop getting money."
It's my dream come true. I
It's
want to
great.
sleep in a store.
No, that was a good one. Lately, he hasn't been hitting the same way.
Yeah, well, he's been hitting as far as controversies go. He's
Yes,
racking them up
possibly
left
his
and right.
employees. We don't know. It's not
Oh,
confirmed.
that's right.
Yeah,
Chances are Mr. Beast doesn't listen to the show, but if he hears you were on it, he might.
There is something relevant that I am not going to say on the show.
Oh,
Slightly.
Man,
You know that idea of 6 degrees of separation.
is it related to the story you told me last night?
No.
Oh,
Separate.
that would be amazing.
So, speaking of degrees of separation, you know who commented
You're
on
the Undertaker, Mr. Beast.
That'd be crazy. I don't want to talk about that either, just because I haven't decided. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, you know who commented on my video? Xbox commented on
Xbox channel?
the Morrowind video. The Xbox channel. And they
Wow.
were like, "We spent all day watching this at the office." And I was
Oh,
like, "All right,
cool.
give me the new one. I'm doing it."
good for you. Good for you.
I was
So
very
yes,
excited to see that.
we knew I told Austin I was going to do this, so he's prepared. But you feel how I feel.
It's okay.
I've
everything's
been
fine.
watching your videos forever. I came to know you first through your videos, obviously.
I'm not gonna make any eye contact. right now,
not.
just,
I remember him being like, "You have to watch this guy.
Thank you.
He's exactly up our out." Like,
Yes.
I didn't know other people were like us
I
that
would-
weren't all of us.
Cry from laughing at your
Yeah.
videos.
I
Cry from
sometimes
laughing.
okay. This is my hot take. And when I when I watch my new videos, I'm like, these are better than my old videos. But when I watch my old videos, I'm like, these are funny. These are really funny.
Your videos.
I don't know how any of that stuff came out of my mouth.
You have
Great.
little things that you do in your video, all of your videos that I find to be funny. I don't know if you were consciously or subconsciously like going for funny stuff in the older videos. Like now it's like I still
Mommy is
laugh-
in the Discord.
mom's watching you.
Wow, I'm a huge fan.
I like I still laugh a lot at your videos,
Yeah.
but your videos now have like
It's different.
there's
for
some
sure.
kind of I don't want to just say interesting as a blanket term, but there's like they sink their claws
It
into
feels
you.
personal. It feels
Well,
like
That's
I
good
love
to
that.
hear.
it
yes.
feels like I know you, and I don't know you like RMC knows you, but just watching a few of
Biblically.
your videos, I felt very comfortable immediately, as if not just your humor, because I definitely relate to that, but I'm just you and the way you are on the videos, and I'm like, I know this guy, but I
That
I
makes me
feel like
really
that.
because I wonder that because I know the old videos had like a very comfy because you're just rambling, but I sometimes wonder if that's even totally still there when
It's-
you're doing like I'm gonna
It's 100% there. Like
Amazing.
that's why I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else, but that's another reason why I like your videos so much because like I've said with the podcast, I've always tried to keep it like fun and light and make it feel like a group of friends and everybody listening is a friend. Like your
Right.
videos have that.
High praise from Colma.
What's cool?
Austin feels like the cousin we all have showing us stuff in games we
There you go.
missed.
I
There
do
you
like
go.
when people say stuff like it just feels like sitting down with someone who's showing you something that's like not interesting, but they make it interesting,
It's not. It's gonna sound like hyperbole, and I don't know all of YouTube in general, but I can't think of anything. I can't think of any other content creator on YouTube that really hits the same spots that you
Yeah.
do, and with like the cadence and style. Like you're sure there's plenty of video game things, and people
Yeah.
do content similar to what you're doing, but nobody gets all the things. Nobody makes everything like click like that, and people are. People have always been watching your videos, but now it's like going insane, which is so good to see. I'm so excited.
I like to think of myself as the greatest living YouTuber. That's kind of what I keep in the back of my head
It's true.
to make sure that
It's
I keep doing
true.
a good job.
Um,
So I
try-
got that 405 mil.
I'm trying to think of who else is in the pantheon of great YouTubers with you besides Mr. Beast.
Right.
There was that guy that used to cut
Amazing.
open gummy candies where he was like,
I
"Gummy, can die, rat," and
Some people say I remind them of them. What's
Hate 'em
that? Who's
already.
that little kid who eats chicken in a suit?
reviews.
Yeah,
on the run.
People
or-
like you're like that guy, but a little different.
But not as well dressed.
as
Nah.
as
I don't know. I've never watched.
I
them.
can see what they're saying, but if I heard that, I would be offended.
I
I can
I
see-
welcome all interpretations.
I can't see
There's
what they're
something
saying
there. There's something to it.
I think
because
because he's kind of low key, and I'm kind of low key.
He's
Like, I
very
really think that's
low
the-
key.
the
Yes,
main
he's very low key.
thing.
That's a real plus. The low keyness is
yes,
great.
that's something you really don't get because
Right.
I did my Mr. Oh, sorry, I did a voice. I apologize
Oh, no.
to the Mr. Beast voice. A lot of YouTubers, people like yelling and screaming and like
Yeah.
doing their utmost to like get your
Right.
attention right away.
Yeah.
They
You-
try too hard. This is what I was talking about.
You know
Stop
what?
trying so hard.
I hopefully you take it as a compliment. I mean it as the greatest compliment. I have never seen anybody do a YouTube ad, like, and actually it's entertaining.
I do appreciate that.
The way,
yeah.
especially in the most recent video, the way you
Was that the Rivers, the
Yes,
Morrowind?
yes,
What
yes.
was that one? Oh, I'm not gonna. Yeah, we don't want to say sponsors or anything. But
That's
yes,
fine.
okay. I know what
but the
you're saying.
way you wove that in, I thought it was like a masterclass. I'm
Love
not
it.
lying. I watched it and I was like, if I were the sponsor, I would be like head over heels for what this was. Because you
Right.
said you used it and I believed you to be genuine. I
Yeah.
know you wouldn't
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that. But just the way the whole way you handle it, oh man, it's indicative of like how you handle everything else in your videos.
It's
it
a
was
really
so good.
and I don't know if you have this. Like, it's different when you're trying to get ads on a website. And obviously, we don't have to get specific, but like, it's amazing how like you have to fight to like get a brand to trust you to do it in the way that you think it should be done, and then when you do it, it's just like 1,000 times better. They have a way better time. The people watching have a way better time. I have a way better time.
That train thing that we did a while ago, it took a lot of convincing from them to let me do it the way that I thought it
Yes.
should be done. And now I'm like, I think like it'll work if we do it this way.
Yeah.
And they were unsure, but then it worked out. So
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Well, that's good. I like the ad thing, and then just the fact that it still feels very like personable and sort of.
Oh,
I mean,
it's
again, it's
there.
easy. You sit down and we could just sort of start talking. So I guess that's a testament to the fact that you guys do this here, and I guess I do it there. So it's almost like we have two individual small parasocial relationships. So we kind of just have a relationship, but in like a circle way.
I think we're married in
The
some
same,
states.
the same
Yeah.
parasocial anymore. But see, we did it the right way. Like we got to know each other over the course of literally years before we got together.
Yeah, it is crazy when you think about the scale of that time, because like I can measure moments in my life based on, I know you don't go for walks, but if anyone ever goes for walks and listens to a podcast while you
Yeah.
do it, if you ever hear that podcast again, you remember exactly where you were standing for every like thing that was said. And I can remember like moments in my life based on like snippets of this podcast being in my ear at the time, like over the last 15 years. Like going to band practice every Sunday morning. I still to this day wake up on Sunday mornings and the first thing I hear is boop, 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 that little song. And
You know, that's a really great song.
I like that song. I think we should need a new one at some point.
Mhm.
We need to trash that one. Let's make a new one.
How long have I had that song?
I don't know.
It's not long.
I'm sick of it.
I'm not.
No, I'm not
So
sick of it. It's
for
a good
those
song.
who don't
It's a
know,
good song.
obviously Austin made the intro song and he's made other intro songs for us. But I never thought of it that way, that you listen to the show
Mhm.
as a fan, but it starts literally with something
Yeah.
you made every time. For
And
me, that
every
would be
time I hear,
torture.
like one or two things, I'm like, yeah, I did want to do
This piece of trash.
I mean, I like that.
Yeah, if you want to. I mean, you know,
What was
we'll
that?
talk
Was that
about-
box art? You were describing box art. Was that what new segment cool was?
I don't see. Like,
Yeah, I think
It
it
was something like
was.
that, right?
I
And
think
it was
so.
like you would
Oh,
try
yes,
to
yes,
describe
yes.
it, and they would try to guess it. And it
What
was
Yeah.
the game was based
yeah,
on.
yeah.
You said you remember moments in time from the podcast, like where you were and everything.
Yeah.
I forget the podcast like as soon as it's over.
Totally. That's a real thing for sure.
I mean, it probably happens with you in the videos
Totally.
too.
Yeah, I don't. People will always be like, "You remember when you?" And I'm like, "You said last night, like you remember the Earthbound thing," and I had to like really think about it before I could remember like these specific things. So you know.
I don't know where you would classify like that Earthbound thing that we talked about, but like that is something that is honestly never far from my mind. There's something will happen throughout the course of any given week where I think about that moment. I'm like, I wonder what goes. I want to do that with Austin.
I'll have to watch that video again.
But anyway, don't mean to bring up Egg Busters, but Egg Busters was like, man,
It was
I loved
seminal. It was a
Eggbusters.
seminal piece of media
I loved it. Egg Busters.
because you always compared it to what was that show?
This is where I was just gonna go. I think
The video game show where they were like, "We're gonna," except they like went crazy.
game trailers. You know the
Yeah,
show,
what was that called?
the one where
Pop
they
Fiction.
Pop
That's the
Fiction.
one,
Yes,
yeah.
except yours was just as informative, more behind the scenes, and funny.
That was was Pop Fiction not funny? That's my
Pop Fiction was not
problem
funny at all.
Yeah, it
with
wasn't funny.
YouTube is it's either funny but it's not actually funny, or it's informative and it's not funny. And like, there's so few like people who have it all in one
Yeah.
zone. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
like
that
people
was-
can't be good at everything all the time. I don't get it.
That show was only informative, but really well
Yeah.
done. I still miss that show, but Egg Busters scratched a similar itch, but also in a different way. I
Yeah.
cannot tell you to this day, like when I get, not to get too into the weeds, but whenever I get a notification that you have a new video, I know I won't be able to watch it at the time, but I write myself a note on my phone to remember that it's there so I can go back and watch it later, because my subscription's full of stuff, but I'm like I'll lay down on the couch at night to go to sleep, and that's what I'm going to watch before I do it. And I'm
Well,
like,
I
sometimes I'm
appreciate
like,
that.
I'll get halfway through and I'm like, I'm going to save the rest for tomorrow morning when I get up, because
Yeah.
it's just,
little treat.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's very few, my trinkets. There's very few, it's really like nothing I watch on YouTube, to be completely
I was
honest.
gonna ask: are there any YouTubers?
I try.
that you
I mean,
guys
like,
actually like
we,
like when they upload, you're like, oh, I want to watch that, because I feel like YouTube used to really be that way for me, and it's less that now. Now it's more like a specific video will be, oh, that sounds interesting.
you know, like, Odd Header, the guy who
does
does
sound
like
familiar.
hidden secrets in games, or these 12 out of bounds secrets or something like that.
It sounds familiar.
Those videos, it runs similar
Yeah.
vibes. So I'm not trying to be mean. I don't care for the guy's person. Like, it's not about
Yeah.
personally. I'm just like, oh, this is weird stuff about games. I'm into that.
Yeah,
Outside of that, honestly, there's your stuff, but that's because we're in it, and of course, we're gonna think it's more funny than anybody.
Yeah,
else,
you wouldn't
but-
be
People,
you wouldn't be following me
Did
otherwise.
you notice when you mentioned it a couple times? It was like 5 to like a couple people being like,
Yeah, I did
yeah.
notice. I'm gonna mention it again today on this site.
Oh, not
yet.
On this episode. Just hopefully, I can piggyback off of you a little bit. But no, I mean, I'm not trying to do anything. Obviously, it's like the most basic, silly, stupid videos about mostly Fortnite, and really, I feel like people only subscribe to see if RMC is in any of the videos, and
yeah, I don't know.
usually
I feel like
they're
you'd
the good
be
ones.
Surprised.
Yeah,
Like again, as someone who's listened to the show for a long time, everyone on it is basically a celebrity in the mind of someone, at least in my head when I watched it. Every single person, and I can remember all of the people who like used to be on the show and like all these moments with every single one. So it is a little bit.
some of them are upstairs now.
So
No one's upstairs.
Yeah, it's funny just how quickly that kind of parasocial relationship actually develops. Because like hearing your voice next to me is still kind of freaky, even though
Yeah,
we're sitting, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask that, but I didn't want to ask that and be like, "So what's it like being here?"
No,
like
it
I didn't
is
want it
very
to seem
weird.
gross, but
Like the couple, there's like every once in a while you see me and I'm just like looking around at all this stuff because it's like
yeah,
it feels like being
Sure.
on a set of a movie that you've watched
Yeah,
for a long
I
and long
bet.
time.
it's a very
And, like,
low
hearing
budget movie.
well, that's what makes it great. Just like I don't know, you hearing like the Pokemon getting red and
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a trippy experience. And
Yeah.
I think as it goes on, it'll just become more conversation where
Yeah.
we're hanging out. But
Well,
I-
you and I haven't met before today,
No,
and
or
yet,
even talked.
and I feel like I've known you as soon as I walked in because I watch your videos.
Also,
and
he let you in the house.
Yes, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I locked
Yeah,
you
yeah.
out of the house.
it was
And
all
then
a
let you
ploy
out.
to meet me
Yeah.
personally at the door, and it
Yeah.
was a power move, and I appreciate it.
You notice I was sweating profusely.
Yes, Stilbert, thank you. Do I meant to remind you and I didn't. I forgot. It's Community Day.
Oh,
I haven't done it.
I've done it.
I
I've done
did it.
Thank
too. I
you.
did it too. So yes, happy Community Day, everybody. The Dahlia badge.
So what was Annie Austin doing while you were down on your
No, I did it
treadmill
at
for
night.
4 hours?
They all went to
we-
bed
we
and I
fell
did it at night.
asleep.
Okay.
I did a round of work on the site and then I like at 1:30 I went to go do the walk. By the way, I watched Love Lies Bleeding. You
Oh.
thought it was okay.
I liked it. I liked it. It was okay.
I thought it was okay.
Was
What
it
was your
okay?
favorite part?
I mean, Ed Harris is
Okay,
the
that's
best part of the
Ed
entire.
Harris is
anytime
he
he's
doesn't
on the
even
screen.
need to talk. Just watching
He
him.
was unbelievable.
Yes.
Whoever was
Did-
like, we want to make him look like this. Whoever even thought of
Yes.
that,
yes.
and then they nailed it. And then you didn't need anything else. You just needed him on the screen.
Ed
and
Harris
he was brilliant.
He was my favorite part.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's the best.
The movie was fine. I didn't love it. Didn't hate it. It was fine.
Got a little weird at the end. I wasn't expecting that ending. Like towards the end,
I
it gets a
do-
little
I
fantastical. and
do
you're
want to
kinda
talk
like,
to you about it more. Yeah.
so that it was. I'd say it was worth watching.
Radical Defect says Love Lies Bleeding was good, not great, but the end was so good it makes the whole thing worth it. I get, the end is going to be one of those things where you're like, what's going on here? Or this is so crazy, I love it. So
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
What did I want to do? I wanted to say formally, congratulations on your success.
Thanks very much.
Seriously, because
Thanks,
you,
appreciate that.
as I've said to you before, I've done video stuff. I do rinky dink crap. I know how long it takes to do that stuff and how much work it is. And I can only imagine how much more it is.
It's Woody.
how
Fake Woody though, right?
that's Woody and
Clone Woody.
Woody and was. How much more work it is to do what you're doing. And you put out stuff, not to make you feel any pressure, but you put out stuff pretty frequently. I mean, like you have a pretty decent cadence for the stuff you're putting out.
But every other week, roughly, which
Yeah.
is a lot. For
That's
the
a
amount of work
lot,
that's going
yeah.
in, for sure.
Any one of those videos could take a month or two, easy. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
No, they take a lot of hours.
You
but
know
I don't
H Bomber
it
guy.
is- Yeah.
Oh, you don't
No,
like
he's
him?
not. He's part of the whole separate. I always have this conversation with people when there's all of these amazing YouTubers like him.
Yeah.
Who make this great content, and I'm watching and I'm like, this is great content. It's really informative, and I don't think it's funny, and that really annoys me when it's all of this content that like I'm like, you're so close to being like absolutely perfect, but I don't want to get into it because I'll get legitimately upset.
I wouldn't point to him
Sorry, talking about
as something
He's not
as
trying to be a comedian,
funny.
right?
but
Yeah, I
I'll
didn't think
chuckle
he
every
was
once in a
trying
while,
to be
but
funny.
his are so
sure.
informative and well researched. But what I'm saying, like, look at him. he obviously puts a ton of time into his videos. And that man, you're lucky if he puts out one video a year.
Yeah.
Your videos aren't as long as his.
What's going on?
Right?
Where's all those videos?
And he's got a second channel.
I
And what does
saw
he
that
do with it?
Patreon.
Nothing.
You got a lot of those subscribers. Where's all that going? That's what I want to
They're
know.
the only ones getting the videos.
See, that's
But
the
like,
humor we
being
love. It's
a-
all about the
being-
cadence.
This isn't a the being a YouTuber.
We
is a
hate
service
H
to
Bomber
God.
guy.
We're
That's
not into it.
yeah.
We could love you, but we don't on account of not enough video content.
But his content is so great, but it's one a year. Your content is not as long, but you're putting out high quality content and very frequently, which is insane to me on so many levels.
Well, but that's what's confusing to me about like being. This is maybe slightly hyperbolic, but like being a YouTuber, as someone who worked a lot of not YouTuber jobs for a long time, being a YouTuber is like the greatest job ever. Like if you like doing it,
Mhm.
it's like there's nothing better. So when you have people who it is their job and they're making a video a year, I'm kind of like, it just feels weird to me. Like, do you not like you would imagine there's got to maybe like the passion just goes away after a certain point in time, and maybe I'll get there too. But I have a little note written on my wall to remind me that I don't want to be someone who's putting out like 2 videos a year.
Yeah.
It's
Hi,
really
J-Bug.
important to have, because like it's so, we all have those things. Craig Ferguson, we talk about a lot as being like having these habitual creators that you're like connected with some regularity.
Yeah.
It's like such a special thing.
Yeah.
And so I would hate to become someone who wasn't doing that. Not that you shouldn't. It's okay to do that.
Well, that's the thing about you too. It seems like you'll have something that you'll do thematically, like Egg Busters or the stuff you're doing now, where you'll do it and you'll get to a point where you're like, I've done enough of that and I'm feeling something else. And you have other things you'll go into and they continue to click. So like, I think that's why things work for you, because you're not like, I am Egg Busters, man. I must forever do Egg Busters. I'm sure to a degree, I'm sure you probably
that's a
cranked
whole
out
conversation.
I'm sure you probably cranked out more Egg Busters than you wanted.
I did. But that's
So-
that's a whole other conversation. This podcast is going to be, I told
It's
you
fine.
from the get-go, it's going to be the longest podcast you've ever
We're
done.
only 30 minutes in. Like, I remember watching the Xenoblade, one of the Xenoblade Chronicles videos you did. I don't remember what you're doing, but I remember you were in a cave and you had to climb up a
Jumping
ladder.
up a ladder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Took forever.
I
That
remember
was one of my favorite ones.
watching you do that, and I was like, this man has to be on the brink of losing his mind after doing this for so long, because so much went into it and it was so tedious.
Mhm.
And I loved watching it because A, I'm fascinated by what you're doing. B, I would never be able to do it. Like,
Sure,
I
yeah.
just wouldn't be able to do it. So, but from then on, every video I watched with that lens, and I'm like, this guy's putting so much time into like
Yeah.
things that had setups that would take like an hour just to set up one attempt, and then you go and you're like, well, it didn't work.
Those
Time to
were
do
the
it
ones
again.
That really would drive me crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's part of why I got sick of doing that. It was sucking all the fun. I still can't go back and play Breath of the Wild anymore because I played so much of it in that context of just like building up this like horribly frustrating relationship with the game. And so when I try to go back and play it, I just, because it's like a save file that I ruined by doing too many glitches
Yes.
in
The
it.
game
So I'm like trying to make it.
It's not fun.
It's not fun. Breath of the Wild, notoriously piece of crap game.
We're all in agreement here.
Not a fan. Tears of the Kingdom, much better.
I remember you doing like one that was related to doing something with the horse, and it had to be lined up perfectly with the horse. And I was like, over and over and over. And you know, in real time, in real life, it's taking you hours, and then in your edited
Days
video,
sometimes,
it's like a 15-second clip where it's like,
Mhm.
nope.
Yeah,
And I'm like, man, are people realizing how long this is taking? So
Mhm.
I completely understand the desire to move away from Egg Busters. As long as you keep like following the things that you actually want to do, I have no doubt that you could do them and make them interesting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I think there's a world where if I went back to something like that, it would actually probably be a little more like put together in like a pop fiction-y kind of way, but also like have that kind of like casualness to it. So I think it'd be very good.
that void's back now. Nobody that I know of is really doing that kind of stuff. And I've said to do before, I don't remember if I said it on the podcast or off, but I said I would love to do something like that. I could really get in the weeds with that, but I would have like GoNintendo would have to stop. There's no way I could do GoNintendo and do that. Like it's one or the other. There's too much that needs to go into that for
it would be really tough.
I would,
balance all that, yeah.
maybe time wise,
impossible.
I could sneak it in somehow, but I would
You
lose
have
my
to
mind in the
stop
process.
watching all content and enjoying life in every possible way, which it sounds like is not the goal.
For the people,
Right now.
for the people. Maybe I could just watch the last couple episodes of a show and then I'd be
Exactly. I'm telling you, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
Monster.
You
You're a
you make it more efficient. Or you watch it on double speed.
monster. Oh no. Well, to each their own. You watch and listen however you want. I'm sure there's plenty of people who listen to the podcast that put it on double speed or whatever. So you go right ahead. But anyway, congratulations.
Thanks.
I'm very happy to have you here.
I
It's an
couldn't
honor.
be here if not for that. Whatever that growing of success.
Mhm.
I
mean,
wouldn't have
I would
the
have let
time,
you
I
here,
wouldn't
but
have yeah.
Know what I mean?
well, it's all. I mean, like I've said, your videos now are. It's like, I hope this isn't putting any pressure on you, but it's like
No.
1 million, 2 million, 2.2 million, 600,000. Like they're all like,
I don't know.
it's crazy.
Listen, don't look at me. I just make the videos.
Goodbye, Nintendo. Thanks for coming. Yes, and congratulations for doing a great job. And I will be watching every time they come out.
Amazing.
All right, let's do regular stuff. Sorry, I'm done. As the kids would say, I'm done glazing you.
Yeah,
for
a lot
now.
of glazing. I feel very glazed.
Very glazed.
I feel like
I
glasses on a long road trip with the windows down.
I meant to look up where glazing came from because I
Could be
could
donuts.
see it could be donuts,
You didn't.
but it could not be donuts. And
What else
with the
could it be?
internet,
Oh.
with the internet
Oh.
and the way things catch on, that's what I was afraid
Ham?
of looking into.
But what? How,
ham was the
without-
other one? Yes.
Right. Just out of curiosity, without stating the specifics, how does that as a metaphor work as if you were to glaze someone in that sense?
I think it's pretty
So good.
obvious,
Yeah.
isn't it?
But,
Yeah.
but glazing is to really lift someone up and shine on them and to make them feel good.
Well,
about
people
themselves.
usually use when it's used by the kids nowadays. They say, "Oh, they're glazing him," and they use it as like a negative, being like, "Oh, they're fawning all over the guy or whoever."
But
They're-
would you ever? Is that what that act of in the other way of glazing? Would you, if someone was doing that, you'd be like, he's just doing that because he's a shill for that person.
Well,
He's just glazing all over him because
yeah, it's kind of like how people see me with everything, where I'm like, I love the MCU, I love wrestling, and they're like, he just glazes all of it because I'm like,
you're just like, okay, I see, I got
see,
you.
there
I'm
you go.
following it.
So I don't know where it came from. Urban Dictionary was not a help, but
Yeah, it's ham donuts or that.
I'm going with ham since you. It's definitely
Because that
ham.
can still be
Ham
gross.
donuts?
I mean, it can still
Ham
be
donuts.
gross.
Ham's disgusting.
Glazing a ham
Glaze ham.
Ham is foul.
sounds strange.
You don't eat meat. We don't eat meat. You like
I
ham,
fantasize
right?
about meat.
I
still,
would
though.
eat glazed ham, sure.
What kind of?
I
My dad's a
apparently-
big ham guy.
I apparently make a great ham. I don't
I've
eat
heard.
Really?
but
You
I
just-
make a
you
good
got
one.
the touch.
it. The ham touch.
ham
The
touch, yeah.
Yeah.
HT.
Actually, it's all in the glaze. If I'm being
Oh,
honest.
wow.
Oh, this is you're at your point in your life where you've got the ham touch. How happy does that make
Yeah.
you? It's like the cheese touch.
You know what?
You've gotten the cheese touch before. All right. I got I don't need to talk about that. I got Patreon stuff. MomBrain, did you know that you could join the Patreon
For
For
$1.
$1. Thank you, Billy. Here's what I talked about on Patreon this week. Faith. The Faith trilogy of games is out on Switch. Are you familiar with the Faith?
I don't know
games?
anything about this.
Bible Adventures?
oh,
I've played
Bible-
that.
Yeah, I thought you
Oh,
were saying
yeah.
we did a post about faith and my relationship with
I've
faith.
become
Whoa.
religious. Yes,
Yeah,
it's a
wow.
religion-only podcast from
To
now on.
each their own.
Triple H is my god.
By the way, this is completely unrelated, but I have to tell you, Nintendo announced that new hardware this week. He doesn't know what it is yet.
Yes, I know nothing.
Do
about
not
this.
say it. We're going to play a guessing game with
Well,
him
neither
later.
do I, do I?
And
You talked
could
to me
have
about it,
gotten
so you know.
yourself-
You didn't know if it was real or not.
you
Oh,
were
okay, yeah.
Wow.
near the
Okay, that's
hardware.
interesting context.
Huh? Oh yeah. You
Yeah.
were. You.
So
could-
that thing's real, and you bought it. They're not sending you one.
Wait, it's
I don't even-
out.
We'll talk about it later. We'll
Okay,
talk about it
all
later.
right.
I promise. I just wanted to say, don't say what it is. 'Cause
I
he
won't.
doesn't know.
I'm so excited.
Okay, so Faith horror games. It's a trilogy of games, and I've been really hoping that they come out on the Switch, and they are now available on the Switch. It's such an interesting mix to me because it makes I don't get scared at things, but this kind of game, the way it's done, makes me very uncomfortable, and I love that. It's Atari style graphics.
Which
Love
Atari?
it.
28 or 26 or 7800
Right.
doesn't matter. But the cutscenes are still that kind of
I gotta
graphics,
look this up.
but they're rotoscoped.
Whoa.
So it makes things look. You go from like Atari into a cutscene where it's obviously a real person who's been drawn over, and they make it look. I'm getting goosebumps. It makes it look so terrifying. It's so disconcerting. Like watch any of the trailers, you'll see what I'm talking about. It looks scary as hell.
Wasn't there a game kind of like that, where it was that anime guy who did the thing where you go in the hole and then you turn into spaghetti, and he made a game that was all black and white? You know, you just talked about this like last week.
Oh, I don't want to see it. It's
I love that.
You know, yeah, but you know exactly what I was talking about. You know that is that
No,
cartoon, that
anime
manga.
guy that goes into a hole. and
go-
turns
Oh,
into
Uzumaki.
spaghetti.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay.
Thank you.
See, as I've said before, people will describe things that I'm intimately familiar with, but if they describe it in a certain way, I will have no idea
Well,
what you're talking
I
about.
thought Uzumaki immediately, but I thought you were talking about a game.
I
So that's
also thought you were
why
talking about
that's
I
why
see,
it threw
okay,
me off.
gotcha. Well, but there was a game that came out that was all in black and white that was kind of like his vibe recently. or
World
something.
of Terror.
That's what it is.
That's the
yeah.
game. Or World of Horror. World of Horror.
Mad
World
World.
of Horror. Excellent game.
World
and
of
yes,
Terror was a 2005 SPS game, probably. Think about it. That's my next
Yeah, right.
my next Call of Duty video.
World of Horror. It was an excellent game, and it does use a very similar art style. You're right. It is
This
black
game
and white.
looks really cool though.
This game looks incredible. I
Yeah.
haven't started it yet. Because I'm playing something else for review. I don't remember if I can talk about it. I'll look it up later. But this looks incredible. I've really been waiting to play it, and it looks to me, it looks very. Those cutscenes make it look incredibly
Yeah.
uncomfortable. Like, and I love that. I absolutely love that. So, rotoscoping stuff. I think when you rotoscope something, so it's like taking live action and drawing over it. But when you do that and you transform it into something else, I think that's where the real magic is. Because like this game takes the rotoscoped human form, but then like takes out so many details where it's just like maybe the face is on a head, or like there's a couple like whiskers and eyes on something, and the way it moves, and then they draw in like blood flying out or whatever. It just makes it look so. It's not Uncanny Valley. It's like opposite Uncanny Valley because it's so.
Canny Valley.
I guess it's part of the Uncanny Valley because it's so realistic in one degree, but it's so obviously not realistic in the
Right.
other degrees. So, but man, check that out. All 3 games, one package on Switch digital. There's a physical coming out. I think it's through Fangamer, and it just got delayed to the end of the month, I think, but it's available now. It's like $35, and it's got some nice bonuses in it. So check that out. Topic near and dear to, well, your heart in one way and your heart in another.
Mm.
Halo.
Oh yes.
I wrote about
Why-
Halo.
Why is it different?
You are like I mean, like we have a history of playing
Yeah.
Halo together for a long time. You are like the vistas of Halo and the architecture
yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
like that, which I love. What's the second level in the first Halo?
It's called Halo.
Is that
Yeah.
one called
Yeah, it is called Halo. It's where you land
That's
on the
great.
thing and this thing.
that
and
level?
Just playing that the other
That
day.
is Halo to me. That
fun,
level.
fun thing. No, it 100% is. I've always described Halo's aesthetic as like it's a sci-fi camping trip, which is
Yes.
like there's a lot of other stuff Halo does too, but like that's really quintessential. That mission, I was walking around there the other day trying to come up with a video idea, and the bird. If you listen for the birds, they have speakers in specific trees that blare the bird sounds.
You are
out
not
of them.
Gonna believe me.
Interesting.
I knew that because I went and hunted that down on my own because I
Wow.
loved walking
There you
around
go.
that map, and
Yeah.
I was like, I hear the birds, but I never see
Mhm.
the birds. Where are they? And I
They're
realized
inside.
they're
Crazy.
But that like when I originally played Halo, the first level was fine, whatever. But that level, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm happy I bought an Xbox. Like
Here-
this is something.
So here's a question that I was thinking about. I think if you made that exact game right now and put it out, people would give it like a 4 out of 10.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
100%.
it wouldn't be
crazy.
received well.
100%.
because you can go back and play it and still have 10 out of 10 fun.
I
If you
don't
play-
think
if you
there's.
played it back in the day.
I don't think there's ever been another FPS like the original Halo, and I don't think any of the other Halos have come close to capturing what that Halo was.
Yeah, I think
There may be
probably
certain
true.
missions in other Halos that gets most of the essence, but that Halo in particular, there's something to that Halo about like the sparseness of it
Mhm.
and like the openness. It's like,
Vibe.
you know what? We don't have to fill this thing with set pieces all the time. People can just
Yes.
wander through this canyon for a little
Mhm.
bit and take it in, and then there's a couple grunts over here, and you fight. And I love it. and driving that warthog down under the thing in that one part. Phenomenal. And I feel like after that, Halo got really popular, and they're like, it needs to be like I feel like they kind of focused on the wrong stuff. They're like, it needs to be spectacle, it needs to be alien, Covenant fighting,
dual wielding, machine guns.
Not that they're bad. Like, there's plenty of good, fun Halos, but
and the story got so like convoluted too. And it was just like, this isn't really why we were into Halo in the beginning. And
well, I got news for you. Watch the Halo TV show because it's a completely different story.
Oh my goodness!
Approved by my dad. So
I'll never get over. It's like, we've never seen Master Chief's face ever. Oh wait, there's his face in the first episode.
It's like
what?
It's like you can see the boardroom executives come in and like, what's Halo about? This guy wears a helmet. Not in our show. He's taking it off. And Cortana and him have a great relationship. No, here he's going to be a real ass to her. And like, it's like, what? Whatever. The show's done. Rest in peace. Halo is upstairs. Definitely.
I just read something that was like one of the new writers on the new Harry Potter HBO series or something is like, I've never read the books, and I don't think that a show should have to follow the books so closely, and I'm not gonna read the books. And it's like, why are we even making this then? I mean, we already have movies that are like half following the books, half not. Like, aren't you making the show so that you can put in more stuff from the books? I don't even know why they're doing this crap.
Based on the books? Like, is it the same type?
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was the original story remade.
I don't know the specifics. Yeah, I'd have to look into it. By the way, that's very funny, guys.
It's like the Rings of Powering it, basically.
It's like a similar thing. Yeah, similar thing where it's like, you spend $1 billion to use all this intellectual property, and then you're going to go and change a whole bunch of stuff. It's like, why don't you use the material that you were given? Like, that's why you paid for it. And that's why people like it for 60, 70 years.
Yeah. Stilbert said George is going to get a headache playing the Virtual Boy for that long, because on camera it looks like he's looking right into the Virtual Boy. So yes, George, be careful, please.
Work?
He's only got eyes for the lime.
It used to. Yeah, he needs green and black, not red and black. One of the eyes started to go wonky, and now it just doesn't. One eye doesn't turn on at all, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the Virtual Boy. Have you never played a Virtual Boy?
I put my face in one, but I couldn't figure out how to turn it on.
Man, I'm sorry you can't experience.
Well, this one was great because he never got the stand with it, so you'd have to lay on your back with it resting on your head.
I used to give people a rag and put the rag on their nose so they could lay down.
It feels like a brick is on your face.
It was not comfortable, but it was fun. At all. I really miss having it because I really liked to play it. Like the Tetris game on there, I really liked, and I played it every once in a while. I went to go get this fixed, and it was like, last time I looked, which was a while ago, it was like $250 to get it fixed. And I'm like,
yeah, you could probably buy one for like $300.
I went to go look for one, and it was like, Virtual Boy, $200 doesn't work. And I'm like, but I peek in every once in a while. If something's not too crazy, I'll pull the trigger. But I do
that
love
story you tell. I think it was last week about when it wasn't selling well, back when it like first came out, and there was like a stack of them for like $70 each, and you were just like,
One of my biggest regrets, definitely. What kind of Nintendo fan am I? Like, how was I a Nintendo fan? I was like, no, I'm not getting that.
Well, in your defense, it's probably their least successful
by far
system ever. So I can see,
as in the Simpsons, least successful yet. But yes, by far, yes. The Wii U blew it away.
What's going to be in 15 years? What are you going to be like? I'm so dumb, I didn't buy that. What kind of Nintendo fan am I?
We'll talk about that because it's the thing we're going to talk about later tonight. So I talk about
back to New York. I got to get one.
You can't. They're sold out. That's legit. They're sold out. No way.
This thing that you've never even heard of yet is already sold out.
Yeah. So Halo, I talked about.
What the heck?
343 is not 343 anymore. They're like, what?
This is the one piece of news.
Team Halo or whatever. I don't remember.
You're shrugging like you don't feel any joy at this news.
I don't, because they were like, we got a new team and it's Team Halo. Is it the same people we had? Yes, it is, but we've put them in different groups now, and they're going to do more Halo, and here's how we're going to show you that the future of Halo is great. Here's Halo and Unreal Engine 5, and I'm like, that's great. That's never been the problem for Halo. I haven't been like, these Halo games are losing it because the graphics aren't good enough.
But funnily enough, they tried to make the case that was the problem in that show, in that little mini thing.
I guess we will find out.
Well, Halo's always been known as a graphics showcase.
Has it?
And we want to bring that back. And, I was playing that first Halo. No shot. No way. It's just flat grass textures for blocks.
I have never I'm not a graphics person, but I can look at a game and be like, wow, the graphics are pretty good in this. Like Uncharted 4, when that came out, I was like, woo, this sucker's doing something. Halo, never thought Halo
What year
was
that,
like
2001 ish. What was coming out around then?
into
Like what else was? What was the comparison point? 2001
Jet Set Radio Future.
looks better than Halo.
Yeah,
Looks
exactly.
better than Halo. Res looks better than Halo.
When did Wind Waker come out?
2002,
Oh, close.
Yeah, I was in college.
2003.
So
Yeah, I've never looked at Halo and been like, this is a graphical powerhouse. I never thought anything about the graphics in
Well,
it. I
was
just liked the game.
Was that the first
game.
the first FPS that we used like dual joysticks on? Or
No, the first one I did was Time Splitters.
for
And
the
I don't remember if it was
GameCube?
Time Splitters 1 or 2. No, I played it on
PlayStation?
PS2 because I was like, I liked Time Splitters because it's made by the GoldenEye team, and I was like, oh, a new first-person shooter. And then I found out Sony was doing like the 2 joystick controller. I was like, okay, and I sat down to play it, and I was like, goodbye, video games. I will never be able to play video games ever again.
That's my favorite story ever. Is when I used to argue with people on the internet because I was a Wii nerd, and I was like, the motion controls are way better. You guys just whatever. And to back up my argument, but first of all, I stand by that.
You did a voice.
Oh, I did. You're right.
Calling you out.
It's okay when I do it.
Okay.
If you go back and look, and it sounds like you were possibly one of these people on the forums, as soon as dual analog started becoming a thing, it's just people complaining about how this is horrible.
Yep.
It's not as good as single analog. Why would you ever need to move with one stick? It's too confusing.
Yep.
And it's like, that's always how we are when a new thing happens and everyone says it sucks. Everything that you don't think sucks now, when it came out, everyone thought it sucked.
That's why that's a big piece of why I try to be the way I try to be, because of that. I don't want to fall into that, because you're right. The vast majority of people will be like, this thing new, this thing sucked. And then that's it. And then years later, they're like, it should never be any other way. And then the next new thing comes, they're like, this thing new, this thing sucks.
Keep a checklist.
But back then, I know I've told this on the podcast before, but back then when I played that, I wasn't on the internet complaining about it, but I literally was like, if games continue like this, I'm not going to be able to play games anymore. And for a couple days, I remember being depressed about it because I was like, this is not working for me. And I was like, well, that's it for video games, I guess. And then I took a little time. I was like, no, damn it. That's not it for video games. I remember sitting in my room, like playing it and being like, I am going to make this work. And
turns out
I
it
got
was
there.
really a good idea.
Now I look back and I'm like, well, there's no better way to control first person shoot or third person.
Splatoon, when you do the double, when you have the motion and the stick.
I don't know if you're being facetious. I don't think you are.
No, I believe that.
I'm 100% with
Gyro
you on that.
plus sticks is by far
hands down.
I might even like it and advocate for it ahead of mouse and keyboard in a lot of ways.
I would, if you give me the choice of the two, I would go motion. Definitely. I love it. The little fine tuning you can do, like
it takes getting used to, for sure.
Certainly, yeah.
And there's not enough games doing it, so like you never.
New thing
really
bad, new thing sucks. So it's
what
people.
it is.
But Splatoon players,
the conduit,
the Splatoon pros, that's the way they play. Because of course, why would you not play that way? And if you go to any Nintendo event, that's the way they make you play. Because they're like. I vividly remember being at the first event for Splatoon, and they were like, you move the gamepad around, and so many press members were like, how do I turn this off? And they were like, you can turn it off, but we want you to try this today. And they were just like, nothing. And they like gave up.
They're not real journalists. I'm sorry.
There are, you're right. I agree. There are stories that I cannot tell you on the podcast, but I can definitely tell you off the podcast.
I should have been writing these down. The amount of times that you say that, and you're like, "I'm going to tell you after the podcast."
Well, this one I'll remember. This one I will remember.
Doling out gifts.
Because I'll say it like this, and I can't. I can tell you directly because it's just going to go between us. I can't say it out of professionalism because the story comes from somebody else. But let me think of. I'm not going to get too into weeds. There was someone at a major outlet that reviewed a game, and they played more than half of the game without a functioning controller.
Oh, I love that.
And when they were told that, they didn't care, and they did the review anyway based on that.
That's right. I remember that.
Please don't say anything if you.
I don't remember enough to. I don't remember.
But I
just remember that.
I'm not like a no-name outlet. It was a major outlet,
and this is a known fact, and nobody did anything about this.
It was brought to this reviewer's attention, and they were like, whatever.
Too
They
bad,
like
so
doubled
sad.
down out of embarrassment.
And surprise, surprise, in the review, they complained about the controls being bad in this game.
Was this one of those things where it's like someone's because I remember this being a big problem during the Wii. It's like the sun would shine in the window and the cursor wouldn't work and people would complain about it. Da, la, la, la.
No,
Okay.
it was
'Cause
literally
that was a big problem.
something was not physically set up that needed to be set
Yeah,
up.
there you go. Well,
And to this day, it boils my blood. And I've come close
can I ask
so
what
many
game-
times.
You probably can't tell me what game it was.
I don't want to say it.
All
I'll
right.
tell you all later. But there's whenever I have a really bad day on GoNintendo, I'm like, F this. I'm going to tell everybody this thing. And I hop on social media. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
don't
bad
do
idea,
it. Don't
bad
do it.
idea.
I've come really close a couple times because this outlet has done other things. And I'm like, you son of a bitch.
Mhm.
If I knew, that's the one B
Yes, no more.
word.
We only do
If
one.
I was like, I've been doing this for 20 years.
Well,
I'm
especially
going to
'cause
have a
people
bad day at
probably
some point
send
where
you emails being like, "How dare you do this and that and the other?" And you're like, the amount of stuff that other outlets are doing and getting away with is like insane.
all I
Again,
can
it's not they're not coming with like horrible atrocities or whatever, but like it's
Aren't they?
within the context of the gaming industry.
Yes.
You're like, how is that they get to and
yes.
you're with
Yes. You're exactly right.
but you just got
Um,
water off a duck, you know, you don't that's the only
Yes.
choice you got.
If people all the time email me and tell me I've done something wrong or I'm an idiot or whatever, and if there are things that I have done in a review where it is wrong or could be conceived that way, I'll apologize and say like, you're right. I need to go back in and look. I
You
didn't
wanna
even
know my
think of
hot
that.
take? Stop apologizing. That's my honest
I'm
belief.
sorry for apologizing all the time. But
It doesn't mean you shouldn't change it going forward.
Yeah.
You should, but just they're never going to be happy ever. They really aren't.
I would say that, but I honestly, there's been not a lot, but there's been more than you would expect from people who are like, I came on hard. I apologize. Thank you for looking at this. It has happened more than you would expect.
Have you tried making fun of them for making fun
I've
of you?
not tried that.
All right, try that next. See how that goes.
If only I tried making fun of that guy who told me he wouldn't spit in my mouth if I was dying in the desert of thirst. But
Wow.
that's still my favorite one to
He's
this
a
day.
diehard
but-
Sonic fan,
And we got, by the way, Sonic
Listen.
and Shadow Generations coming out, everybody.
So-
My favorite game, a remake of another game.
Yeah, you really don't like remakes. Can we talk about that?
We'll get to
Don't
it, I'm
relax.
sure.
All right, it'll
We're
come
not
up.
done yet.
So I talked about Halo, the graphics thing.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful for the future of Halo, but this video did not make me
Oh,
hopeful,
yes.
basically,
That's
because I'm like, show me like why the game is going to be fun to play. Not that you're on Unreal Engine 5. The people on Patreon had a great idea or had a great point. They were saying some of the developers at formerly 343 were talking about how they had a lot of trouble with their proprietary engine, and the jump to Unreal will really help
I
them.
do remember hearing that.
So
yeah.
that maybe that's part of it. If that is the case, they need to convey that more in the video. They touched on it a very tiny bit, but
I
you know-
sense that the problem with Halo Infinite though wasn't like the game, like it. Yeah.
perfect cadence.
Like the game is
The
good.
game
It's fun.
is fun.
It's fun. The multiplayer was really fun. It was like the way
It's
they
the game.
supported it
fun.
going forward was bad, right? Am I remembering that right? Like that was a good game.
The game is not fun.
It was a fun game.
Game was fun.
The game was
I
fun.
had fun with multiplayer.
wrong with you?
Sound clips always get me.
You
I
have
had
the
fun
one
with
where he goes, I
multiplayer.
gotta go play my Nintendo 3DS.
No, we don't have that.
My body is ready.
I had fun with multiplayer a lot. Yes, we played it with.
The game
I played it with.
is fun.
It is. We had fun with the multiplayer.
Yeah, and I played with Deux, and we had fun with multiplayer. But
We were
like that
playing
kind of
deathmatch
multiplayer.
stuff. We weren't playing co-op.
That kind of multiplayer isn't Dew's cup of tea, and I totally understand that. We are more objective-based
So,
multiplayer
Yeah,
fans
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, like,
versus deathmatch, and the people we were playing with were more deathmatch, and they're pretty intense about it. So that kind of sullied the
Annoying,
experience.
yeah.
But on top of that, content-wise, the cadence of stuff that came out, it was like,
yeah.
here's everything right now, and then nothing for
Which
a
is
very
weird
long
because
time.
that is how video games used to just be, right?
Yes,
But there wasn't very much at launch. Is that right? There wasn't very. Anyway,
If you release that as just like a standalone, it would be tough. You'd be
Yeah.
like, you can only sell so much, sell people on the promise so much, especially when you have that long of a distance between one.
yeah.
And then all they do after it was like, guys, we got more coming, don't worry. And then like 4 months went by, and they're like, we're canceling this other thing we said we were
Yeah,
going to do. And you're
right.
like, no, you can't do that right now. And they're
Was
like,
that the,
split screen co-op? forget that. And they're
Really,
like,
they never did
That's
that?
why. Yeah,
I don't
that was-
remember if they canceled that completely, but I do remember they said they were
crap.
no longer going to do
Dang,
that.
that's
And
a
I was like,
bummer.
oh my God, I've been waiting
That
for
was
that.
like part of
Yeah.
why we even got into it.
That
so
was why
hard
we waited for the
all those
campaign
years
because
ago.
of that. Yeah.
That's a bummer.
So anyway, I don't want to see Halo fail. Halo is not failing, but Halo has been its status in the
It's
world
a
of video games
shadow
has
of
fallen.
its former
Yes.
self. I mean, it should be up there with Mario and with.
Could've
I'm
been.
trying to think of something else.
For a while it was, yeah.
like,
What's on the table? Someone's-
Sonic.
yeah, I was trying to think of non-Nintendo things that are
Virtual
like,
Boy.
yeah, like it should be up there with
Yeah.
I don't know, Naughty
of
Dog
Duty.
games or some Call of Duty because it was that like
Madden.
game changing back
Yeah.
then.
Call
And I
of
mean, what
Duty,
happened
bro.
to like why did Bungie left
To do
to
Destiny.
do
Yeah.
Destiny? It's like the same thing. Why didn't they
Yeah.
just make Halo into whatever they made
I would
Destiny
love to know more
into?
about that story
So
because
interesting.
it was like we're leaving the oppressive thumb of Microsoft and now we are under the oppressive thumb of Activision and
Making like super perpetually microtransaction purchase game
Yeah.
forever, and they made gobs of money. So like, you can- guess
I
can't
mean,
really fault
Destiny's
them.
2 is still going. We
Yeah.
had our time in Destiny, and I don't know that I've ever played a game that so quickly became a job. Where it's
Helldivers.
like, go,
Yeah,
well,
Man,
we played Destiny way
Like, the
longer.
amount of I thought when people talk about Helldivers, I was like, I'm gonna think this game's incredible. And then every week on the show, you would talk about it, and I'd be like, oh,
we have
no.
saluted.
I mean, it was fun
Yeah.
for a night, really, but that was
It
about
was
it.
fun for a night because we were online together.
That's
but
yeah.
outside
I'll
of
always
that,
save it.
Fortnite is the magic of it is fun to be with friends and it is a fun game. Fortnite's the one of the most impressive games I've ever played. The way that they managed to keep it going and then make it enjoyable, as we've said many times, is really impressive, and it doesn't get
Yeah.
enough credit for that because of memes and all that. Anyway, I talked about Invincible Fight Girl. It's a new show coming on Adult Swim, November. And I didn't even know it existed. Apparently, it was going to air on regular Cartoon Network, but the censors were like, it's a little too violent for afternoon. Let's bump it to Adult Swim. So that's what they're doing. It'll be on Saturday nights. It is a young girl who wants to be a pro wrestler. But in this world, pro wrestling is 100% real. So like the matches are real and like everything's real. And I was like, this could not be more
That
for me.
that's
And
pretty
it
good.
looks awesome. They put out a trailer. It looks really cool. Got a really awesome art style. And as far as I know, it's not anime at all. It's a I want to say American made, but it's got it just looks awesome. I'm so down for it. Went from not knowing it existed to really hyped for it. So I hope it's good. I hope people watch it. I don't know if Adult Swim's going to be the right fit for it or the right place for it, but we'll see what happens. I also talked about the thing I can't talk about because you don't know what it is yet, which we'll get later too in the
okay.
show.
All right.
And then finally, I talked about the Switch Online Playtest Program. You don't know what that is. Nintendo in 2 days announced two crazy things. One we'll get into. The next one was, hey, we're going to test out this super secretive thing, and we want you guys to do it. And you're going to be able to sign up tomorrow, and we're not going to tell you what it is. Then we'll see you next week, and then you're going to download it on your Switch. So we don't know what it is.
So we just a bunch of people gave Nintendo their personal information.
Any old Joe Schro can do this?
You needed a Switch Online expansion pack account, which you have and I have.
And signups are closed.
Signups are closed. Signups closed. It was first come, first serve. They closed literally within the first minute because they
Huh.
got that many
Did
people.
you get in there?
I did not get in. I'm very happy to say 3 Patreon people got in,
Okay.
Wow.
which is crazy. My understanding is I don't know if it's just North America that this is the number for or worldwide. 10,000 people were allowed in. I think that might just be the North American number. Might be wrong, but not a lot. So people bombarded the site.
Soma got in.
So it's amazing that
People
anybody
bombarded
we
the
know
site.
got in.
Yeah, because I did a post about it and I'm like, I didn't get in and I tried and it was closed instantly. Did you guys get in? And I didn't expect anybody would get in. 3 people got in. So great for them. Nintendo doesn't want them to talk about what they're going to
Coma
do.
says NDA. I can't tell you anything.
But we all know how the internet works. The second that goes live, it's going to be
Yeah.
all over social media. So good Nintendo. This is why I love
Nice
Nintendo
try,
because
Nintendo.
they make great games and then they're also so painfully unaware of
Yeah.
how other
they're
things
in
work.
they're still in the love hotel
Don't worry,
mentality.
they're like telling the executives. They're like, "Don't worry, everybody. We told them not to tell."
Yeah,
so
10,000
yeah,
random
we're good.
people
When we-
across the
yeah.
world are going to keep
when
this NDA.
we started love hotels, people who checked in weren't telling their wives
that's
they were
hotel,
there.
Yeah. This is that's what this is, a digital love hotel on the Switch. But yeah, we legit don't know what it is.
Because like, what could possibly be necessary for this type of sign up, but also general audience enough that they would want just whoever? Like, it's not going to be like a
That's the game
Splatoon thing or you know, like it's
all
something very general.
This is what we know. Switch Online expansion pack member you have to be to test it. It is 2.2 gigs. We know that. And that's all we know. We don't know anything. Because people are like, GameCube games on the Switch Online. And people are like, streaming service. And people are like, brand new game. And people are like, they're bringing back Miiverse. Miiverse would be great. Miiverse would be great.
That'd be the move.
If they're testing it now.
Everybody votes.
This is
Everybody
there
votes.
You go. Weather
that
Channel,
would
baby.
love that.
Weather
Yes.
Channel, baby.
Check me out.
Yes.
Let's do it. I want to see a hamburger man.
That's what it is. A whole suite of those things returning. But whatever this test is going to be is going to apply to Switch successor as well. I'm sure this will be part of Switch Online for Switch, but they're not going to test something at the end of the Switch's life now and then be like, here it is. And then a year later, it's like, it's dead. And here's Switch successor. It's going to be part of the Switch's successor.
No, they would totally do that. They've done stuff like that before. Stuff where they like went all in on something that just never went anywhere. That's like a whole thing. They love doing that stuff, don't they?
Like what? Would you say Miiverse?
Well, Miiverse, the Wii Vitality sensor, like stuff that never even actually came out, right? There's
You
like
bite your tongue about the Wii Vitality sensor because we got a story later today.
about it. Oh,
It's not related.
all right. Well, if
not related.
listen, the other thing about
It's
Nintendo
like Miyamoto-
ideas never die.
That's right. Miyamoto says
So it's
ideas
gonna,
never
right,
die.
could
They
come
may
back
revisit
around.
them
But
later.
I feel like in the back of my head, there's all sorts of like weird hardware that they either put out and then never support, or just like never actually. Then they have like
The e-card reader.
the e-reader, the Labo. Like, there's so much stuff.
I
That,
mean, they did a lot of Labos.
did they?
Yeah. There was
But-
like,
that
6 or 8
Mario
of 'em.
Kart, the real Mario Kart that they had.
Yeah, real Mario.
yeah,
Kart.
but that's one and
That
done.
is
What do you
just a
do with
game,
that?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Maybe I'm
There
wrong
are
about it, but
there are examples. Like the e-reader is a great
and I feel
example.
like they're always talking about stuff they're gonna do in their things. And like, we're gonna have a smartphone. It's gonna be this thing, Pokemon Sleep, and then it comes out and no one uses it, and they do it, and the Miitomo, and like, you know, I just feel like
No,
that's
I
what
thought
they
you
do.
listened to this podcast. Pokemon Sleep is very successful. It's in
Why?
top 10 mobile games of this year.
That's
No.
a good question. Why?
Yeah,
Because
both of
people
you
like
stopped
Pokemon and
using
people
it.
love sleeping.
Yeah.
But you gotta keep your phone on.
Yeah.
What's
it
going
was-
on?
Don't ask me why people
Hey,
like it.
chat.
People like it.
Chat.
And it
Does
was
anyone
like-
play that, and why? And is it fun?
Chat, is this real?
Chat, is that real?
And
Do
it-
you play Pokemon
It would
Sleep?
record like me like farting all night long. Like it'd be like, oh, it record what you say in your sleep, and you know I'd play it back the next day, and it would be like,
That's crazy.
After Noob says, what if it was like their own Twitch streaming service? That is so Nintendo. But it would be things like there's no likes or dislikes. There's happy face
and you can't stream Nintendo games unless it's on this, or else we'll send a lawyer and come get you.
there's happy faces and like slightly less happy
And
face. and that's all you'll
determined
be able to do.
face.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Miiverse.com is a stream. It could be the new Facebook. type
Here's
thing.
what okay, so we don't know what it is at all. Here's what I want. Bring back either Flipnote Studio or Swapnote. Give me either of those, baby, because I want those back so damn bad.
Those are both
or
great.
PictoChat. Give me PictoChat.
Sure.
I
Yeah,
want
with all
PictoChat
the
so
issues
bad.
Roblox has been having, I'm sure PictoChat's going to go over well. With they're testing their AI content moderation, I guess, or something like that. But like, if it was Flipnote
Stop
Studio,
bringing up points that make sense.
if they're the Flipnote Studio, like, why you wouldn't need 10,000 people? You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be something to do with.
Can I counterpoint
online.
that?
Yeah, by all means.
Nintendo.
No, you can't. You have to-
Nintendo.
Yeah,
They
you know
do
what?
things all the time that don't make sense.
It's a fair point.
Just like them telling people, you're not allowed to talk about this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll know soon, I guess.
It's gonna be some. I don't know. Long story short, I don't know what it's gonna be. None of us know what it's gonna be. I will guarantee when people find out what it is, they won't like it. So because that's the way it works. But
Yeah.
people are gonna be like, "It wasn't Mario Kart 9. What the hell?" So But hi Freddie Fro. We thank you, Freddie Fro. Freddie Fro says counterpoint Nintendo. That works so well. And yeah,
It
you can
does,
always say.
Yeah. That's some crazy stuff.
We don't know what it is. It's going to be exciting to find out. I'm a Nintendo nerd, so I'll be happy with whatever it is. Unless they're like, what could they do that I'd be?
We're only doing remakes.
Oh,
from now
a
on.
remake channel for the
Yes.
Switch. Yeah, that I'd be
Listen,
like, you mother.
I'd be fine
effers.
with that. All right, I'm stepping away. I'm not going to hit the camera. I'll try.
Oh, apparently we've bored you.
I'm going to take a nap.
You do what you do. That's right, SD. I do miss Nikki from Swapnote. Well, I had so much fun with Swapnote. Yep, and I had so much fun with.
Did someone get? Never mind.
I had so much fun with PictoChat. We had so many
Yeah.
good times with
yeah, we
PictoChat.
did.
Zikamuto, hello. They say, in theory, considering it can emulate the N64, the Virtual Boy isn't too far off. Architecturally, they're very similar. The Virtual Boy being stripped down. See, that is so quintessential Nintendo, where it makes so little sense that they would do it. Test a Virtual Boy service for Switch Online and like throw in the fact that you'd have to use the Labo VR to do it. Like, I could think of nothing more Nintendo than that. If they did a suite of Virtual Boy games, man, I would love that. What are there? How many Virtual Boy games are there? 13 or something like that? I don't know. But it is telling that it's a Switch Online expansion pack thing as far as testing goes, because I guess they're only going to make this available to Switch Online expansion pack members.
What if it was like a Nintendo Labo DIY Virtual Boy like headset?
Well, they have that, the Labo VR.
Oh yeah.
Where
Oh
is
yeah, it's
it?
down there. I think.
Where is it?
No, not down there.
It's not that blue one. That looks like a
No, it's a
camera.
It's here somewhere. I don't know. I don't know what I do with it. We got it somewhere. But yeah, I did the VR stuff with that. The little box guy that ran around in the platformer thing, and I remember, you know, it's not great VR, but I remember being shocked at how good it was for what it was. It's a piece of cardboard and a Switch, so I was surprised. I was like, well, yeah, it's like there's something going on here. It's never how you'd want to play like a VR thing altogether, but there was something to it. Oh, 10th Division. Now you're talking. 10th Division says they make new games for Super Nintendo and N64 that are available on Switch Online. Now you're talking about something I would want. Brand new Super. Your favorite.
Why wouldn't they just make an NES or N64 style new game and put it on the Switch? Like, why would it need to be like, oh, this is an SNES?
Because I think Nintendo's
SNES.
aware enough to know that their extra dorks are going to go for that, whereas the general public wouldn't. Like
It's an ugly
the
game.
huge Nintendo dorks would be like, I need this more than I need to breathe, like myself. And the general public would be like, this looks like Super Nintendo. So
Yeah, but wouldn't I mean, wouldn't the Nintendo dorks get it either way? So wouldn't you want to not market it as like a classic system kind of thing? I don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows? Maybe
yeah.
people will be into it.
Whatever it is, we're gonna find. I think it starts on the 15th, right, Colma? It starts on the 15th. 10 Division. That's the Nintendo slogan. It doesn't make sense. It's needlessly complicated. It's perfect. That's correct. A new F-Zero, but it's new Super Nintendo new Super Nintendo style F-Zero. Come on. I mean, we just got an F-Zero this week that we never had in North America. The times are great. F-Zero fans are eating great. That's Patreon. Get on it for $1. Thank you for everybody who's there already. Let's do this.
For $1.
We talked more about Nintendo on this show than like any recent
Listen,
memory.
I love Nintendo. Like, as I know, that's probably the thing I know the most about is Nintendo from 2006 to 2014. So
It's all conduit. It's all conduit
it's
related.
primarily high voltage software. Is really what most of that is. They almost did a Conduit 3 for the 3DS. You remember that little tech demo?
I do remember
Mhm.
that.
Really sad that never came out, but never did.
But you still never played the sequel, you said.
I know. I probably would have played the third.
I could.
But I like knowing that.
But
it's
I
out
like
there,
knowing
you
it's
know?
there.
I like knowing that it's in the
Like
world.
I'm happy
watching
that-
a show
yes.
and not finishing it.
Exactly.
You know, it's always still
I'm happy
there.
that this
Exactly.
exists in the world.
Yeah.
I think I can tell this story. I'm sure I'll get in trouble for it, but whatever. Back in the day, high voltage software made the Conduit 2. They made some other stuff. There's some like little.
Eric Knopfsinger, that was his name.
Yes, that is correct.
He looked like a
I
rock
got
star.
to know him really well. We talked a lot. We did extra promotion for Conduit. I was all about it. Like went to press events for the game. Years went by. They were working on. Nintendo was working on some game, and they were working with high voltage, and high voltage was only going to do the water in it. There's something about high voltage in the
Speaking
way
my
they were doing
language
water.
now.
They specifically contacted them. I got inside information about it before anybody knew about this. I verified it with like 4 different sources. And I was like, oh, God. News-wise, I should post about this instantly. Personal, yeah, that's right. That's exact. We'll never know.
Yeah.
He pointed to a wave race poster. I was like, but I know Eric, and I don't want to get him in trouble. I was like, oh, journalistic.
Yeah.
What do I do here? And I was like, it's the right thing to share it, but I keep out as many details as I can. So I did that. And the deal was canceled and the project was canceled and they cut ties with High Voltage.
You know, first of all, there's no shot that you were the only part of that. But you know, it probably it could have played some role.
Well,
but-
let me tell you this, without specifics, I played a role.
I respect Nintendo so much for that, which is really bad of me, and just like a funny way, because they seem to like have, I don't know for sure, but the amount of times that like someone leaks something that we know is from a leaker who we know knows what's going on, up to the last second, and then it like suddenly isn't actually there. Like the amount of times that's happened, or that like they seem to feel like as soon as anything goes wrong, they will cancel a whole thing to maintain their own integrity. And it's in the same vein as like, we will not lower the prices of our games, like type stuff.
Yep.
And it's really annoying, but I respect it a lot. Just like this idea of like, we're completely immovable on this whole thing. Like we will cancel an entire deal because one person said one little thing about something, which again, there's no way, knowing how those companies work and like the money behind those deals, there's no way that it was that simple. But
all I know is for a fact that I played a part in it because I got emails from people.
But it was almost certainly like you did that and Nintendo was like no, and then they fumbled it in the response and they didn't whatever. Like it's there's always more to it.
That's like
that is your job.
That right. So I know I did
not your fault.
I know I did the right thing. I still feel bad about it to this day. But
can I ask what was it? Do you remember?
I'll tell you later.
Oh, I didn't. I figured it was still up on the site, but there you go.
No.
Okay, got it.
Let's say for legal matters, it is not up on the site. It was a long time ago. It's like what happened with Scribblenauts. I think that's safe enough to talk about. I was in Scribblenauts. I was in the original Scribblenauts. And
didn't you talk about that once?
I think I've talked about it. It's fine now. I was in Scribblenauts. I got to play as myself in Scribblenauts at E3 at a demo.
So cool.
It was amazing. Some other press member at that event saw that I was in it. I don't know who it was. I have my suspicions. It's not who we're thinking about right now.
Okay.
And they went to, I don't remember who published it. THQ maybe, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And was like, did you know that you're who makes those games? Fifth Cell? They were like, Fifth Cell is currying favor and good reviews from the press by putting in press people in the game. The game was like still 3 months out from launch.
Yeah.
And they were like, did you know that this is going on? And the publisher was like, we did not know. They talked to the developer and were like, we are going to cancel this game unless you take this out. The developer got in touch with me and they were like, you ruined this for us. And I was like, I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? So I smoothed it over with them. We're cool. But then they had to, so they got in touch with me later and they're like, we're really sorry, but we had to take you out of the game. And there were other press people in there too. It wasn't just me, but I can't explain how heartbroken I was because that was like one of the first like really huge things that happened for me in GoNintendo. I was so excited to talk about it. And then it didn't happen.
I don't know. This to me feels like companies not knowing how companies work and making mistakes. And then you get caught up in it. And like, is what it is.
Yep.
But,
Yep. Speaking of companies and making mistakes.
Oh my goodness.
Some guy out there selling mod chips for the Switch, which Nintendo obviously doesn't like because it enables piracy. And there are people who will say, I just use it to play my backed up games.
Don't get me going on this.
I'm sure there are people who do that. I'm
100% in agreement with you.
Yes.
I think it's like there are a small number of good arguments for that type of thing, but I just wish people would go, yeah, I want to steal. It's easier. I want to do it.
You and I are in agreement on that. Obviously, I speak about it in a different way on the podcast.
Okay,
but yes.
I'm gonna keep digging until I get into trouble. I think it's crazy that like there's this whole idea of like, well, if there's no way for me to buy it, I should be able to steal it. I'm like, when has that ever been how things work? That's such a crazy. And again, I don't even think it's that big of a deal. I don't like if you do it, and I mean, I really don't think it's that consequential. I don't even think you should get in that much trouble for it. But I just think that's a crazy argument. You would never make that argument for any other like.
You wouldn't steal a car, would you?
Well, and then that's the whole other thing,
know,
right? It's digital, so whatever. But I mean, just in terms of like the sort of like entitlements of that, to me, is really weird. And I don't even care about it in the sense that like I emulate stuff still to this day in certain circumstances where it's like, well, it's easier to record this.
Podcast is over. Now that I understand.
Right. There's
definitely
certain things that it just makes things way simpler and whatever. But I don't think it's like justifiable in that necessarily in that same way. Now, again, there's good arguments for like accessibility is a huge one. There's a historical argument that I actually think is pretty compelling in terms of like preserving these the code for these games and preserving the
I'm all about
whatever.
that. Yeah.
None of these people are doing that.
Now see,
like, so few people are actually
you know I've played it very like both sides on the podcast.
You're very nice.
And I don't have the stats for accessibility and preservation of code and all that. But gun to my head, I'm going to say I'm being generous if like it's 10% of those people, 90% people just stealing the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with everything you said. I also personally do not care, which is what I said.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to do it, go ahead. But let's not pretend you're not stealing the game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care. Go ahead and do it. So I used to do it all the time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I just wish they'd make a bit, because I think there's probably a way you could argue like, well, it's a digital asset and there's no downside and da-da-da-da-da. Like, there's probably a way you could get there that I would be like, well, okay. But I just think it's funny that it's like, if it's not available, I should be able to have whatever I want anytime. Like, what I want it, so I should have it.
Yes.
Which everyone feels that way sometimes. Like I've had that experience.
There we all have
played Mother 3, and that's there's no way to do that.
But that's one Nintendo's cool with, because they know that's going on and they've never done anything about it. So I got that on my desktop.
They're cool with it until they're not. They decide they're not.
Well, sure, maybe at some point they'll localize that game.
And they've got the money and the wherewithal to.
They're never doing that.
But if they wanted to, they could. Like,
yes, but like that is the only instance I can think of where Nintendo has never said anything. It's never been like, don't do that, or legal threats. It's just, we're not even touching it. They're like, whatever. Yeah. So could it change at some point? Certainly could. If there's one thing I would stake a claim on not changing, or has the best chance of not changing, that would be it, because I don't think they're going to touch that game with a 20-foot pole. So, but anyway, Modchip guy selling mod chips enables piracy and other things. Nintendo was like, hey, dude, stop doing that. And he's like, don't worry, I'll stop doing it. Guess what? He didn't stop. So Nintendo was like, we told you if you stopped, we'd leave you alone, but you didn't stop. So now we're not going to leave you alone. So they're taking him into court. They've given him 6 charges that involve, quote, trafficking and circumvention devices and copyright infringement.
Yeah.
And this man, whose name is
stole fizzy lifting drink,
Ryan Daly, he's responded to Nintendo's court complaint. And he has said, I don't have enough information to say that I haven't done anything wrong, but I haven't done anything wrong. And also, I will be going to court, and also, I will be my own legal representation.
Give Nintendo a chance to build that precedence.
Right?
That's a
so
great
this man's
idea.
standing on the bow of the ship as it's going down. And
like the whole reason it works is because you give up when they tell you to stop, and then someone else can do it. And as long as everyone does that, it'll just be whack-a-mole, and you can still have mod chips, right?
Yes.
That's the game. And if you ruin
that's the game.
That's the game. A precedent and being like, I'm going to follow through with the whole court part of it, but he's not going to. He's going to give up. No question. He's going to actually go.
And if he doesn't give up, it's going to go horribly for him.
Right.
The fact that he's being his own legal representation.
Rip.
You know what would make it so that he might have a little more,
crazy like
a little more standing if he was part of a union. Right?
Yeah,
why is there a song?
Is there a song about a union?
I've heard of a song about someone who tries to get you, but they can't.
Because why?
Because you're part of a union. When people are trying to get you.
My dad was Mom, if you're still listening, tell Dad that his legacy, he's still alive, but his living legacy lives on.
That. There's just, you can tell that it just perks up his blood when he hears it out of my mouth.
Two things
and I are like, yeah.
2 things get my dad going.
Hooter Madness.
There it is. Hooter Madness. Can't get me in part of the union.
Unions.
Now, am I right that was like a satirical song at first when it came out? It was like making fun of unions.
I don't know.
I'd have to ask the expert.
Originally, it like
I guarantee my dad wouldn't know that. And it would break his heart.
I might be wrong about that.
But so I'm just sitting here thinking about how insane you have to be to think that you are going to go against any major corporation as a single person in any kind of legal fight. And it's a shame. I mean, obviously, if you're on the wrong side of things, fine. But like, there are times where, lots of times where like the big corporations get things their way because of their money and their ties and whatever, and
The money.
the little guy has to just
Money.
back
just have to
off
eat it, yeah.
because right, but that's why we have unions so that we can protect.
Because unions have lawyers for you, right?
Yeah,
maybe some of them do.
I have
Yeah,
I
you
have
got some,
used
some you can call at least.
yeah, I have used that service actually, and it's
Oh,
yeah, I mean, I pay union dues, which it's not like
Correct.
I'm getting it for free.
That's how they
but
get you.
dude.
That's how they get
Yeah.
you.
Show up
well,
at your front
you
door.
can't get me. I'm part of a
You got
union.
them dudes. Sticer said,
Circular.
He's singing it. I feel like we need him
And-
to record
and-
it and put it in
and-
the Discord.
Yeah,
That's a
put that
lot
on
to
the
ask.
soundboard. I love that.
I would
Sticer-
love that. I would
Sticer
love him
says,
singing.
you
right
know,
now.
can invite my parents over tonight if you really want them here. They're not doing anything. My mom's going to be playing Fortnite or knitting. It's one or the other.
Yeah,
Do they
Mr.
like-
C.
Pizza and Indian food.
Yes.
Actually,
There you
you
go.
know, the thing about the Indian food place I was telling you is very close to
the pizza
the pizza
place.
place.
Oh,
So-
Oh, because
boy.
I'm in for the pizza place.
You're the pizza place by you that I love.
You guys are going all the way out there for pizza?
Well, we might.
I'm going all the way.
I mean, we can go
I mean,
or
or
we
bring
could,
it, yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah.
could grab it.
I mean by you. I'm saying.
I know. I
you
live
said
30
all-
minutes away. You're going all the way out there for.
It feels like everything's
pizza?
30 minutes away here. Also,
When you said all the way, I was like, oh, I thought you meant
but
like.
I could go
I
grab
thought
it
you
and bring
thought we meant
everything back. We
Panko.
could
I
do
was like,
like
no,
a
we're
little-
not going to Panko.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
great.
that's a great pizza.
I don't
but
think
it's a
of
little longer.
I don't think of where you are as far away, but it's just me.
Yeah, it's 25, 30 minutes.
I didn't even realize that. We just have so much fun in a car. I didn't realize it.
True.
Sticer says.
Yeah, when you're a passenger princess, everything's
Thank
just
you.
so great,
Thank
isn't
you.
it?
Sticer says, my stance piracy is wrong. Well, I think you're in good company here, my friend. All right.
well, just to clarify, I don't think I'm low conviction. I'm like, it's a little wrong. Just to clarify.
And if you get in trouble, nothing major.
Exactly. Yeah. Nintendo should be able to send somebody to your house,
Killed.
knock on it, kill you, and then be like, shouldn't have done that, buddy.
It doesn't have to be the specific person who committed the piracy. Just someone in the family
whoever
has to be
comes to the
killed.
door, obviously. It's like that thing with the, whoever.
Would have been you today.
Wow.
All right.
That's why you had him answer the door, just
Got
in
it.
case
You
they were
never
going to
know.
come after you.
It's a Nintendo Ninjas.
Hey, remember that water controversy? It's time to pay the piper.
It's the two guys from the Wii commercial, too. They come in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No, it's Dark Gary.
Oh, there it is.
No. Yeah. What's he up to now?
Well, what's her
He's
name? I'm not
assassinating
getting into
people.
that.
I know
I'm
some.
not getting-
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Onwards and upwards.
All right, here we go.
Let's stay focused.
As you guys, listeners, know, because you're real Nintendo fans, Nintendo announced new hardware this week. Austin, who's been a very busy man, does not know the new hardware that
Yeah.
Nintendo announced and launched this week. A shadow drop, as they call it.
I'm ready.
Do you want to just guess right off the bat what it is, and then we'll do some teases?
We'll do. Can we do like not 20 questions, but like 10 questions?
Yes, I
'Cause
would love it. I'm a game show man.
Yeah,
You know I'm all
love this.
about it.
Because every time I bring up the Wii Vitality sensor, you're like, love this. All right, 10 questions. I'm gonna figure it out.
Okay.
Question number 1, and I'll be yes or no questions. Question 1: is this something that can play something on it? So, for example,
I'm gonna say
Be more specific.
more specific, please.
is there something entertaining
Yes.
you could play on? Does it have some sort of screen?
Yes.
So this is real hardware.
Yeah. That's 3 questions.
Do you need a Switch to
No.
utilize this device?
Stand alone.
Will it fit in your pocket?
Jenko pocket.
So yeah, no.
My hoodie pocket.
So it's a big thing with a screen.
Yeah.
That's pretty. These are fake questions. They don't count.
I was gonna say you've blown
Okay.
through half the questions.
So it's some kind of iPad.
No.
Would you say if someone said, okay, here's a question. Is it more or less of a video game console than the Super Mario little
Less.
toy? Less? Well, I was going to say the ones from McDonald's.
Less.
It's less of a game console than that, but it has a screen that's so big it can't fit in your pocket. Is this
I think you could cram it in a regular pocket. You'd
Okay.
really have to cram it in there, but I think it'd fit in my pocket.
Yeah.
if you had one, would you have, assuming, let's say this is 5 years in the future and you're not excited about it, would you have used it today for anything?
Yes. 100%.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Great question, but yes.
100%?
Yeah. Well, yes.
So would you say this in your opinion, this is a
Is this the
useful
greatest
or
invention?
fun thing? Actually, new question. Does this device, which I'm picturing as effectively like an iPad mini that can't do anything, it's what's in my
But
hands
you'd
right
But
still
the
use
idea-
it 5 years down the
That's what
road.
idea-
Yeah.
That's what the idea guy at Nintendo said. I got an idea. It's like an iPad, but you
But
can't
with
do
the screen
anything
of a
with it.
Game and Watch on an iPad.
It'll fit in Jenko pockets.
But Sir Jinko, I don't want to hear it.
So you would say it's not a game console, but there's things you can do on it. It's fairly large. Is it more than $100?
No.
Okay, sure.
I will tell you, you're right there.
Yeah, it's
$100.
$99.99.
Yeah.
Okay. And does it require any other you have to purchase anything else to use it, like a game
No.
or anything?
Nope.
Does it
what
have-
you get with it is everything you need.
Self-contained.
So is it like a cookbook or something that you can read
It was a
something on?
It is not a cookbook.
But does it have reading involved?
No.
So
I'm
it
gonna
doesn't
say
play
no.
games you can't read, but it has a screen. Is it a television?
No.
It actually, what it does.
Yes or no?
I'll take the clue.
No.
Does it participate or collaborate with any of Nintendo's current products, like an Amiibo or a Switch, or like, is there any way that it can interface with any of these products?
Physical products, no.
Okay, yeah, like because you can get a Nintendo account or something like that. Sure. And then I'm way over 10 questions.
It's fine. You
Is
keep
this
going until you want to guess.
Do we think it's
I'll do this all day.
do we consider this a entertainment device? Do we consider this? I'll say, is this a health related device?
To a degree.
I would
To some degree.
say lifestyle is a better, not health, but lifestyle.
Nintendo made a box that turns you gay. They read the
Teachers
trends.
are going to give it to
I
the
was gonna
children
say,
at
we've
school.
We've got a market for it.
So
built in.
long, gay Bowser.
LGBTQ Ebo.
Are they making more, or is it just this one run?
They are
Oh
making
my
more.
So it's a thing. They're
God.
committed to it.
Yes, they have specifically said this is not a limited edition or a limited time thing. This is a regular product. You can only get it through Switch Online right now or the Nintendo NY store.
But
In
it's a physical
2025,
product.
it will be in regular stores.
Okay, so does the name of it have more than half or more of the letters are vowels? Is it called like Ubo or something? Because they're always naming their stuff like that. Amiibo, tons of vowels.
It's a
Wii, tons
Flubus.
of vowels. Wii U, yeah, Flubus.
I mean, it's definitely along those lines.
Man,
I can't tell you how happy I am to have somebody who will play stupid games like this to the degree that I enjoy playing them because I love this stuff.
I
Is it
feel
great
like
for listening? I don't know, but I don't care.
lifestyle, not less of a game console than the McDonald's toy.
Infinitely.
Infinitely.
Well, like what?
crazy.
All right, I shouldn't
Do you
do that.
hold it when you use it?
No.
Okay. Is it a clock?
Yes, it is.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
It's an alarm clock. Now, what do you think it's called?
Olus.
Think
Come on,
about
think
if
about what
they
you were saying.
if in the new Mario game, instead of like Cappy, he had an alarm clock friend.
Is
What
it-
would his name be?
I would assume it'd be like Clocky or Alarmy.
Oh,
So close.
Alarm Clocky.
No,
No.
too much. Forget Clocky.
Is it two eyes?
Forget Clocky.
Well, Alarmy. Alarmo.
Hey!
There you go.
Alarmo.
So it's an alarm clock for $100.
Yes.
This is genius because there's no other device that people regularly have with them that you can do this with.
It's so
Not a
Nintendo.
single one.
It's so Nintendo.
So people are gonna. I mean, so there's no wonder it's sold out so quickly.
It's sold out at Nintendo NY. It sold so quickly in Japan that they had to stop orders and say it's only lottery from now on. I don't know what the sales are here. 2 days ago, it was still available on, through My Nintendo. I don't know if it is
Is
now.
it ugly?
It's subjective, isn't it?
I mean,
Do you
It's
think it's
not
ugly?
gonna-
Don't ask me that. You know I love
he
it.
loves it. I would
Look-
say that if you lived in the Mushroom Kingdom, it wouldn't be
So
ugly.
it's, okay, it is.
But
ugly.
it's
It's not gonna like go with everyone's
Exactly,
decor.
yeah.
It's not gonna
No,
go with
what-
anything.
The thing people don't like about it is the color. It's red and
Which is like to me, I don't want anything in my bedroom that's not like soothing, and red is just not like I don't.
Can you change the font?
yes,
Okay.
because
Well, good.
it has like styles
How
based
is
on
that 100? But let me see that again.
it has styles based on games.
It makes noises when you move around in bed.
Oh,
That's
so
how
yes,
it's
it has a
$100.
motion sensor that watches you while you sleep.
And
Or
then it makes noises, so you move and it goes, "Hey, get back to bed."
well,
Hey!
you set your alarm and it's like supposed to be a gentle alarm.
Hands where I can see them.
But you set your theme. You're like, I want a Zelda theme. I want a Splatoon theme. I want a Pikmin theme. So it makes, when you start to wake up, it plays like a Pikmin jingle very quietly and it gets a little louder. Then as you start to
So
move
you
around
can be
in bed,
trained to hate the sound of your favorite Nintendo
Exactly.
games.
Exactly.
when you start to wake up, the sensor notes that you're moving and it's waiting for you to sit up completely. And it'll like give you little like little noises and prompts will happen on a screen that are like, oh, we see that you're waking
If
up. And then
you've
when you
got-
sit up
yeah.
completely, it's like ta-da! It gives you like, the Pikmin celebration noise.
If you have the Zelda setting on, it'll be a Redead going.
It has Zelda saying like, wake up, Link, wake up. It really does that. But it can also be just button based if you don't want to use the sensor.
So basically, what they did is the people at Nintendo were like, "It sure is hard to get up in the morning and go to my stupid job.
Yes.
How can we fix this?"
Yes.
And that they were like, "Let's," because that is their thing, right? So they just try to gamify everything,
yes.
but in like a really
But
Nintendo way.
yes, you're right about that because they specifically said we didn't want this to be something that rewards people based on how much they sleep. They don't want it to be like sleep a lot is good,
Right.
sleep little is bad. We just want it to be like, congratulations, you woke up, great job, and
Which
like
is apparently quite important.
yes,
Man.
Like getting it. They say that snoozing is like one of the worst things
Yes.
you can do.
and it will track like how much sleep you got, but it doesn't grade you or anything. They specifically said we don't want this to be like a test or a game or make
Yeah.
people feel like pressured about like, oh, my numbers are off for the week. It's just like
And it's the
You
one
got up.
thing I would be a champion at.
Getting up in the morning,
Sleeping.
sleeping.
sleeping, definitely. Oh, well, go back to Pikmin sleep then. But
Pikmin
yeah,
sleep.
or Pokemon
Oh, I
sleep.
was
You
like, dang, 2 of them?
you can use the buttons if you don't want to use the motion sensor. And like I said, there's multiple themes on it. They threw Ring Fit Adventure in there as a theme. I don't know why you would do that. I
'Cause
don't.
It's
Maybe-
lifestyle.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you're
Like,
keeping it
but there's
lifey.
Ring Fit Adventure, Pikmin, Splatoon, Zelda, Mario Odyssey, and
Elebits, I think.
Elements.
Wow.
Splatoon.
I said
We
Splatoon.
licensed that
Breath
one
of the
for-
Wild.
I said Zelda. Am I forgetting one?
No.
And they're adding.
Pikmin? Did you say Pikmin 4?
Maybe I forgot Pikmin, and it is Pikmin.
And these are all built in, or is it? Like a
Yes, those
theme
are all
shop?
built in, and
Okay.
then you can connect the Switch. You can connect to the internet and download Mario Kart for free, and
I need an Animal Crossing.
another
That's
one. It
a
might be Animal
no-brainer.
Crossing.
It is
for
Animal
free.
Crossing.
Animal
yeah,
Crossing
it says
for free.
here.
But there are some for not for free.
Yeah, what's
No,
up with
everything's
that?
free. Everything's
okay.
free.
It's $99 and then nothing
No,
else after
everything
that.
is free. 99, no more money after that.
It's free.
So there you go. Alarmo.
The thing is really cool. I like it a lot. I couldn't, and I'm a huge Nintendo fan, but I guess not that big because I couldn't justify $100
Yeah.
for the thing.
That's expensive.
Yeah.
and
Um,
I could not pull the trigger fast enough for two reasons.
You love
I
it.
love weird Nintendo. That is my favorite Nintendo.
Right.
Nintendo's like, here's an alarm. Here's something that's existed for hundreds of years, and we're
that,
gonna
like,
give it a
no one likes to have to engage
yeah.
with.
And
And
I'm
I-
like, sign me up, baby.
And the design of it too, other than like the colors and stuff, the design of it is a very like Bugs Bunny esque, you know,
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
ringing on the top, and you have to slap the top. It's like the first alarm clock ever made.
I love it. I love it so much. So there are two reasons. I right away pulled the trigger because I'm like, yes, this is for me. And I 100% knew that MomBrain would be like, did you get it? So she came home from work, and as I always do, I'm like, look at these things because I'm so excited to see another person. And I showed her
am
that.
just ready to like. I've been
I
beaten
bet.
to a
It's
bloody
like,
pulp.
do
I'm
not talk to me.
dead.
Give me 5 minutes at least,
Yep,
please.
and he's like, go look at this. Go look at
She watched the whole trailer, and she goes, well, did you get it yet? And I was like, see, this is why we're together.
It's
So I was
because
like,
you.
"Yep, we got
It's
it."
because you saw a stack of these back in the day, these
Right?
virtual boys, and you didn't pull the
Right.
trigger, and you had. And that was one thing I was thinking to myself was like, you don't buy yourself anything. You beat yourself up over every
Yeah.
purchase you ever make. So I was kind of curious as to why you jumped on this so quickly, because I know you're not going to use it for an alarm. Like, what do you need an alarm for?
I'm
Like,
gonna-
you don't. You.
I'm going to try using it as an alarm. I probably won't use it as an alarm because I sleep on the couch. So I said, we were talking about it. I'm like, this is perfect for me because I love Nintendo. This is perfect for you because you use an alarm clock and you sleep, and it would be perfect for you. But we don't sleep in the same bed, and we sleep at different times. So really, what I
But
think is
where
going
would
to
you
happen.
put
And
it
I
in your
also wouldn't-
bedroom? You're never in the bedroom,
That's what
as
I'm
far
going to
as I
say.
know.
Really, what I think is going to happen is I'll try it out in the living room, and then eventually I'm just going to put it on my desk
It's
because
going
I
to be in
just
the office.
love
I
the
bet.
idea because I'll just
I
use it
wouldn't
as a
trust
clock.
it as an alarm clock. Like
'Cause-
I don't like. I need it to be a little
Yeah.
bit like I have something that works.
Apparently-
and I'm not messing around.
The loudest setting. Apparently, it's very loud.
Your father says it looks like an alarm clock in an old Betty Boop cartoon.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Raw Dad.
So
Yeah. Apparently it's very loud, but they put in a quiet and a medium setting. But in typical Nintendo fashion, people at the company were like, "We think medium is still too loud," so they put a medium between medium and low as well.
Nice,
So
nice.
it should be loud. But yeah, I just love the idea of like a Nintendo clock, and every hour it will do a chime based on whatever theme you picked, if you wanted to.
well, what about
I love it.
What about those Game and Watches that came out recently? Those are clocks, basically, aren't they? That's just not
Yeah,
your
with the
thing.
Clock app on your DS.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
like,
would be a cool thing to have like out on your desk as like your clock.
Yeah.
You know.
yeah, like that. Like the Game and Watch. I have the Game and Watch downstairs. I wouldn't have bought it for myself because I'm not that big of a fan of the Game and Watch. And it does have the clock feature, but it's like, it's a little small clock. It's not meant to be propped up. You could prop it up. It's like not conducive or convenient for using it for the clock feature. I guess if I had it like next to me while I was sleeping, I could pick it up and look at it, but I got my phone. But like a Nintendo branded clock that I could sit on my desk and just like look over or hear a chime at like 3:00 and it's like 3 Pikmin screams. Like, I can't explain why I love that so much, but I love that so much.
No, it's great. I love it too. I just don't $99 love it.
And I totally
Yeah.
get that 100%. I totally get that. Oh, and the reason I justified the price, I'm on board all the way with it being too expensive. I'd say like $40 to $60 would be the sweet spot for something like
I
that.
think when you asked like, guess how much it costs, and I think I said like $35, and
I
he was like,
"Ugh."
"Ugh."
Yeah.
Without that,
But the reason I justify it is I
is that with any luck, Nintendo will send you one, and you'll have wasted the $100.
I don't think they're sending that. Through work, like I get first party games to review, so I'm not spending money on them, and I get other games to review, and I'm not spending money on that. So I'm like, there's games I would be buying and spending money on, and I'm not. So
Right.
$100 here for this random Nintendo thing, I can get that. So that's what I did, and I
I'm
love
glad
it.
you did. Because you don't.
I love
like
it.
You said you don't buy stuff.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't.
glad you did too. And you would have just regretted it if you
Yeah.
didn't get it. So,
I could not like. I struggled with reporting the story first or buying one first and then
That's
reporting
awesome.
the story. But
It's like on QVC when the hosts are seeing like things get down to the final quantities, and they're like, "I got to get on my phone and
Yeah.
order it from the app."
Well, I know the best part. 3 hours later, Lube texted me a story from The Verge about how Nintendo released an alarm clock. And I'm like, on one hand, thank you. I appreciate, I'm a Nintendo fan. On the other hand, do you think that I
In what
didn't know?
world?
Yeah, right? I'd be like, oh my
I
God, thank you, Lube. I had no idea.
I can't fault him for that. I still text
nice.
you stuff like that because I think of you immediately. And
yeah.
and it doesn't happen often, but if I ever do send you something that you haven't seen yet, I feel like I'm on top of a
True.
mountain.
Yeah.
Like I feel
Yeah.
like the king.
Well, you'll text me stuff that I haven't seen, but it's like it'll usually be like games,
Not news
games,
related.
games broadly more than like you don't really text me first party Nintendo stuff because I know about that. You might be like you did with Alarmo. You were like, "Is this thing real?" I was like, "Yes, this is real."
Well, in my defense,
That's
I wish I
valid.
saved the ad that I saw on TikTok. It looked. Maybe it was because they had some TikTok person doing the ad instead of like a real Nintendo ad, but it looked fake. It looked so bad and cheesy, and like
I'd
the
have to look it up.
person, like I don't know. Again, I was flipping through TikTok and probably didn't pay too much attention to it. And then when I didn't hear from you right away, I Googled it and I was like, oh, it is real. I Googled on GoNintendo.
You can go wherever
Right,
you want
and,
for your
uh,
Nintendo news.
Well, that's another one of
That's
my
what the
problems.
people are saying nowadays.
Another one of my problems is for some reason, whatever I type into the search bar and GoNintendo is the wrong thing. I can never find a story on your website to save your life. I always think it's because you have so many dang stories, but I don't think it's that. It's just I'm doing something wrong.
If you want to do it like extra to make sure to get what you get, just go to Google and type in like Go Nintendo and then whatever word you're looking for, and
That's
it'll
an
spit out.
interesting
You
one.
probably would work better. But yeah, I mean, don't feel bad. Quince, the guy who's covering the site today, he was like, he's excellent about getting the news and posting stuff. He gets everything. But there's one story about a developer, and they said something. He's like, did you not post this? And I'm like, no, I did. And I linked him to the one where I wrote it. And he's like, oh, I searched all these different things and I didn't find it. I didn't search this one thing. I was like, yeah, because a lot of other outlets were reporting it one way. I chose to go a different way. So well, it happened. It happens to people working for GoNintendo. So don't worry about it. But yes, text me. There's no question I love more from you than is this video game thing real? And I get to be like, yes, it is. It very much is.
Yeah, this one surprised me.
Especially happens with Nintendo a lot. So
Well, it's free money for them. They could. I'm surprised they don't make more overpriced stuff. Like they actually seem to put effort into
right.
things.
yeah.
If they didn't, it wouldn't matter. They would just make a bunch of money for nothing.
So
People think of them as quite a greedy company, and I guess there's an argument there. But they could have put out 4 alarm clocks this year,
Mhm.
and all of them would have sold out.
mhm.
It's free money.
They were talking about
It's free.
It's free money.
so tied to like Iwata's efforts in health. Like he had a health conscious or he
Yeah.
had a health minded approach to certain things like, Wii Fit and all that.
Yeah.
And the vitality sensor and all that and sleeping and all that. This is very much continuing that push from Iwata to expand into that because Nintendo has said for decades they've been asked about where's the vitality sensor and all that, and like Miyamoto and other people at the company have been like, we're working on health related stuff. Like the vitality
Yeah.
sensor may come out someday, but something else health related might not come out. He's like, we're into sleep and measurements of time sleeping and physical activity and like all that stuff. So this goes into Nintendo's health conscious stuff. But
Do they
there you
got
go.
Nintendo hotels at the Nintendo amusement park? Is that like how like Disney has Disney hotels?
they do not because
Okay.
it's just it's like the
Is
subset
that
of
out yet
Universal.
all the way in
It-
Florida?
No, it hasn't opened yet in Florida.
In
No, it'll
California
be
it's open, right?
California. It's open.
All right, but that's like the baby
When it
one.
opens in Florida, you should.
I
we
would go
should
there.
Florida's opening with like Florida will
I
be
have
the
a place we could crash.
Florida will be the first one to have the Donkey Kong minecart ride.
Yeah,
Like, they're opening
where
with
it flies
everything.
in the sky.
Like that's what I want. I'm gonna cry
It's
my
gonna be
eyes out
cool.
when I go to that park. Are you kidding me?
They'll probably sell this at the park.
That's right. I have envisioned that moment many a time, and I know I'm gonna cry my eyes out. First comment on Alarmo. Hawk says that's a cute clock, but my alarm clock is a crying toddler. Well, that doesn't sound anywhere near as fun, but it's effective.
It makes the Yoshi's Island noise when you wake up.
Wake up.
The Yoshi's Island noise.
The baby's crying.
Oh, that baby.
Even I knew
okay,
that.
Okay, I'm sorry. See, again,
And I would have never
it's
played
the way
that.
things are said where I'm like,
Yeah.
it's not your fault. It's a me thing.
No. It's
It was all right there. Baby, I should have been right on top of it.
I will say
Baby.
that one was very direct. I understand how you didn't understand
You're
spaghetti
not-
people. That makes sense.
Well, I've
but
Tonight on Spaghetti People.
I think I knew
I love
because
it.
I've never
Spaghetti
gotten
people.
in
I got
classic Do fashion. I've never gotten past like the title screen of that. Doesn't the baby start crying
Yoshi's
immediately?
Island.
So
It starts off
quickly.
with 2 crying babies dropping in
Yeah,
because
and I was like, I'm out of here.
yeah,
the stork-
rightfully
the
so.
stork dropped them. Have you not played that game?
I played a little bit of it, and then they started crying. And I was like,
All
Yeah,
right,
'cause I
now
had
we're
it on,
talking.
Like, the wasn't on the if you got the ambassador program on the 3DS. I was playing it on the GBA remake of it.
Oh, yeah.
Get that out of there.
If you want to go to town on remakes, we can do that now. But let's move on. We can move to something else.
It's funny because I don't think there's any other re-release, remake, whatever you want to call that bothers me more from Nintendo than that one.
Really?
Because it's such an
Does it bug you
inferior.
that to me it's just like that's Yoshi's Island? Does that like in my head? I know that it's not,
It-
and I
it-
actually
it-
know it's a word.
Does
for
it
I can
bother
answer
me
this
that
for
you're
him.
like that?
I can answer this for him. Yes, it does bother him. Not personally against you,
Right.
but
yeah.
just the fact that there are people out there who will never get to play the version that he knows and loves because
Right.
they've only played that.
But
and to
see-
them, that's the
But see,
version.
it's a different situation with Yoshi's Island on GBA because visually, gameplay wise, it's all the same
it's
thing.
pretty close. It's a little worse, but it's pretty close.
That's exactly what it is, and I would say it's like markedly worse, especially in the sound. And I'm a big sound guy,
yes.
and the soundtrack, which I love the soundtrack for that, is not
Mm,
anywhere near. It's not done justice on the GBA.
sure.
and
I
it
do
bothers
love the
me.
GBA sound font a lot.
I do
but
too, but
maybe just not
as
for
far
them.
as from the Super Nintendo version of Yoshi's Island
Yeah,
to GBA,
Super Nintendo sound.
and the baby crying in the GBA version is 10 times more nails on chalkboard than it is on
Maybe
Super
that's
Nintendo.
why I quit.
It's
Oh.
like because it's got that GBA like tinny degraded
Yes. Yeah,
sound.
exactly. Yeah.
And I remember I bought that when it came out originally because I was like,
I gotta go.
Yoshi's Island on the go, of course, and it looks just the same. And then I
Yeah.
played it. I was like, Nintendo, what have you done? Like this is still
They don't
bothers
do
me.
enough remakes, Nintendo, or they don't do very many remakes, I should say.
Me too.
They
What
just
if
re-release
I
stuff.
always think that. Yep.
what if next year they remake this alarm clock? Will you
Just
will
got
you
a
get it?
goddamn Super Mario RPG remake this year.
That's true. That's
Luigi's
true.
Mansion 2 HD just came out.
Yeah, that's just like
Is that a
upscale,
remake, though?
Like that's so close.
Remaster.
And also you could make the argument that this Mario RPG one is like, I would say respectably a recreation of that. It's pretty close.
Gameplay wise, it's very close
Yeah,
to
visually.
my understanding.
It's like less.
It
Does that-
retains
ugly.
the visual style.
Does that upset you even more? Because it's kind of like, why remake it at all if you're gonna keep it that close?
It doesn't upset me more because it's like at least coming somewhere close to the original. And
Yeah.
I know that if you showed people the original, it'd be like, F that, I'm not playing that. But if you're like, it's shinier and
Yeah.
more bulbous, and people are like, yeah, give me that one.
What
So,
about the Link's Awakening remake? You played that, did you not?
I played it for review, yes.
But you
I would
wouldn't
not have
if,
bought it on my own.
if you weren't reviewing it, you wouldn't have played it.
I will not say never, but I can't think of a Nintendo remake that I would buy. I really can't.
And if they called it something else, would that make
I
you
think it made me more mad.
really? If they called it like the Alarmo of Link or something,
Well,
and they put
now
it
you're
out,
speaking
and
my
then, 'cause
language.
then at least I feel like part of the thing you get annoyed about is people being like, "Oh, have you played Resident Evil 4? Yeah, I loved it." And then it turns out it's the new one and then it's the old one.
Right,
And
the
so if they just
title
had it,
thing
if
is
they could
annoying.
differentiate it more, or is
I
the thing
mean-
that annoys you that they're putting resources towards something that you're like, why just make a new game? But
It's more that.
Okay.
I don't. In my perfect game world, they just re-release exactly the same game for a modern format. They don't change
Right.
graphics. They don't change anything. You can make it widescreen. You can make it up to resolution. That's fine.
Maybe some quality of life improvements, perhaps.
as long
maybe?
as they are toggleable on and off, then yes.
yeah,
Don't
those, you gotta be
force them
careful
on
with
me.
because then you get that Mega Man
Put them-
collection on GameCube, and it's no good.
That's sitting
Try
downstairs.
to do it, yeah.
Spit on that thing every time I go down there.
Destroys the whole game. Spit on that thing.
I-
You just said.
You listen, you got to work in other popular
There you
podcasts.
go.
It's got to be done. She's the number 2 podcast in the world. You
Are we number one?
definitely no. Who's number 1? I just found out some guy I've never heard of. He does interviews with people. Number 2, or maybe number 2 was Joe Rogan, and Hawk Tuah was number 3.
Yeah, the top 10 podcasts on the world are interesting.
So they're really good ones.
Interesting is
They're really good. It's only really good ones.
It's the top, of course. They're good. Yeah. I don't remember what I was gonna say, but remakes. Yeah, quality of life is fine. Just don't make me do it. Like I think all that quality of life should be in there 100%.
But
I
you,
think releasing it without it is a mistake. I just don't want to be forced to use it.
but there are some quality of life things that you would use. Can you admit to that?
Mhm.
All right, cool.
Is it
Yeah, there's certainly
possible
things.
that the developers that are making these games are actually just bad at their job, so they are being trained by doing remakes, and if they didn't, they would never learn how to be better to make the games that you love?
I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know.
Yeah, I never
would
thought-
have to
I
talk
would've
to
never
developers
thought
about
that.
that. Yeah.
Because there's
very
such a thing,
interesting.
right? Maybe it's like, well, you guys are new and you don't quite know, so we're gonna have you do the Link's Awakening remake to get a feel for this, and then we can make money, so we can like blah blah blah.
I mean, technically, I guess that's sort of how Link's Awakening remake worked, because Nintendo worked with Grezzo on that. Grezzo did the heavy
Yeah.
lifting on that, and then they were like, "Okay, we've worked with you enough. How about you make a brand new Zelda this
There
time?"
you go. Case in point.
And then,
brand new
the other
Zelda.
thing, typical Nintendo fashion, they open the Nintendo Museum, and they're like, "Miyamoto, why'd you open this museum?" And he's like, "Because I'm tired of telling people our history and how we make games, so I make our employees go to the museum." That's what he said. So
I mean, you gotta. It's amazing how good that whole company is at making games. Like to have that many people and
Mhm.
that many teams,
Mhm.
and pretty much every game they put out is competent at worst.
Yeah.
It's like that takes a ton of work.
I
So
think
whatever
it's-
they're doing is
I think it's
working.
because right off the bat, they're going to get people who are like diehard Nintendo fans. And
Yeah.
it's not just like, I love Nintendo. It's like, to a degree, I understand what makes Nintendo Nintendo.
Yeah.
And then they get in the company, and like Miyamoto and Al Newman and whoever are like,
Mm.
here, all right, here's the special sauce. This is how it really works.
Yeah.
Plus, Nintendo, I will always applaud for being like, you're the new guy that's the secretary, and you're the new lady that's the head of the company, and we want ideas from both of you, and
Right.
everything's valid.
They
Put them up
actually-
on the
they treat
board.
their
And,
employees reasonably well.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
yeah. So that's great. I mean, Echoes of Wisdom is the first Zelda game directed by a woman. That's awesome to see. I mean, I don't know how that came to be, but I would like to think like Nintendo and Grezzo were like, probably a woman should lead this project where the main character is a woman. So name a woman.
Name a woman.
But anyway,
Miyamoto.
You ever tried?
Figura Miyamoto.
Mysterious woman.
Crazy Colonel. There's your picture.
There you go.
We got a new employee,
Is
everybody.
she friends with Vianetta Velveeta?
So that's it. Alarmo, you can't buy it. You know,
I don't want it. It's fine.
well,
I do
this is
struggle
going to be
get up in the
awkward when
morning,
I
that's
take out
true.
one from underneath the table to give you. But
No.
ours did ship. I told you that. It'll be here the 17th, it says.
Wow.
Am I excited? Yes. Very excited. The playtest program, we already covered all that. We don't need all that. Not a lot of top stories this week. That. We'll skip those for now. Oh, let's do it. Josh, what was that?
Well, here's
I
the
hear
thing.
something, Josh?
What do we?
Hey, be quiet. I think I hear something. NPD, 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 NPD.
That is his. Those are his genitals. Yes.
Wow. So if I tug on him,
Tug on my
Is that
fur.
what I sound
you'll
like?
be unable to speak.
That's right. I was waiting for
Thanks.
you to like
I'm
look at
feeling
like
so
the dog and
great.
pony show
Very
set up here and be like horrified.
It's
But
not. No, it's. I didn't. You asked me.
I
about
talked
this
to you,
thing,
yes.
Yes.
I talked to you because I was like,
little
I don't
upset.
know what I'm doing. What do you do?
It's very.
and
I mean,
I got very scared when you were like, here's this thing and here's that thing. But then I had other questions. You were like, I don't know. And I was like, oh my God, he doesn't know. What am I
Yeah,
supposed to
well.
do? I went on Reddit and other subreddits. I literally had so many people tell me what you're trying to do, you cannot do. And I'm like, that has to be impossible. Or they were like, you need to spend
I wonder
$20,000.
what it was.
It was like the fact that I was going to stream at YouTube and I wanted to record through Audacity at the same time. And they're like, impossible. You need something virtual and it's not going to work. And
Oh yeah, because that's all Windows stuff, and
Yeah.
yeah.
yes,
sense.
yes. So
I was like, I don't know, I can do it on a Mac. But that
turned
doesn't
to the
help
darkest corners of the internet and they were no help. The best information I got was from you. And then I bought stuff and I was like, I guess I'll try it. And I was literally just plugging things in different places and I got something to work. So, yes. Circana numbers, thanks to the wonderful Matt Piscatella, who you now cannot follow on X. He has left X because he doesn't want to be a part of it. He is on Threads and Blue Sky, so go follow him there. He's a wonderful guy who used to do the NPD numbers, and it's not NPD anymore, it's Circana, but the same song and dance. All right,
Matty
I'll say this once, as always. MomBrain, pay attention, please.
I am.
August of 2024.
August.
The United
August.
States only. Yeah, numbers are back. Are backlogged now. We're running behind. Things got delayed.
Really backlogged.
August 2024. United States only. All systems, physical and digital.
Mm.
But as I always say,
Nintendo doesn't.
Nintendo doesn't get included in digital. I'm looking for your top 20 software. You're the special guest. Austin, you go first.
Well, August is a long time ago, but Call of Duty's got to be on there.
Call of Duty. Modern Warfare 3 was number 8. Yes. Oh, yeah. Where's our music? Thank you. Do.
Uku. I'm thinking this shouldn't be so hard. How about this is how about I like a baseball game? MLB
Baseball's very big right now.
MLB The Show. Is that what you're going for?
yeah.
MLB The Show. Number
that-
17.
We were just trying to get 20.
It's
in
the
the
top
20?
20. I'll
Okay.
count it. Yeah, you're cool. You're cool.
Cool.
MomBrain.
Minecraft.
Minecraft, the lady says. Minecraft, number 7. Yes. Austin, back to you.
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto.
Why can't I think of anything that's come out in August? Get out of here. No shot. Who gave you these numbers?
I've read through the list twice now. Grand Theft Auto is not on
Wow.
here.
All right.
I'm so sorry. Oh, that's sad.
What about Rat Hat Redemption?
Maybe
2?
everybody will miss. Rat Hat Redemption 2. No.
Wow.
MomBrain,
Rockstar
it either
fell.
resets with you or you win it all.
Zelda.
Zelda. Austin, you are alive.
There
It
you go.
resets. 3 misses, 3
Okay.
whiffs from
All right.
everybody.
Mario Kart's got to be on there.
Mario Kart, always a safe bet. Mario Kart 8 is at number 14.
Crazy.
Yes. Do.
Oh, Wukong,
Oh,
Legend of the
yeah,
Monkey.
yeah.
I might have pronounced that
The
wrong.
monkey.
No, it's not on here. That would have been on here, but it was
Oh, it was the
not
next month?
August. It was the next
Son
month.
of a
So
gun.
sorry. MomBrain.
Let's go with FIFA.
It's called EA Sports FC 24 nowadays,
Right.
but we'll allow it. Yes, it is on here at number 20. You just
Wow.
squeaked in there. Austin, back to you.
Pokemon something.
Pokemon
What's the most
something.
recent one anyway? Pokemon
Sword and Shield.
Sword and Shield.
I'm looking at this screenshot too. Son of a gun. I should have just.
No, not on there.
Wow, no Pokemon.
MomBrain for the win. No.
Elden Ring.
E-Ring Elden R. Congratulations, MomBrain.
'Cause of the DLC?
You won it. You won it. Number 5. All right, number 20 going up. EA Sports FC 24, Gran Turismo 7, for Forza Horizon 5, MLB The Show, Sea of Thieves, because that recently launched on PlayStation, Ghost of Tsushima, because we love our whatever it was,
What?
re-release.
What's your
PC.
problem? What's
Wait, what do you
What's your
mean?
problem? What's your problem?
Did
What?
they
What's?
re-release
What did I
They
miss
put
about
it out-
Ghost of
they
Tsushima?
put it out on PC, right?
So they can't
Oh, is
port
that what-
games anymore?
No, they can.
Oh.
They can. It's
But,
it's
but
fine.
you don't like it.
But this
No, it's
doesn't
fine.
count PC numbers, or it came out on the PC, so people who didn't have PC bought it. You're saying?
The people who didn't have PlayStation bought it.
No.
But the PC numbers are on there.
Well, I don't know what it is, but the only reason it's on the chart is because of the PC launch. It's not going to be on there because of PlayStation.
Oh, okay.
Mario Kart 8, Helldivers 2, The Elder Scrolls Online.
What?
Probably an expansion came out or something. Gundam Breaker 4, first time on the list. It debuted at number 11.
Good for them.
Here's a real heartbreaker. Visions of Mana debuts at number 10. Here it's an excellent game. Team worked on it for years, and they were congratulated by launching the game and getting disbanded. So horrible situation for them. That sucks. Call of Duty at number 8. Minecraft at 7. Hogwarts Legacy at number 6.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't say that. I was
Sucker
looking right at
keeps
the picture.
chugging along big
Yeah.
time. E-Ring Elden R at number 5. EA Sports MVP Bundle at number 4. That is the college football game that has not
Right,
been out in a
yeah,
long
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
People went nuts for it.
It's very good.
That thing ticked up Xbox and PlayStation sales like by a considerable
fun.
amount. People were jumping on that. So that's number 4. Star Wars Outlaws is number 3. EA Sports College Football 25 on its own is number 2. So it's got 2 entries on the chart. People went for like the Mega Edition and the regular edition.
Holy cow.
And number 1 launches every August, the new Madden NFL 25.
Man.
There's your breakdown. PS5 is number 1, Xbox was number 2, Switch was number 3. Again, as I said, college football came out and destroyed everything else, so that's why Switch dropped.
Which is crazy because it sold less than Madden. Which,
Well, I guess technically it probably sold more if you combine the special and the regular.
that's probably true.
Don't know officially, but I would guess. Your Switch top 10 starting with number 10. Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, Mario Party Superstars, Tears of the Kingdom, Minecraft, Pokemon Scarlet Violet, Luigi's Mansion 2, Smash Brothers Ultimate, Super Mario Brothers Wonder, Hogwarts Legacy, and Mario Kart 8. So Switch people are buying Hogwarts Legacy like pretty damn hard. So that's why it's helping out.
People are buying Luigi's Mansion too.
Yeah, they're buying it, but like Mario Kart 8 and Hogwarts were both in the overall top
Mhm.
10, so they're big movers. But Luigi's Mansion hanging in there. It was number 3 and dropped to number 5, so not a bad drop, really. So I guarantee it sold over. I guarantee it sold over 1 million. I don't know. It's probably at 2 million, if I had to guess. We don't know. Oh God, we'll know next month. Nintendo's next financial thing is coming up.
Where they ask about their plants and stuff.
Yep.
I like those meetings. I think they're funny.
I mean, I like them too. I just don't like.
It sounds right up your alley, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can't attend them though because they only let Japanese people, right?
No, you can be.
I thought they didn't allow like foreign investors and something, or
They have them, but it's a very, very, very small group, and you have to have like top tier classification. My days of top tier classification from Nintendo are long over. They still like me, but not like they used to. North America, what do we got this week? Let me tell you. We got. Thank you. 8-Bit Adventures 2, 9 Rip, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Andromeda Survivors, Bandit Buster Western, Beauty and the Beast, The New Adventure, Behold Battle, Big City Driver, Truck Parking Simulator. You were a Big City Driver yesterday.
Big City Driver, and I've enjoyed those simulator games. Bus Driver Simulator, high quality. My Baby Simulator, very good. Still one of the best videos we've ever done. Okay,
Video's so good.
it's so good.
Video's so good. I got a list of games when you're ready. Bloodless, Casual Sports Series, Hockey, Cats and Seek, Osaka, Cats in Boxes, Cinderella Princess of the Magic Kingdom, City Bus Simulator, Crash-O Cars, Crazy Traffic City Parking Simulator.
Slow down. We're not out here playing Crash-O cars.
Crow Country looks awesome. I wanted to play it when it came out on other systems. Still haven't. I got to play it this time. It's made by the people who made Snipper Clips. It's an isometric Resident Evil inspired game.
Oh, that does sound good.
You're not gonna like it. With PS1 style graphics.
I figured I would.
It looks awesome. Not a great name.
Crow
Country.
Tell me, isometric. Remind me what that is.
Like 3/4, like Super Mario RPG.
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Dagon Complete Edition. Dead's on the.
Oh no, Days Gone. That's different.
Dead's on the Road. Shoot Zombie Hunting 2024. Drova. The PC 8801 version of Templo del Sol Azteca 2. El Panadero. Europa. You know about Europa?
Europa Universalis. I've heard about that.
This is just Europa. It's like Studio Ghibli-esque and Breath of the Wild, but you took out pretty much all the enemies.
But what?
Do exploration and a little bit of puzzles.
I know why it sounds like that'd be my vibe. I don't know if it is.
Amazing
Sounds a little
Skyboxes.
too happy.
It is. I don't know. It looks happy.
I think I like wandering around in games, but when they tell me to, I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like it's almost like I don't want it. I want to wander around where I'm not supposed to be wandering around. You know.
I mean, that's one of my favorite things in games. Going to places where it doesn't want you to go and doing things in a way that you're not supposed to do.
You know, my latest fascination is like you do this with Halo. You play through a Halo mission to the end and then walk all the way back to the start of the mission. Very fun. Sometimes they block it so you can't.
Did I see you do that in Halo on?
I did a little bit of stuff like that in one of the.
It was the one where you start off on the beach in a warthog.
Yes, and you can just walk in, and you can kill all the people, and then you're just walking around. Yeah, it's just like, oh, this is weird.
Love it. Extra coin, Faith: The Unholy Trilogy, Ghost in the Pool, Ghostly Ryokan.
Oh no, something bad happened.
Gold Club Nostalgia and the Cub Bundle. Gym Business, Fitness Empire Simulator.
Is that JIM?
Get out of here. This is gym business.
Lakeview Cabin Collection, Marble Flow, Mossy, Metamorphosis, and What the Duck in a bundle. Mimi the Cat, New Friends.
Mimi wants a bro Oach.
Miss Rosen's Wowtastic Marching Band. If you want to look at something weird, check that one out. Just look at the screenshots for that game.
Miss what? Who?
Miss Rosen's Wowtastic Marching Band. That is some interesting looking stuff. Morning Tide, that's MOURN. My Big Sister Remastered.
That's a really funny name for a game.
Neva, the follow-up game from Nomada Studios, the team that did Grease. Nick Jr. Party Adventure. Here we go, baby. NicoDarunia, The Magic World. If you like Donkey Kong Country, this game looks right up your alley, so I am very excited to play this. Princess Jigsaw Puzzle. Refine Self, the personality test game. RPG Maker with Son of a Gun. Stable Stories, Forest and Meadow Ride. Star Wars, Bounty Hunter, and Republic Commando in a bundle. Summer Tri-Peak Solitaire, Survival After War. The Escapee, Tools Up, and Ready Steady Ship bundle. Transformers, Galactic Trials, UFO Robot Grendizer, The Feast of the Wolves. Viking City Tycoon, that's very interesting. And Wizards Owl Magic Delivery. Wonder if that's inspired by something. Wait 1 minute, please. Says it's crazy that Crow Country is from the same developers as Snipperclips. What a genre pivot! But I'm excited to get it.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be down with that.
I feel like isometric games are really good. You know,
I do love isometric games a lot. And there's not, they're out there.
there's something like more immersive sometimes about them. Like I don't know what it is, but you know, when you play, like the old Fallouts are a good example of it, but like Roller Coaster Tycoon, there's something about like the hand drawnness of the little but kind of pixely that
I know
like
what you mean.
feels weirdly immersive. In
I
a way,
love
which
it.
It really shouldn't.
I know, you're right, and I can't tell you why. I get
Yeah.
it. Maybe it's something about similar to like Halo that you are usually seeing like you're a tiny blip on a screen that might have a
Yeah.
lot of open space to it.
And there's just so much to look at and get lost in
Yeah.
your own head.
Yep.
It feels like reading a book kind of in a weird way.
Well, let's not.
Yeah,
let's
you would
talk
not
about
agree with that, but that's my opinion.
Let's not talk about books. Would you like to do Nikki Hill's honors?
Nikki
yeah, where's
Hill.
the list?
I
We
got it
try.
for you
We
right
speak
here.
your name,
and
Nikki
I'm,
Speak
Hill.
your name. Here we
I'm
go.
going to get, by the way, don't click anything. You're on the back end of GoNintendo.
Don't click
What are the
anything.
You can
next
scroll,
European
just-
masterpieces? Let's find out with Nicky's
Sweet.
releases.
All right, there are some really good releases this week, but only for people in Europe. Ready?
Year of our Lord.
Year of Our Lord 2024. Did you know? Oh, well, we'll get to that later. Get to the list. 100 Doors Escape. Let me in. I can't. Anyway, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland.
I thought the "Let Me In" was your commentary, and I was hoping there was going to be a little commentary on
Let
each.
me get in there. Let me in. Are you trying to escape or get in? I can't tell based on the title of that. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. That is a licensed video game. All about what was that movie called? Alice in Wonderland. That's what it's called. There is, as they say, quote, "All you need is help." That's the name of that game. That one did not come out in North America, I don't think.
That's a Beatles. That's like two Beatles songs in one, I think.
Yeah, maybe it's a licensed.
That's the subtitle.
All you need is help. Two
Beatles
Beatles songs in one. It's like Rock Band, but really short. Beatles Tycoon Simulator. Andromeda Survivors. Not many people can make that journey. That's a long way. Anime Girls, Natty Nurse. We're not going to talk about that. Bandit Buster, Western, as opposed to Bandit Buster, Eastern.
Bandit Buster Western Grip, I believe.
Western Grip. Speaking of licensed games, wait a second. Is this in public access or whatever now? Beauty and the Beast, The New Adventure. So if you wanted to know what happened after the movie, that is how you can find that out. Before Exit, Supermarket. That's obviously what you would say if you needed to go buy something on the way home from somewhere else. Big City Driver, Truck Parking Simulator. I already talked about that. Bloodless, nothing to say there. Bridge Construction Simulator. I've never played those bridge games, but they do seem fun. I do like building little things and seeing if they work. Camp Sunshine. We got Cats and Seek Osaka. Who's making all these games? It's just crazy how many come out every week. Cinderella, Princess of the Magic Kingdom. So there's Princess Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast in 1 week, and Alice in Wonderland. So
Shady.
it's a little it feels like some sort of cabal.
I don't know where to begin.
Which one to start with? Princess of the Magic Kingdom, The New Adventure, or Adventures in Wonderland? And well, never mind. Crasho Cars. We got Crazy Traffic City Parking Simulator, not to be confused with Truck Parking Simulator. Dag on it. That's the name of the game. Dagon, Dagon. If you want to know, it's coming out this week. Dead's on the Road, Shoot Zombie Hunting 2024. Egg Console Temple del Sol. I believe that's one of those things where it's like, it's PC 8801. That's right. El Panadero, the baker, which if you're literate in multiple languages, you'll know that means the baker, the baker.
I'm getting a personal text message from Nikki Hill. He's asking if you don't mind reading a couple in a Werner Herzog voice.
Oh, I don't know if I can do that. I'll give it a try, though.
Is incredible.
I'll do my best. I'm just trying to get through these as efficiently as humanly possible. If I see one that I feel like I could read in a Werner Herzog voice,
Perfect.
I will try.
Anything
I
with
will
baby
say
in it.
The legacy that very brief Werner Herzog impression has left is vastly larger than my actual ability at doing a Werner Herzog impression. Where are we at? Oh yeah, Europa, extra coin, flight simulator delivery, cargo business, cargo room, cargo business, ghost in the pool, again, whatever led to this game, not good. Ghostly Ryoken.
Sounds like a Street Fighter move, doesn't it?
It does. Where is something? I don't know where the joke here is, but where is this? It's Hidden in My Paradise. That's the name of that game.
I Blinded by Daylight.
My Paradise. Anyway, Hide and Seek. How to speed read, techniques for rapid reading. We could use that.
I was gonna
now.
say we got to get that to Nikki Hill too.
Right. Yeah, we could speed through it. Kill the Crows. That's not the same game
Nope.
as the other Crow game, which is a good game. Lakeview Cabin Collection. If you ever needed more than one. Last Time I Saw You.
Isn't that a horror movie?
It definitely sounds like it. Last Time I Saw You is the prequel to Ghost in the Pool. Macho Shot, Marble Flow, Massey.
Massey.
He's a soccer player.
Yeah,
Minnie
that's
the
what I'm
Cat, New Friends. Miss Rosen's Watastic Marching Band. I did look that up. It basically is just putting stuff in suitcases. That's the whole game.
going
That's
for. What more
not
do
a
you
joke.
want? It's my favorite
So-
part of Resident Evil. Resident
Um,
Evil 4, shifting stuff around in that trunk.
That's what it looked like. It was like, here's an umbrella and a teddy bear, and you play as a little like a action figure that comes to life.
Mhm.
Necro Story, Nick Jr. Party Adventure, Princess Jigsaw Bundle, Rogue Sentry. We got Scoutfold into the fray.
Yep.
Sky Ocean Swing for Hire, Son of a Gun. I'm surprised that hasn't been made before. Another licensed classic, SpongeBob SquarePants, the Patrick Star game.
I hear it's not good.
You can play the
Oh,
remake
no.
of the other one.
Yes, you
SpongeBob
can.
Battle of Bikini Bottom.
While you're eating your Wendy's Krabby Patty.
I thought I saw that. Is it good? Nobody knows.
My cousin had it and said it was great, but she was disappointed by the branding.
Is it crab?
It is not. It is made as the Krusty Krabby Patty is supposedly made.
So, what is that? A burger? Like just
Yeah,
a
it's
burger? Okay.
We got Spy Guy, Detective Games Bundle. If your life is feeling tumultuous, you can play Stable Stories, Forest and Meadow Ride.
Mm-hmm.
Funny thing, the stable that is called a stable when a horse is so bumpy. Submarine Bubble. Thank you. That was good. Survival After
We
War.
got a Nikki Hill rim shot on that one.
Are these copy pasted directly from a thing?
Yep.
So whatever capitalization they've done is
You got it.
Okay, interesting. Sword Art Online, that's an anime.
Sword Art Online, I believe. Sword Art Online is all capital and the rest is not.
No, it's all just each.
Oh, is it
first
all?
letter. I was wondering
Oh.
if it's survival lowercase after
Ah.
uppercase war, and I was like, why the whatever.
Also, sometimes it differentiates between what Nintendo says and what the publisher or the developer says. They do them all different.
Well, when you're putting out this many games,
Mm.
it's great, and none of them are good. Like
Oh,
there's
now
90
that's Nikki Hill if I've ever heard.
No,
of.
none,
that's me.
90%
That's
of
me.
them- It's true.
I love it.
There's no shot.
None of them
I-
are good. I
maybe three.
guarantee you, none of these
Not a-
games are good.
There's no point. We can
Finally.
They're selling.
Can you
This is happening.
be here every week so we can just talk the
This
truth,
is what
people?
I think every time we do these releases is I'll be listening and like I'll zone out and then I'll unzone out and you'll be on like F and I'm like, what is going on? Who's buying the? Because obviously there's a market for them.
Mhm.
Who's buying them? Because you can't even your grandpa. It's not like your grandpa going to the store and being like, I'm gonna get something for my kid.
My
They
grandfather's
can't even
dead.
Get on the store. Well, whoever it is. So I don't understand how
upstairs.
people. It's like how when we were kids we ended up with really bad games that we just had to play. That you can't do that anymore. So there's no market for bad games anymore. And yet
Here they are.
These
There
now,
they
So
are.
then, by your own logic, these are all good. Well,
Oh, no.
yeah, there you go.
All right.
Check.
Well, you got me there. Speaking of great games, Supernatural Supermarket. That's a lot of ghosts and a lot of.
It's October,
license.
baby.
Yeah, I guess the Supernatural
Ghouls and
Supermarket.
ghosts and goblins. And
There's a lot of supermarket
Gorgiles and
games.
demons.
Yeah.
People that drown in pools and
Yeah.
stuff. UFO Robot, Grenzier, The Feast of the Wolves. That's all one game. Urban Skater, Skateboard Delivery Skateboard Delivery City Challenge. Video Game Store Supermarket Simulator.
Another that's 3 supermarket games.
This
Is it?
is out of
Wait,
control.
listen, it's universal. We've all been to the video game store supermarket before.
I think it's because we as Americans can't afford groceries anymore. So wait. Oh wait, no, this is the European list.
cost
No.
Oh, it is.
Hey, if we put one fake game in this list, who do you think someone would notice?
Never.
No.
Like if we just added one, if every week someone
Let's do that. That's a
copy-pasted
great
one?
idea.
I love
I'll
it.
do it.
We're at the Z's right now, so it'd be really obvious unless I count the
Well, I meant like
one.
next week and see other
Yeah.
people listening.
Just
to
put it in.
guess.
Super
That's
Mario
a great idea.
Brothers.
There's absolutely no shot.
That's a great idea. Just
Except
go with
that
anything.
they know that it's happening, so then they'll look and see.
Go
if
with
it's
anything
whatever
cat
it was.
related.
Yeah, or simulator
Or
related.
supermarket.
Cat supermarket simulator.
Anyway, if you're not a fan of these guys, you'll like Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel. And last one, Zombie Derby Collection. A lot of games where it's like one thing mixed with another thing.
Thank you.
Zombie, you want your phone back?
Awesome.
All right. I was
Um,
gonna start playing around on the site. But...
yeah. Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel worked on by Jules Watcham back in the day.
Really?
The Super Nintendo game. Yeah, he did like Arrow the Acrobat and the sequel. And
Mm.
were they good?
Is there a world where that's an appropriate reason to do a well, it's probably just a re-release, I guess.
It is strictly re-release.
Right,
I think it
right,
has some quality of life features, but it's
Right.
it's pretty cut and dry on that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nikki Austin. We
You're so
appreciate
welcome.
it. Nikki Hill, we speak your
I
name.
wish I could have done the impression, but I don't. I'm just
I
with the
think you
voices.
did a great job in general of making it like how he would read it.
I
so.
think doing it live, and maybe he disagrees, but I feel like what causes such chaos is it's very nerve-wracking.
Mhm.
There's like you have a lot to read, and you're under pressure, and
And it
there's
doesn't always make
music.
sense.
It doesn't always make sense.
So you're not sure. Yeah.
You know,
Oh.
there's so many words,
There
and they're
are a
all
lot of
together,
words.
and it's
All right,
it's
you're a
lot.
long-time listener.
It's true.
Should we cut that feature?
I think because it's a legacy feature, no, and also
Okay.
sometimes it's genuinely hilarious.
Okay. All right.
It
What-
is
what
interesting that
feature?
you do them back to back.
Reading the European and
That
North
you
American
do.
Why
releases.
would you ever cut that?
Because that's the only part of the show where I wonder if it's too boring.
I mean, it's boring, yeah.
Boring.
All right. And that seals the deal. We are not getting rid of it. That was perfect. All right, MomBrain, what have you been playing?
Homescapes
You're playing it right now.
and Gardenscapes.
Oh, you went. Don't do that because every time I think to talk to you about it, I'm like, is it Homescapes or Gardenscapes? But now it's both, so I'm always right.
Mhm.
How's Gardenscapes?
Good. Not as good as Homescapes, but it probably.
What makes Homescapes better?
I think it's just because that's the first one I did. You know, like I just
Are these
Your first
computer
love.
games? Are you playing them on the laptop,
on my
iPhone.
phone.
on the phone?
Yeah. So
They're
Wait.
match 3 games.
I get
Love
them.
those.
Well, I really just have them so that I can play them when I'm listening to lectures to like
Disassociating.
keep
100%.
me like focused.
This makes you
'cause
listen better.
It helps. It absolutely helps.
Now remember, as a teacher, this is the most important thing. Hold on.
No, but so
This is the most important thing. 3 yellow diamonds, 4 purple squares.
right.
You think if we let kids play match 3 games in class, they would do better?
Probably.
Some. I bet
There
there's
would
some
be
kids
less
who would.
behavior issues
It's
for
just
sure.
like a fidget spinner almost.
Yeah, because they'd have something to do. And I think like Ramit was like, "Why aren't you playing Zelda?" And I'm like, "Because I can't play a game I have to think
Not what I sound
about
like. Hi,
when
Malak.
I'm
Hello.
listening to
That's
a
real.
lecture."
Hi, highly
right?
unlikely.
Like, it's just to keep me like engaged and keep my brain kind of like dialed in. Just a match 3.
What level are you on? William says I just got the level 3,431 in Gardenscapes.
Holy cow.
I'm definitely higher on Penny and Flow. This is 1,238.
Rookie numbers.
What's the GOAT match 3 game?
Yeah. What's your cream of the crop?
You've played a lot because there is.
Bejeweled.
Bejeweled
Still
the
classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bejeweled is very good.
Gem scan, as we call
Why
it.
is Bejeweled the best though? Because I know why I think
I like
it's
the
best.
sound.
Yeah,
the
sound effects
clicks
is
and
What
huge.
sound effects are huge? Do you have a particular like sound effect that?
there's a clicking noise that I can hear in my head that I like.
For me, it's the announcer
When you go
Oh,
Bejeweled.
yeah.
where he's
yeah.
like awesome,
Yeah.
mega.
Yeah.
I love it. But
That-
yeah, the clicking noises of the
Yeah.
jewels is
That
That
might be
scratches
the
a right
main
itch.
thing, like the most important thing about a match 3.
it's
game.
a huge
And,
make or
like, the
break
little
thing for
visual
me.
effects,
Yes,
for sure.
because I've played match 3 and like shoot the bubble from the bottom to the top, bust a move or whatever you want to call it. And there are some that are great and some that aren't, and
That's a game.
the sound effects have a lot to do with them being
Yeah.
enjoyable. Like Zuma. Zuma's a marble game,
Yeah, Zuma, I
spiral
played
marble
a lot
game,
of.
and the sound effects in that high RLM are fantastic. The
Yeah,
little like
it's-
clack of the balls against each other.
Yeah, it feels good to hear
scratches
it.
that itch, tingles in the brain.
What about a honey pop? That's not that's match 3. Is
Oh,
it
it
not?
doesn't tingle my
Yeah.
brain though. Yes,
It
is.
tickles your monkey brain.
It is. It is 100% match 3. You are correct. It's just mashed up with a dating simulator and lewd, not lewd.
What's that
pornographic
one
pictures.
on the? It's an app. Everybody plays it.
It's a match 3.
Candy Crush?
Candy Crush.
Candy
probably.
Crush. That's what I was thinking of.
I like
Another great announcer. He's on here.
That's that one's addictive,
Delicious.
but
is there
that
a
one I think's bad for you.
I like games, like Honey Pop, where it's like 2 games put together. It's like they use one game or this is why I like the idea of Helldivers, where it's like this macro strategy game plus this, first person shooter. And I feel like no one ever makes games like that. It's like, it's so rare that you get like 2 types of gameplay that go together. Like Star Fox Command.
Or
Same type of thing.
Henry Hatsworth.
Henry Hatsworth. Yeah, it's
Another one,
also a great.
I love when
Dave
they
the
do that stuff.
Diver. That's
Dave
got
the
a
Diver.
different-
Perfect
I do want to play
example.
that for that
Perfect
reason.
example.
Like there needs to be more games like that.
Yeah.
Galactic Conquest and Battlefront. Love that.
Completely blanked of what I was gonna say. It was just a game you were talking about. That's too. Honey Pop. Like
Yeah.
yeah. And yes, the game's lewd and nudity and all that, but those two. Those
Ludity.
two things together, I shouldn't do that hand signal. Those two are hand gesture. Those two things together are done really well in that game.
Mhm.
Like the two pieces flow together great, and one complements the other so nicely that you don't feel like, all right, enough of this part. Let's get to the other part.
Yeah.
It's a nice back and
you
forth.
play Persona, right? Because Persona's like
I
that,
have
but
not.
even more in depth. It's
Boy.
basically like a dating social sim.
He
plus
knows all the
an
music
RPG.
from it, but
I
he's
do know
never
the
played
music.
it.
It's been on my list, and now Metaphor Refantasio. I
What
think I
you
should.
just said.
It's the new game
just
from the
made that up.
developers of Persona.
DD.
Oh, I did.
It just
see
came
that.
out yesterday,
Yeah.
and it's Atlas's fastest selling game ever. Now it sold 1 million in a
What's
day.
the Metacritic?
It's like 95,
All right, I'll buy it.
94.
Is it on Xbox?
It's up. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna get it, but I need to like jump in right now. I can't be like,
You
let me
need
do
the
Personas
momentum
first.
of
I need to
the-
now do it now.
Okay.
So I'm definitely gonna do it. Sounds like another amazing soundtrack too. So
Yeah.
But
That
I've
guy- that
heard
guy's a
if you like Persona,
genius.
you're gonna love this, but it does a whole bunch of different things too. So
Yeah.
yeah, there's a demo too if you want to just give the demo a shot, see what you think. But yes, looks fantastic. Happy to see them have such huge success. So that's on 96 says 10th Division.
Holy cannoli.
It's up there. There you go. Anything else on MomBrain? Or?
No.
I'll go to Deux since you're not usually here. Deux, what have you been playing?
So today was Community Day for Pikmin Bloom. So I walked an extra hour today. I was walking around like a guy who's walking around.
Like a little Pikmin.
You walk
Unbelievable.
outside.
Yeah, I do. I walk outside
Traditionalist.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
He likes the outside. Yeah, he's one of
Pure
Well, I
those
don't.
people.
Yeah, well, I don't have like a treadmill either, so I guess that would be.
Get one of them like $50 floor pads from Walmart or something. They're popular right now.
Yeah, I don't mind walking outside most of the time, but sometimes it's
Colder months
It's
are coming.
yeah, the cold when it's cold it stinks. When it's hot it stinks. When it rains it stinks. When
Yeah.
it's Community Day it stinks. When I don't like doing it.
I don't either at all. I'm with you on that.
But if I don't do it, I definitely feel worse. Not just psychologically, but like physically. Like
Yeah.
because I do a lot of sedentary lifestyle stuff, like just sitting on my butt all day long.
Doesn't
So
that just suck that you got to do sucky stuff to not suck as much? What
Yeah,
a
right.
horrible.
right, and it
What
gets,
kind of existence
Yeah.
is this?
and you're still pretty young. Like when I turned freaking 35, things started going off, and now I'm 42, and like you can hurt yourself doing anything, like and you're tired all the time. Like you do one thing and you feel like you're dying.
I
like
was sitting downstairs
it's
playing a game
crazy.
the other night, and I saw car lights drive by the window downstairs, and I turned to look, and the pain in my neck was like, I was like, what? Someone shot me. I just got shot. I was like, what just happened to me right now?
By.
I had to like, yeah, I had to like, it was the Nintendo people.
Yeah, right.
I had to pause the game because I was like, am I dying? Like, what is this? And it was like tingly. And
It's
then I was
crazy.
Like, okay.
We've got-
oh boy.
I get that in my ear sometimes. If I pop my neck wrong, it feels like there's blood coming out of my ear.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Is that what it felt like?
I didn't feel like
it's like
blood was coming out.
tingly,
It felt. It wasn't like a gunshot. It felt like a stab. It literally felt
Okay.
like a stab, and it was like quick, fast, like sharp, and a little bit hot, and then it tingled away, all within like
Okay.
30 seconds.
Sounds a
But it
little
was
bit-
enough. It was like such a sharp pain that it was literally jarring. Where it's like, oh, like it like
Yeah.
shook through my body. It was.
We have
rough.
a
After you.
no, please.
Please share all your ailments.
Well, I had to text my teaching assistants to come and take over. I was playing with a kid in the sensory room, and I was like bent over, and like we were like running around and like horsing around, and I thought sometimes when I do like a neti pot, like later in the day, I bend over and like water comes out of my
Mhm.
nose, and I was like, oh no, and I wiped, and it was blood, and I
Oh,
looked at the kid, and he
no.
looked at me, and I was like, it's okay, and I was like, can someone come swap me out? I have a random nosebleed, like.
When you want to spot? Oh, this is great. In wrestling, what's that called?
Oh yeah,
What?
the bloody thumb. What is that?
When somebody, let's say beforehand in wrestling, they're like, we want you guys to bleed in this match. What's that called?
Color. Give it a little color.
Very good. You're the
Beautiful,
best. You're the best.
beautiful.
And you had a wrestling thing you wanted to bring up, by the way.
Oh yeah, I do. Here's what I want to know. What is the like? You know how people have moves and they do them, and
Mhm.
then people get hurt.
Mhm.
What's like the gentlest move that causes people to get hurt? Like, is there one where someone's like they just like tap you and then they go and he
The
falls
stink face.
over? Like just
Stink face
something.
doesn't hurt.
I actually know about that one. So I used to play as Rikishi in the
Yes,
the game-
yes,
the game.
yes.
Because
That's
I feel
great.
like a lot of them are obviously it's like you flip and you but are there ones that do they ever like kind of like not break the fourth wall but like play around with has there ever been someone who like comes in and has some sort of supernatural, because I know like the Undertaker and stuff, and he can just like look at someone and then they go my brain, or do they not really do?
They didn't really do that.
You
Come on,
mostly have to
that's
earn
silly. They didn't. No, they didn't really do that. But he has like the Undertaker would be like, I can control lightning sometimes, or I can make fire. Or
But it's
whatever.
never like they'll like flick someone and they'll die.
No, but there's an infamous moment in wrestling in WCW called the Finger Poke of Doom. And it was a whole storyline thing where a match literally began and ended with someone poking the other person and they dropped down and got pinned
This
and
sounds like what I'm
lost.
talking about.
And it was done because people behind the scenes were arguing about who should be the head guy and all this stuff. And it was like that moment in that company's time marks the beginning of the downfall of the company.
Wow.
Like, that's the
There it
moment
is.
everybody, there you go. The Finger Poke of Doom. There it is, right there. Hogan and Nash. There it is.
Huh. So in
yes.
general, like the moves are gonna like be things that ostensibly would hurt someone.
I can more, not personally because I haven't felt it, but I can more speak to what the wrestlers say hurt that people don't think hurts. And they say all the time running the ropes really hurts. They're
Is
like,
that
your
when
body
bounce
has,
around.
yeah, they say
Right.
you have to do that repeatedly for a very long time to build up like a callus, basically.
Wow,
And
that's
they'll
interesting.
show like people, they're like, day one of training for new people is like, you're going to run the ropes all day. That's literally all you're going to do. And they show them running the ropes after like 10 minutes. And it's like giant red
Wow,
welts. And
okay.
they're
Huh.
like, that legit
Yeah, you
really
don't
hurts.
think
And they're
about
like,
that.
if you don't turn and bounce into it the right way, it's going to kill. They're like, that's a steel cable with a piece of cloth over it. That's all that it is.
Yikes.
That's pretty
So,
interesting.
It's
You
just
don't
like
think
the
of that.
mat underneath is a piece of canvas with 2x4s. That's all that it
Yeah.
is. So yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that's
like
crazy.
just falling down in your back hurts like hell, and that hurts like hell.
Okay. So not many gentle wrestling moves, other than the finger
What's
poke.
gentle? Roll ups are gentle, right? Yeah. You just go for a pin with it, which is a roll up. So you just like take somebody and flip them over. Like they're already on the ground.
Yeah.
You just literally roll them over.
I hate
Gentle
when they're
moves.
when they do the chest slaps back and forth, like
That
to see
is
like
the opposite of
because
gentle.
it's
Yeah.
so it seems so painful, and it's like
Yes.
the simplest move, just slapping someone's chest, but they're doing it
Yeah.
over and over, back and forth.
They're
Stinging.
they're
And you can
how
see
you
it
know it
getting
stings.
redder.
their champ now, Gunther.
Man.
That's one of his go-to moves. Is the
Their
chop.
champ's name is Gunther.
Yeah.
Who's that?
He's
what I
vaguely Nazi.
Oh,
Nazi code.
how dare
Nazi coded.
he.
Storyline.
'Cause I was thinking of the the
but
singer.
his move is a chop, and he chops people so hard that after one chop, they are bleeding for real. Like he busts them open with chops. And
He is
That's
really
crazy.
scary.
Gunther, I love Gunther. Might be my favorite as far as wrestlers go.
He
His character and his wrestling style. I love it. I
he
love
kind
it.
of has like
He's not really Nazi coded then,
Not
is
at
he?
all.
Okay,
He kind
I
of
was
has
gonna say.
who's the Rocky guy who fights Rocky in the Rocky movie?
Go to do. I don't know my Rocky
like
all that
those
well.
like old Russian guys that they fight.
Oh, yeah,
he has,
what's-
like the vibe of like an 80s.
What's his name? The blonde dude that
um,
hangs out with Sylvester Stallone. I can't
yeah.
for some reason. I'm not thinking Dolph
Dolph
Lundgren.
Lundgren.
Right. He has that kind of vibe. to
Yes,
me.
yes.
But he does
Ivan
have the Nazi
Drago.
haircut for sure.
He's great. Love him. But anyway, I'm so sorry, dude. You know, I get off on tangents on wrestling. Back to you.
It's okay. I was just gonna say one of our friends that we play Fortnite with. I play more than you do with him. He's our age. He went to sleep the other night, totally fine. Woke up, couldn't walk. His ankle was killing him.
No.
He went to the doctor. They thought it was gout. It wasn't gout.
Oh,
They
he's
have.
eating too good.
I was like the rich man's disease.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I swear it's not. It's not gout. But no, it didn't. It's not gout. The doctors don't know what it is, and he's like not been able to walk. And it was kind of like, well, how'd you do that? And he's like, sleeping. I wish I could tell you I was
Yeah.
joking. Like he went to sleep and was fine. Woke up and he can't walk.
Yeah,
And he's like not an unhealthy person.
I haven't had days like that, but I have had days where I woke up and like I'm like, what did I do while I was sleeping? Because I feel like I've been run over by a
Remember
truck.
that neck thing I had that one time?
Yeah.
Where I like was crying in the kitchen because my neck was so
Mhm.
impacted that I like couldn't swallow the pill that was supposed to help relax the mud. Like
You
I,
are very
No.
good at handling pain. I don't think I've ever seen you any worse than that. So I knew you were like real.
and I
bad.
just like was in the kitchen and I was like, I can't even swallow the pill. It was awful.
Yeah,
You
it's
make me wanna start doing
crazy.
yoga. Just
That's
keep-
actually a
keep it
great
liver,
a
you
great
know?
idea.
Do you have any
Seriously.
recommendations for yoga? Come on now. Come
Oh,
on. Now.
they're just like some sort of stretching.
DDP yoga.
That's what I was looking
I mean,
for.
I do yoga fairly regularly.
What is
DDP. He's a wrestler. He's got like a hugely
Oh.
successful yoga company now. Like not a lie. Like very.
That's really fun. I don't know anything about Diamond Dallas Page other than his name, and I would just think that he would not be the type of person to do yoga.
Well,
just
I
he
think
sounds like
That's
a
what
like
he
a
sells it
cowboy,
as,
doesn't he?
yeah.
He's in recovery. Like I think
Yeah.
he had, he was, as many of the wrestlers were back in the day, like really tough on his body and did drugs and drinking. And so now he does, like he was like, I was dying, and now he has DDP
He's come up with
yoga,
like
and
his own
he's-
like very low impact yoga, but
Yeah.
it makes a
my physical
very big
therapist
difference.
does physical therapy like through yoga,
Physical challenge.
but they also have yoga classes, and they have a DDP yoga class.
Fun.
Yeah.
I'd like to meet him. I like him a lot. Anyway, I'm sorry, dude. I apologize.
No, it's what we're talking about. But yeah, so don't get old, and if you do, good luck. Hope you have health
Good
insurance.
luck to you.
I also played. So, I just wanted to mention with Community Day, it's the Dahlia flower today. I guess for October, spooky Black Dahlia.
Dahlia,
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. Sounds
Dahlias
scary.
Are beautiful.
Oh, by the way,
They get a bad rep because of the whole
I'm,
curse thing.
I'm with you in the fact that like I don't want to be doing it, but I'm in so deep now and I haven't missed one that I'm gonna walk anyway, so I'm gonna do it. But like now I'm like I haven't missed a badge yet. I'm not gonna miss a
What are
community.
you gonna
Right,
do when they
yeah.
turn that off?
I'm gonna gain all the way back.
I was gonna say, well, yeah. Are you gonna? I mean,
The
you'd probably,
floodgates.
I just won't have like
you'd probably still keep walking, right?
I would do because
now
I'm
you-
me. I would pick one day every month where I would do the extra long walk,
Sure.
and then maybe we can make each other badges.
I'll make you guys badges.
yes,
Make you badges.
Ooh.
But it doesn't have to be flowers. It could be
No,
like
it has
Twinkies.
to
It
be
could be like
flowers.
snack cakes.
we got to get those donuts, by the way.
Yeah.
Little Debbie makes Christmas donuts now. Oh man, they look so good. My TikTok is like
Seasonal.
full of people talking about foods and snacks because that's all I think about anymore. And there's so much stuff, and I want to eat it all.
And now it's all I think about because he sends them to me.
Send you some good ones. What else are you playing, dude?
Played some Animal Crossing New Horizons. If I were here last week, I would have said 2 weeks in a row I've gotten bent over this stock market, and I don't even want to talk about it.
Mhm.
This week I did pretty well in the stock
Oh,
market.
that's good.
So
That's
Do you
good.
do the thing
That's how they
where,
get you.
because you can like people can like read it and know like, oh, if I see this the first 3 days, I know it's gonna do this, and if I do that, or are you like, no, I'm just actually
I just
being pure with it?
I guess you could call it being pure. It's more like there's a Nook Mile achievement if you sell a certain amount of bells of stock market stuff.
Yeah.
And like I'm trying to get to 10 million profit and I'm at like 2. So that's the only reason I'm even playing the stock market. I never did when I was playing the game regularly. I just stayed out of it because I'm not a gambler. I hate that. And in real life, I'm not a big stock market fan. So I don't want to, it makes me uneasy. And I know it's like fake bells. They're not even real, but I just don't like doing it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did all right this week. Fortnite has the Fortnitemares as of today. So I got
Yeah, they had to delay it a day.
I guess it was supposed to come out yesterday.
Yeah, they had issues where they were like, it's going to launch a little bit later than usual, but only by a couple hours. And then they were like, actually, we're going to take a whole day and figure this out. So yeah, a day later than expected.
So I played a little bit today to do all my quests and stuff.
That new saw tricycle thing looks awesome. And the chainsaw.
The chainsaw's cool. So
and that's traversal too.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So much fun.
The chainsaw's great. They brought back the broom, the stake shotgun, and the pumpkin launchers. I noticed are all back. There's a Billy bike toy.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the guy from Saw.
Okay,
but it's like you throw it out. And it like locks onto somebody and then chases them down and explodes.
It's like a little tricycle, and I've used it a couple of times. It was pretty awesome. It
does a lot of damage.
It's big time damage. This guy, all I had were these Billy things. I'm in this farmhouse.
We're in trouble, by the way.
Why?
Because there's Billy's
yeah.
shield, and now there's another Billy.
We're gonna have to come. Yeah, I know. I was thinking that myself. I was like, Billy toy.
You can't even call him William.
Can't even drink it. Yeah,
just Bill. Just flat out.
Maybe Bill. Yeah, maybe Bill, but
Bill the biker.
Yeah, we'll come up with something, I'm sure, and it'll be hilarious. But yeah, this guy was chasing me around with a shotgun in this house, and like all I had were like Billy toys, and I was like throwing them in every room I was in, and then like jumping into the next room, and I ended up blew up like half the house, but like got him too. Luckily, I think he had no idea, like because I was like running away, and I don't think he thought I had a weapon, and then he probably didn't even know what those things were.
I saw that they track from like a really good distance. Like they'll like ride around in a circle if nobody's around for like 2 minutes, but they'll pick up somebody like pretty far away and hunt them down. So that it looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I saw somebody was like throwing them outside of a bunker, like someone was in the bunker, and like there were like 3 of them like circling above the bunker.
Yeah. There he is, Roth. That's it.
So but the chainsaw is great. The chainsaw is good for close up. It's pretty fast and powerful. And then if you hold down the left trigger, it digs into the ground and you move
awesome.
quick.
Yeah.
So it's great. I liked all that stuff.
I'm not usually like a Fortnitemares guy, but what I'm seeing in this one, I'm like, oh, it looks like I love the broom in general, but the other stuff they're doing, I'm like, this looks like
this one's really fun so far. Because I'm the same as you. They haven't really done a great Fortnitemares in a while, and this one's pretty cool.
So you know what that means? Everybody will hate it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what people are gonna think. Probably. They took out the reckless railways and made that like it's like a creepy farm, which is cool. There's like a farmhouse and a farm, and it's scary. And that's where Billy hangs out.
New location, I'm down. I'm sorry, new point of interest.
So actually, there's a TV with like the Billy guy's face on it in the farmhouse, and what you have to do to fight the Billy boss is go up to the TV and like hit a button to investigate it, and then he pops out of the TV and you fight him. I played maybe 6 or 7 games dropping at that one POI trying to get Billy to like fight. I couldn't find him. I even took one game and like demolished the entire farmhouse. I like knocked the whole farmhouse down, and I left, of course, the TV because I was like, how funny would it be to have just a TV here with no house? And it was funny to me. And then it wasn't until like 2 games later that I walked up to the TV and I was like, I could have just done this. So anyways,
is all that stuff happening. Forgive me, I'm not like it's keeping up with Fortnite, but like So you're fighting like a non-player character while the 100 people are fighting to kill each other.
Yeah, it's everybody still battle royaling it, but there's a couple of locations where there are bosses, and if you beat the bosses, you get like whatever their weapons are or something. There's like incentives to beat these bosses.
So does everyone go to fight the boss, and whoever gets the last shot gets it, or does everyone around it get it?
It's like it's only one person can get like the weapons that they drop or something, like, or you could share them.
Just like any weapons.
Yeah, anybody can pick it up. Yeah, and usually what happens with us, because we're all so nice, it's like you take it, and then like a third party team comes in and steals it. And
we
shoots
get
us.
killed immediately, like because we're hemming and hawing. But yeah, and a lot of times, especially the beginning of a season, people will drop right there because they want to check it out and get the stuff. But as the season goes on, it'll like lighten up, and like sometimes you'll get lucky. You might not drop with 20 people, you know.
And is there like NPC, like merchants and stuff in there now? Is that right?
Yeah,
there's NPCs you can hire and they sell stuff. Yeah,
I gotta check out
all kinds of stuff. It's really fun. So another new POI is the Brawlers Battleground is now. It looks just like Brawlers Battleground, but they added in like it's like a giant pumpkin patch now, and like there's like giant vines that you can grind on, like in the old seasons.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Can you do private matches? Like if I wanted to like 1v1 you in Fortnite, and could we just drop on the whole island, just me and you, and have it be a match of walking around not seeing each other, then suddenly killing each other?
I don't know, but I think through like the creator thing you could, yeah.
So could you get like yourself and like 10 of your friends and have that be the battle royale?
I honestly don't know, but that
sounds
would
fun.
be great.
Yeah, I never tried that.
You should figure that out. If you should do that, I would do that. That sounds
look
fun.
into it right now. That would be a lot of fun.
Like the idea of that.
I just put 10 YouTubers together to play Fortnite.
Oh no! Wait, cut that out. Nobody take that. It's gonna be me and H Bomber guy. I think that's Fortnite really is like maybe the most amazing. You know, and I was thinking about that when you guys were talking about this earlier. Is like, what games from the last 15 years are going to end up on those lists of greatest games of all time, along like Tetris and Mario? And I feel like Minecraft probably will get there. And I feel like if Fortnite keeps going, there's like an argument that it's one of the most amazing things, like one of the most impressive like video game things that we've made so far.
Yeah,
because not only is it really popular, but it's like very good and creative, and it keeps getting free.
Yeah,
it looks like local is only split screen, like you both play together online on one console.
That's dumb. Hey, Epic Games, wait, get me in touch with Xbox.
But
no, they're not.
If you do the, like creative mode, you could basically build that yourself, and then you could do it, and then only or lock the room with a code, and then you could do it.
Yeah,
you would just spec it out with like the exact weapons and points of interest you want. And
okay.
I'm sure there's a size limit that's not anywhere near as big as regular Fortnite, but you could do something.
But if you're only playing with 10 people, it doesn't need to be
something similar to it.
I feel like online multiplayer, when the whole match is only your friends, is like a pretty amazing and fun thing. Like Halo, Capture the Flag. You know, if it's like all friends.
Capture the flag.
I miss those days.
So good.
Capture the Flag in Halo in particular. You know what was close? Battlefield. Capture the Flag. Oh my god.
I could see that being fun. I know that Star Wars Battlefront had a good Capture the Flag for a while. The new one, the old one did too.
Oh, that old one I played so much on my computer, and I have such great memories of that.
They re-released it, right? Can't you just play
it? On the Switch, yeah. It's on everything. You can. I don't know how active the player base is, but yeah, I have a lot of great memories of playing that on my old computer. It was just such a blast, and at that point, it was like, these are real people that I'm playing. Yeah. You know, there was novelty to it. Now it's like I don't want to interact with anybody I don't know.
Yeah.
But whatever. Anyway.
So yeah, Fortnitemares. It's pretty fun so far, and I'm looking forward to playing some more of that. And last but certainly not least, I'm sad to say that I have.
Oh, I was wondering if this happened.
Yeah. Sad to say that I have beaten The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
Congratulations.
It was so much fun to play. So much fun. I mean, Nintendo makes fun games. That's what they're all about. And this is no exception. I loved almost every minute of it. About 4 days ago, I got to the point of no return, and I was like, nope, not ready yet. And I I walked around for 4 days. I went to like every place. I talked to every person. I tried to get every side mission if I could. I got all the heart pieces. I never do that. I don't know if I've ever
I
done
don't
that.
do that either.
So I got all the heart pieces. I got all the stamps. By the way, if you haven't gotten all the stamps yet, it's
My
worth
man,
it.
My man.
Have you gotten them all yet?
No. I got so much more to go in that game.
You gotta don't quit on those stamps. Not that you would.
I love finding the pedestals, so
It's
I'm all
so
about it.
worth it. It's almost as worth it as cats, and that's all I'm gonna say.
I did do the cat thing.
Yeah, that cat thing
Very worth it.
is awesome, and yeah, I absolutely loved it. I had so much fun doing it. I don't even want to say gripes, just like my like complaints. Is that worse than a gripe? I don't know. It's the same thing.
My hates.
Whatever the lesser thing is, because they're minimal, but I only have a few things that, you know, they didn't get in the way of the gameplay or the game at all, but you know, I wish they kind of did things differently. Like you mentioned last week, RMC, I believe the just the menu system, because you get so many echoes and you accumulate so many, and it's kind of hard to keep them organized now. There's a way that they have it where it's not the worst, but you know, it takes a long time. And then
I'm sure there's a more elegant way to do it. Yeah.
And then things like you know, there'll be challenges like the Slumber Dojo I loved, or like the races or something, you know, which I don't care for that much, but like
Getting
they are
some
there.
of those like special times in those races, you gotta ride that horse perfectly.
Yeah, but the thing that bugs me is like if you fail, then you have to like talk to them again and do the thing again and I wish it was just like, look, you failed, get back up on it and let's do it if you want to.
It's a classic Nintendo thing that they stopped doing in their new games, but with this throwback game, they were like, well, we're gonna still do this.
Yeah,
again.
like
because I do that, and I'm like, you guys moved away from this. Don't go back to this.
Yeah, it got annoying, especially with Slumber Dojo, because in Slumber Dojo, there could be something that you might screw up in the first 2 seconds, and then you're like, all right, let me just start this over, but there's no like restart.
That sand room with the mummy guys. I had to do that one a whole bunch of times, and every time I got to talk to the guy, and don't get me wrong, his noises are funny, but just give me a restart.
Exactly. So like things like that kind of annoyed me a little bit. Now the map is huge. I absolutely loved the map and the locations and everything. I wish and there's plenty of like little towns and stuff. I wish the towns were a little more fleshed out. Now it is a throwback to like those older style games, but I wish there was just like a little bit more to the towns. They felt very tiny and kind of like you looked at them and very quaint, and it worked with the game, and it's not anything bad. And I liked the characters that were in those towns. It's just I don't know. I think I needed a little something more from those little areas. And then also, I don't want to spoil anything, but like I'd say
Zelda is a girl.
I'd say the last temple and the last boss fight were very underwhelming for me. And because I did all my snooping around and like upgrading all my like my sword, my shield, all those things that you can upgrade to, I was like, oh, I'm prepared for this last boss. And then something happens and it's like, oh, you're not going to be using any of those things that you upgraded for this whole last part of the game. So it was like, it didn't bother me. In fact, I liked the puzzles and stuff that came from that.
Yeah.
But it was kind of like, why did I spend all this time upgrading all this stuff and I'm not even going to be able to use it for the whole last chunk of the game? So that kind of was like a And then I guess the other thing was I was hoping for it to like tie in somewhere to something to like other Zeldas or something along the lines. Maybe it does, and I don't know enough of the lore.
With something in particular, but now I'm disappointed.
Well, I don't know the lore as well as you. Maybe it does tie in somewhere along the line, but I thought it was going to be, you know, I had my little things about what I thought, and I don't know if it's anything. So those are just like, and again, don't let any of those things stop you from playing the game. This game otherwise is like almost perfect. I wanted to say, I wasn't here last week to say this. I was definitely wrong about the frame rate. I just loved the game so much that I didn't even notice it. And then because you were like, it's everywhere, but it doesn't bother me. And I was like, I must be crazy. I went home and played and immediately saw what you were talking about. And I was like, but I was able to, I don't know, I was having so much fun that it didn't get me. But I did notice it, so I wanted everyone out there to know, I get what you're saying. I totally understand. and I was just blinded to it. And it is so I'm not totally blind, but I just needed
It's
to be
sad
told
that
about
your
it.
eyes have been open to it. The old way was better.
Well, it did. I mean, again, it didn't hinder anything. I just
Yeah.
wanted everyone to know that, like, I'm not an idiot. I did see it after I was told about it.
Yeah.
I
Is-
get it now.
Is the game hard?
Not
Yeah,
at all.
I
I
knew
would.
it.
The
I,
game.
it
Fun.
and actually, that's a great question because this isn't a gripe or a complaint. I actually loved the game all the way through, but very early on, you can get some echoes that basically make the game
That's what
make
I
the
was
game
really
so
curious
easy.
about, yeah.
So like what I started to tell myself, like, I don't like that. Why is that?
Yes.
But then I was thinking, well, I don't have to spam these echoes. The great thing about the game is that you can use almost any different type of echo to
Right.
do any kind of situation. So I was just pigeonholing myself because it was just so easy and fun, and it's actually fun to like feel like a wizard and like spawn these things,
Yeah.
these monsters, or whatever you're doing. So I didn't want to add that to my complaints section because it's like I'm the one who played like that. I bet you
Definitely,
you'd
yeah.
have a ball because you like to do some whatever you want.
It's
and
weird. It's because I would have a ball, but I also get like it's. I think of it as the Scribblenauts problem, where like once you realize that every puzzle can be solved with glue and a jetpack, I like can't help myself. I'm
Yeah.
like, well, this is. I actually do find it frustrating when games don't prevent you from doing those really. And you're right that like when you play it and sort of restrict yourself in that way, it gets like 100 times more fun. But I just like can't help myself. I'm always like, well, I know how. Like as soon as I get frustrated, I'm like, I know the answer. Like I could just do this.
I think this
And I'm
might
like,
be.
what? And then I just end up doing it.
I think this might be a little different because, like, when you'll get echoes for other monsters, I know I was like, I want to see how this guy does in a fight. Like, I want to see what this boomerang guy does, or I want to see how this fire guy takes out these things. And I have found it fun experimenting with the things I throw out there, and I found things where I was like, why would I ever change? This thing is the best. And then
Yeah.
I try something, I'm like, oh my god, wait, this is the best here. So it might be a little different.
I'm gonna do the minimum amount of work required
Bed,
to
bed,
win
bed, bed,
until
bed,
I
bed.
I'll get through it, and then once I beat the game, then I'll go back and start messing around with stuff. But
yeah,
it was like the Tears of the Kingdom thing, where like once you realize most problems can be solved by a really big bridge. I was just building
Yeah.
really big bridges. Like as soon as I got frustrated, I was like, I'll build a bridge.
I mean, for me, it was the motorcycle copter or whatever.
Yes.
It's just
I
like,
made
"Burp,
that all the
and
time, yeah.
see you later,
Yeah.
everyone."
and like there's something.
Throw a light on the front of it and
Yep.
go through the
Flying through
underground
the
forever.
depths. Oh, I
It's the
loved it.
best.
And it's a trade-off because you can't have like a game with all of this freedom and also have it be really hard. I feel, or like
Yeah.
really challenging without doing what it sounds like they did towards the end, where it's like restricting you, or like the Mario Sunshine thing where they take the
Yep.
jetpack away from you. So
His
it's
name
this
is Flood. Thank you.
Flood.
Yeah.
Whatever he talked like. You're good at sound effects.
Mario.
You probably do that now.
Mario. Yep. That's it.
Yeah, that's the only trepidation I have with the idea of playing it. Is like
Yeah,
I
you-
wonder if I'm gonna just be like, well, okay, I solved the whole
You would
game
have
with
to-
the one thing.
I think you'd have to like governor yourself
Yeah.
when it comes to that because well, part of the fun was like building up your echo library, especially in the beginning, because it's like you're like massively underpowered, and you know once you start like assembling some echoes, then you throw the next echo out, and like you're
Yeah.
a little stronger, then you get like real badass monsters and stuff. But you do get to, or I got to a point where it was just like this guy's amazing. Dark
Yeah.
Nut 3 is amazing. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
exactly,
throw him at everybody,
exactly.
and literally, and you can just spam them, and so that was I mean, I still had a ball doing it, and I mean, there's so many great ways of traversal, and as you move forward in the game, they give you different things to traverse with, and like the stuff you can do with like the water block alone is
Water
so
block is a lot of fun.
awesome.
Plus, there's echoes you will get that you're not at a level to be able to use them yet, and that might be enticing for you too. So it's like
Right.
I can't even access this yet. I'm not a high enough level. It's like I have things in my echoes that I can't use yet because I need to
Oh, see,
up.
I
try.
never got to that point. I played somehow my playthrough leveled me up at such a gradual pace that
Mhm.
everything I got I could use immediately. And then there was one enemy that I got at the very, very end that was kind of hidden that I found. And if I had, you can find it from like second 1 in the game, and I just never found it till the end. And if I had found that earlier, I would have never been able to use it till the end. But
Yeah.
I had enough tries.
Yeah,
like
there's things sitting in
leveled up
my
by
Echo
then.
list where I'm like, I want to throw this guy out there. I
That's
want to
so
see what he
cool.
does.
yeah, I mean, the music's great. It looks great, plays great, it's fun. I absolutely love Zelda. I love the characters in it. I love that it's familiar and yet new. It's I loved almost every single second of it. I had so much fun playing it. So
Thanks,
I
Blinded. See
highly
you later.
highly recommend the game.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm very sorry it's over for you.
Oh my god,
I
it's
do love a
amazing.
game that can be 100%ed in like a semi-reasonable amount of time.
Yeah,
'Cause,
you're
like,
not
it's
gonna.
so fun to do that, but for so many games, it's like it would be months and months
Yeah,
and months.
this is
So I
very,
like it when,
very doable.
Like, and Mario games or Zelda games tend to be very good. Well,
Yes.
no, it's not true. Tears of the Kingdom is too big
Oh yeah.
in that vein. But like a Mario 3D World or an Echoes of Wisdom,
Yeah,
it's
this
like you
one
can do it.
Yeah.
This one I didn't 100% it. There's still like some whatever those like little blue crystals are called. I didn't find all of those, but I found enough to level up everything that needed to be level up.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, like, yeah, I think I spent 30, maybe 35 hours,
That's a good
and
length.
that was like that was pretty good. But man, was it fun. I just really was blown away by it. I don't know. I absolutely loved it. I hope that we get more like kind of smaller Zelda adventures.
Wow.
Not smaller, but like that.
Yeah.
Not the full
Throwbacks.
3D or whatever you would call it, but like
Now that we know, again, we've been shown that Nintendo lies all the time. We know they're going to do that again. So
I
wouldn't worry.
hope so. And like I said, the way you use some of the items here, I mean, that water block is so freaking fun and versatile.
Yeah.
And the fact that when you're looking at an overmap of an old Zelda game, you get, you've got the square that you're in, and there's like borders and trees, and you can't, and like that's just that. You just don't
Yeah.
go that way. Like you can get things that like get you over those trees, and you can be walking
Yeah.
like on top
The
of the
game
trees.
does a great
Like,
job of making you
it's-
feel like you're doing things you shouldn't be doing.
You can
That's very
go.
appealing.
You can basically go
It's
almost
'cause
anywhere
you've
you
spent,
want.
like decades playing Zelda games where you see the tree line and you're like,
Yeah.
I wish I could get up there. And now you're like, I think I can get up there. And then you're walking on it. And you're like, I am up here. Like this seems like, you'd be watching like a speed run where somebody would sequence break and you're like, oh, they're walking on that thing up there. But
Right.
in here, they're like, yeah, we know you can do that. So
That
Yeah.
does sound pretty good.
Or
It's
if
fun.
you like in an older Zelda game, maybe you're in an area and you're like, I got to get to this part of the map, and it's like, ugh, I got to go through all these squares and all these enemies and stuff. And like you can in this game, you can most of the time just like shoot up onto a tree and like walk around up there. Or I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that there's a lot of us. It seems like a very accessible Zelda. There's a lot of fast travel.
Yeah.
There's a lot fast travel locations. You can fast travel from anywhere. You can sleep in a bed whenever you need it. You can hold almost unlimited amount of potions. I mean, I think it's not unlimited, but there's a lot of potions that you can hold alongside your 4 jars with fairies in them. So, I mean, there's a lot that's really great. Have you seen Dampe yet?
Just met him. That's the last thing I did. He's like, come to my house. You'll know it when you see it. I
So-
haven't been there yet.
There's something with him. He gives you things, and like they're awesome, but because of the ecosystem, I never had really a reason to use them. And it's another thing that's like, it's on me. Like they were there the whole time. I could have used them, but I didn't because I was like
Yeah.
pigeonholing myself. But like, I don't know, there's some really, really fun, cool things that you can do that I just never really did because it was fun.
Yeah.
It's fun anyway. Like doing it the way I was doing it was fun.
So there's going to be people who use that all the time.
Yeah.
And others who'll never touch it. And that stuff's great. Lets you
So-
figure out what you want to do.
I'd be interested to, because I know you'll like the stuff that he gives you, and you have to do missions to get them, which is
Yeah.
fun too. But like, yeah, I don't know. I just I like
Yeah.
never use them because it's like, well, I could use these and then go and like pay money to whatever, or I could just spam echoes for the rest of my
Yeah,
life,
yeah.
and that's kind of what I did. So still, it has that kind of free play where I think like people of all different gameplay likes are gonna have fun with this
Yeah.
game. I mean, no matter how you play, I think you're gonna enjoy it. If you like Zelda at all, I think you should really be playing this. Yeah, it was really great, and it's wonderful. It's just amazing that Nintendo keeps knocking it out of the park. I mean, we're like 7 years into the system, and they're still dropping like AAA bangers that are
New
amazing.
Traditional Zeldas, alarm clocks, they got it all.
They got it all, baby. So yeah, thank you for listening to all of what I've played. I love talking about that stuff, and this was extra special. So who's next? Any Austin, you want to tell us what you've played?
You're not going to believe this, but I barely play any video games.
I know.
However,
No,
I do want to
The
speak
world
to
of content creation.
Yeah, well, I'll figure it out someday, the balance. But it reminded me of, because the only game I have been playing lately is The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, which is from 2003. It's
Mhm.
old as heck. It's a dusty old game, but it's really fun. But it's also one of those games where like all the most passionate and slightly annoying people who like a series, that's like their favorite one.
Mhm.
So like every series kind of has that thing. Not really Nintendo games, but like the Elder Scrolls.
We're a
I
different
guess.
breed.
But one of the things, because you say Nintendo keeps knocking it out of the park, they keep making these fantastic games. I think one of the things that's been really cool about Zelda games lately in particular, and Morrowind reminds me of this too, is like there are games that you play, and then there are games that you like play with in the way that you would play with like a play set.
Yeah.
And I feel like lately Nintendo games like Zelda games they shine best, and this speaks to what you were saying, when you play with them and
Mhm.
don't just like play through them.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a switch in my head that sometimes I struggle with. It's like if you approach a game as I'm going to go from here and then beat it and go to the end, some games don't work really well like that.
Yeah.
And Morrowind's kind of like that. So, you play Morrowind and they're like, welcome to this island and you're the chosen one, blah, 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 blah. One of the things that's really cool about it is when you start the game, you're really slow. You walk really slow, and like you go and you hit stuff with a sword, and and 1 out of every 10 times you attack something, it hits. The other 9, it just doesn't hit, and it takes 4. And also walking, like if you want to walk at normal like running speed, it just drains your stamina, so you can only run for like 50 feet, and then you have to stop, and then you hit and nothing hits.
It sounds
it's
so up my
Really
alley.
annoying.
is this
Um,
are these things like hit ratio and stuff? Does
Exactly.
that
It's
upgrade?
all-
Like
Yeah.
you'll hit more than just 1 out of every 10 times
Yeah,
the
so
more
the
you
more
play.
you do it, the better you get, but it only levels up on the ones that you actually hit. So the 9 that you're missing, it doesn't do anything to like improve it. So it's really, really, really impenetrable in that way. But on the flip side, because it is so like you really start from 0 and you have to work your way up. It allows you to work your way up in any direction you want. And one of the coolest ways that it does that is it has a spell system where you can make spells. And there are no limits on what you can do with the spells, provided you have the stats necessary. So, for example, in the same vein as like the Scribblenauts problem, you can make a levitate spell, and then like every puzzle anytime you have to get anywhere, you can just levitate and go there. But there's as long as you have the stats and the money to craft or improve the spells, you can get to the point that any of the spells can be crafted in any extreme that you want. To the point where there's like a jump high spell, and if you put enough points into it, you can jump higher than the height of the entire map, and then you fall and you die. And that's like one of the things they do early on is you're walking along a path and you hear this guy screaming, and this wizard falls out of the sky and he just smacks the ground. And if you pick up his stuff, he has a scroll that's one of these spells. And if you use it and you're like, whoa, I can jump, then you jump into the air and then you die. There was no, like, it's really punishing in that way, but
Yeah.
also like totally open and free. But I'm struggling with it in the same way because I can't help but be like, well, what am I supposed to do next? I'm supposed to go here and beat this. And if you play it in that way, it becomes really clear that those games really are just like walk here, then walk here,
Yeah.
then walk there, then walk here. And so if you refuse to like mess around with it, and if you just do the thing where you're like, this is the best echo in the game, I'm just going to put this down, you can just kind of beat it without having any
Yeah.
fun at all.
Yeah.
And so it's funny that that's one version of it, and then the other version is people saying this is the greatest game that's ever been made,
Yep.
without a doubt.
Yep.
And trying to like find that version of the game has been interesting and fun. The other thing that helps is I got it on PC instead of Xbox, because on the Xbox version it runs really badly, and you can see it's like an old N64 game almost, like the fog is
Lots
so close.
of fog. Yeah.
Yes. And you walk really slow and whatever. But the PC thing, and I don't know if you guys have this problem, but the thing that's a struggle for me, and this is part of why I've avoided the game about the UFO 50, is because anytime I play a PC game, there's always like so much where you're like, is this set up correctly? Am I playing this right? Is it running right? Oh, the frame rate dipped. Is that my fault because of that? And then it's like I go in this rabbit hole where I'm trying to chase things down. And with Morrowind, it's even harder, because everyone, when you play those games, it's like, well, you got to get this version and then use these 3 mods and do this. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I kind of just want to play the Xbox version.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I could deal with it.
Yeah.
And so I'm fighting against that a little bit. It's like trying to not dive into these crazy settings things. As far as how far, because you can download the version that allows you to set the draw distance farther than it should be able to go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, should I do that?
Yeah.
Or is that like not really part of how it was supposed to be
exactly.
played?
Exactly.
And like you can set it so that all your attacks hit, so it's like a little more accessible, and everyone's like, do that. And I'm like, but that's not
That's
the
not
game
fun,
anymore.
yeah.
Like that's not how it's supposed to be. So I'm struggling with that a little bit, but
technical end of UFO 50, you should be fine.
You just
I
run it
wouldn't
and
worry.
play it.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
shouldn't be
High
much,
milking
so.
consoles. Yeah, you should be
And
fine.
you'd probably have fun with that. I mean, you like
yeah,
I think I would
you
like
like
that.
NES
I think
games and
before
stuff, so.
if it's up to you before you leave, I would love for you to at least check it out a little bit.
Let's
Give
see
it a
how long
go.
pizza takes. That's priority number 1.
Pizza?
Whatever that
Always.
pizza place is.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
Pizza's
Breakfast,
number one
lunch, and dinner.
priority all the time.
It's kind of like the Raffi song "Pancakes," but about pizza.
I don't know that one.
It might not be
Sing it.
Raffi. It definitely could be
Oh.
someone else, some other
Could be Joey the
child
Pancake
singer.
Man.
No,
Could be Doey the Pancake Man.
Milk and Console says, just stopping in to say hi, Austin. Love your stuff. So glad to see you and the GN crew together.
Well, thanks very much. I'm happy to be here.
And we like his stuff too. And we're already trying to get him to come out again. So I'm trying to get him to come out for the Royal Rumble.
It could be fun. It could be
See
fun.
what- you're
We'll
welcome.
see. Can I bet
It
on the Nazi
would be
guy?
fun.
Just for
You
context,
cannot choose-
He's not actually that. And if you just tuned in,
Chat, clip
that's
that.
not-
Clip that chat. You do not get to pick who you bet on. You pull a
Interesting.
number out of a bowl
all
and
right,
whatever.
I like that.
So numbers come out, like wrestler number 1, and you have number 1, and you're like, oh, it's the Nazi man. And you're like,
Okay.
yes, I love it.
I love that.
Numbers, just who I want. Or so yeah, and then if your guy
My luck.
is the surviving wrestler at the end, then you win the money.
And am I reading this correctly? That like in a Royal Rumble, whoever comes out first is like at a huge disadvantage,
Yeah.
correct?
Not necessarily.
Number 1 has won it, but not to a degree that it would be like,
There's
oh,
30
number 1's
people,
lucky.
So if you're number 1,
You gotta
and
beat
you want to
29
last to the
people.
end. You got
Yeah.
If you're number 30, you just gotta be.
But
one.
you could be one of the evil wrestlers who, like, you have to go over the top rope to get eliminated. So there will be wrestlers who go over the second rope
right.
and go under the ring and hide. And then, like, somebody thinks, oh, I won. And then wrestler number
Okay,
1
got
sneaks
it,
back
got it.
out. And then, so number 1 has won, number 30 has won. But there's a decent spread between all the numbers. It's not like this is,
It
I think
comes
they say
down
like
to who-
27 is the luckiest number for whatever
That's
they've
interesting.
decided. But
statistically.
It comes down to who you get. I mean, I don't keep up with,
if you're
with
up
wrestling.
with storylines,
So
yeah.
like
right.
when my wrestler comes out, I look at RMC and he'll be like, "I'm very sorry," and he just you just
nothing's
know,
gonna happen.
yeah.
By the way, what wrestler did you specifically mention yesterday?
Who? Are you talking about the Great Khali, the greatest wrestler of
Dude's
all time?
One of my
There you go.
favorites.
There you go.
First, we're just ahead of Jimmy Wang Yang.
Wow.
Like that reference.
I
Like
love
all the
Jimmy
good
They
ones.
Wang
only
Yang.
wrestled one time, and you could better believe I've seen it.
Jimmy Wang Yang was walking around backstage after one of the matches, and he walked past Vince McMahon, and Vince was like, "You still work here?" Literally said that to the man. Literally said that. And then you'd think he would be fired after. Didn't get fired.
That's amazing.
And it wasn't like a joke, like "You still work here." It's like "You still work here," and I don't know. That's the way it is.
I liked him fighting the Great Khali because it was the same as watching someone swing on like a tree. Like it was because he
Yes.
was very mobile.
Vince
the Great Khali was
loved
very
his big
immobile.
man, small man matches. So it was Rey
Really
Mysterio and the Great
good
Khali.
stuff.
So it's like 20-minute matches where 15 minutes of the match is just the Great Khali holding Rey Mysterio by his head and like
that was my
squeezing
favorite thing is the idea that he could just squeeze someone's head so much that they would die.
That was a
What a move.
that was a big Vince thing. There was that, and Vince loves like a bear hug or a sleeper hold. He loves the moves where nothing's going on.
Yes.
And he's
So
like, can we
weird.
sell this for like 10 minutes where they're just like
Holy
sitting
cow.
there, both nobody's moving, and then the guy goes to get up a little bit and they lock it in tighter and then goes back down. And the
He
crowd
totally
is
gets
like,
off on
make
that.
it stop. And Vince just loves it.
He's just like,
yeah,
like
just
counting his
loves
money.
it.
This is great.
Loves it. So yes, I love a sleeper hold and a bear hug, but not for 10 minutes.
Right.
And put them in it for like a minute or 30 seconds and they find a fun way out of it. That's great. That's great. But I don't want your finisher to be a bear hug or something.
All I need to know about Vince is that story. You'll be able to tell me what wrestler it was, but it was the guy who fought Sheamus, who's like the palest wrestler ever, and like McMahon was like, "Your tan looks great."
John Morrison.
Yeah, so he fought Sheamus, and Vince was like, "Your tan's great, amazing. Like you look great. What are you in the tanning booth?" Like all like going off about it, and then like he fought like Booker T or something, who's a black guy, and then he's just like, "You look terrible. Why, get a tan. Yeah, get a tan. What's the matter with you?" And he's like, and he literally like did nothing different other than like fighting a different guy.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm not gonna relate it to that subject, but it is tough. Vince McMahon is a horrible man, but he has some funny things that are objectively
If he
funny.
was a
That doesn't
fake
make me like him.
person, he'd be really funny.
That's
Like, not that he's not necessarily
Vince
funny, but if he was a
the
character,
he's the epitome of wrestling. He's the embodiment of wrestling, where you don't know where Mr. McMahon, the character, ends and real Vince McMahon begins.
That's a good point.
He is wrestling personified, for better and for a lot worse.
Nothing to beat him coming out pissed off
Blowing
that one
his
time
quads.
and blowing both
I've seen
quads.
that video. That's rough.
It's the greatest thing I think that's
You know,
ever
we
happened
can feel
in
good
wrestling.
about watching it, knowing what a horrible man he
Oh
is,
my
and be
God.
like, you
It's
know what?
amazing.
Yes.
It's
And that's a moment of
amazing.
wrestling changing on the fly and all that. I love
It's
it.
one of
Love
the
it, love it,
best
love it.
moments ever.
Anything else you played you want to talk about? Or is
No, I
okay?
don't think so. I mean, I could talk about video games forever, probably.
Yeah, me too.
But no, I haven't been playing much, and I don't know if I will play anything soon. I'll have to think about that. UFO 50, maybe.
I think we're gonna make
but-
it happen.
What else is even on my list? Oh, I gotta play Grand Theft Auto 5. Never played that. You guys ever
Really?
play Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah.
Fun? Good.
We had a lot of
like
fun.
it. I like
Grand
it a
Theft
lot.
Auto 5 is the only one I
Short
actually
shorts?
that's right.
The short bandits. Yeah,
That's the only one I ever like finished completely. Like I
Really?
played
Like
all
the
the way through.
story?
I loved it. Yeah, I really like that.
Every time I play one
game.
of those, like I play through 4, I'm like, this is actually pretty good. Like most video game stories are pretty bad. That's actually kind of good.
I played them all and I have fun with them for a while, but I never finished them. I
Yeah.
lied. I also finished Chinatown Wars on the DS.
That's
I
a
really
good
like
game,
Chinatown
yeah.
Wars a lot. But this was 5. I was like, yeah, I like legit want to see what's going to happen. I really like the characters. They're very interesting.
5
It's
was
fun missions.
5 was great for a lot of reasons. Obviously, Rockstar really puts a lot of detail into their cities, which I love. But they have, I'm sure you know, there's 3 playable characters, and you can switch between them, and that's like, it's like really pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like that was one part of the game that I really liked.
Well, like every time you watch a cutscene from those games, all of the characters feel like just really strong. It's like the Red Dead thing, right? They're just really good characters that are really strong for the thing that they are every time.
Yeah.
They're really funny. They like ride that line where it's like problematic and funny in a way that like mostly it works. Not 100%. But mostly
Like
that type
Gunther.
of stuff.
The
Yeah,
Nazi.
exactly.
The lovable Nazi.
Yeah, I'll play that soon, I guess. And that should be pretty fun.
It's good.
Yeah, like for Red Dead Redemption 2,
What a game.
they recorded so much audio that like I played so much of that game, and there's still things I haven't heard. Like I was scrolling through TikTok and somebody was doing this thing where he was getting Arthur drunk and then like petting cats, and like there's recording for him talking to pets drunk, and I was like, I never even thought of doing that, and it was like hilarious and awesome. And it's just like a little thing that they add in that 90% of people might never see, but the people who see it are just that much more immersed
That's
in
great.
like
Yeah.
the
Yeah, that's-
oh my
that's
god,
great.
it's great.
Oh.
We're supposed to. He doesn't say. It's his thing.
Oh, is this a
RMC.
thing?
What
It's a
if?
thing?
What have you played?
Oh,
RMC?
thank you for asking. Yeah, I didn't really. I didn't really play much this week because I was getting ready for Austin to show up. We were straightening up and getting the house in order. I played a little bit of Fortnite. I played a little bit of Echoes of Wisdom, but we've talked about that a lot. And I'm playing Neva for review, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. So
Oh, never.
That's
never say
all-
never.
By the
That's
people
all
who
this-
made Gris.
that is correct.
Oh, really?
Their second game. Yes.
That was
Oh.
a good game.
Wow, I'm interested now.
That Gris was a good game. Is it Greece?
Greece.
This is a good game too.
Oh,
Not allowed to
okay.
talk
All right.
about it.
I was
Yeah,
going to try
yeah.
to get there through implication.
Yeah,
but, like,
yeah.
You just
Oh.
someone outright said it.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you more on when
Nobody
the
knows.
embargo's up, and I
Yeah.
can't say when that is. Soon.
So,
That's that. Let's do question. I know it's a long podcast. I know
Yeah,
we're not going to go
I
crazy.
said at this. Well,
You're
I
going to
was
have
trying
the
to.
record of longest podcast.
I hope
It's gonna-
so.
It's going to happen.
That's my goal.
You got like 6 more minutes until we get to that mark. So it's going to happen.
Oh my goodness, that makes me so happy, full of joy, which is crazy because I have something else I need to bring up really quick. But once we're done with this,
Okay, we'll do questions and then you bring it up.
that sounds great. It's very brief.
Send your questions to goninpod@gmail.com.
Where?
GoNinpod@gmail.com.
Maybe
They
I
can be about
will.
Nintendo video games in general or whatever the hell you want. NicoDarunia's got a question. How did I write this? Yes, NicoDarunia's got a question. Have you ever considered making a Blue Sky account for GoNintendo? If you have, if you have, what has kept you from making? I got you. And what would make you create such an account? Personally, I have become tired of Twitter, X, or Zitter. I am hoping
Zitter.
Blue Sky. They're making the word up. Grows and takes over. At the moment, it looks
X.
like yes.
Right. Got it.
Makes a looks like a more relaxed environment. We have a Blue Sky account, but I haven't like officially pulled the trigger on it yet. So I think we're going to. I've just been doing threads, which I enjoy threads. But yes, if you want us on Blue Sky, we will. I'm going to say we will be there. Yeah, it's just I got to get the bug up my ass one day to do it. We also have a Patreon question. MomBrain,
Hmm?
do you know that you could join the GoNintendo Patreon?
For $1.
For $1. Thank you, Billy. Umbreon joined the podcast and I asked this question. I love these questions. Pop-Tarts or toaster strudel?
Oh. I mean, if that's the extent of the question, it's got to be toaster strudel.
It says
If we-
what flavor after that, but I thought we'd
It's regular old. I don't do anything fancy with that.
You're
stuff.
going toaster strudel?
Yes. If that's the whole extent. If we're not going to discuss specifics of when and context and why, just toaster
I've
strudel.
never had a toaster strudel, so
Mm.
I'd have to say Pop Tart.
MomBrain?
Toaster strudel, as long as I have as much of the frosting to put on top
Yes,
as I want.
This is one of the stipulations: is you need 2 packets per.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
put
yeah.
that's the one you put your own frosting
Yeah.
on, huh?
That's the
That's
one
too
you
much work.
glaze.
That's a lot of work.
Yes.
I'm Pop-Tart and I actively do not like toaster strudel. I would like I've had a few toaster strudels and I
That's
found
not
them to
true.
be gross.
way.
Yeah,
No, not true. Once you get the little corner piece
Mm.
with the, you're doing a bit. There's no way. Little corner piece with the frosting and little
hands
strawberry.
to Buddy and Manch, not
There's
a bit.
No way.
Not a bit.
You like.
Also,
Pop-Tarts?
it's funny you bring up corner
And-
because I get a lot of TikToks where people are like, "Love that corner brownie piece," and I'm like, "That's great." But
I don't
just-
like the corner
just
brownie
eat
piece.
Just
No,
eat
no.
the brownie.
Just
Like
eat the brownie.
people are actively fighting for the corner piece. Like,
We're not going to go into it now, but I just don't understand how. I could understand if you said, "I love Pop-Tarts and I think toaster strudels are okay, but not as good." But how can you love Pop-Tarts?
He's a
and hate
super
toaster
taster,
strudels?
I'm
remember?
a super
So
taster. We could have
he-
done
It's
that
the
during the
same
show.
he tastes
flavors.
things differently than
Maybe
us.
to the
He's more
undiscerning
evolved.
palate,
He's
but
more
That's
evolved
gotta
than
be
us.
what it is.
now I will give you that I haven't had toaster strudel in probably about 10 years. But I tried them because I'm like, I love Pop-Tarts. How can I not like toaster strudel? And I tried them and it wasn't like I like Pop-Tarts better. I was like, oh, I don't like this. I
Maybe
don't
you'll like
at
it now because you're, so hungry all the time.
all. Very good point. That's
Do
probably
you toast your Pop-Tarts?
I will toast, I will microwave, I will freeze, I will eat them cold. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Huh?
Does not matter. But toaster strudel
But
are
no
kept
room
frozen,
temperature.
correct?
They are kept frozen, and then you toast them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's how when I made them, that's
And
how
they're
I
extremely
had them.
hot when they come out.
And yeah, was not a fan. Well, you know what? We're going out tonight. Let's go buy some toaster strudel. I'll try again.
Okay. All right.
I appreciate that you really thought about
Here's
it before
another
you said it.
question.
Is this the one you were going to ask?
No, this is
Okay.
really quick though. I know.
Sure,
you wanna get
no,
done. I know
go,
you're gonna
go,
do this
go,
really
go.
quick. I need to know. I got to ask you because this is what he said last night. You know that show Scare Tactics?
No.
All right, this is not. I can't. This
I'm
is
sorry.
No, that's okay.
It was an old show. They brought it back. People are
Basically,
scared. It's a whole bunch of actors on the show, but one doesn't know that it's not real.
Yeah, and then they scare
Okay.
the bejesus out of them.
Yeah.
Like they do horrific things to scare them. he's sitting there watching that going, it wouldn't work on me. I would know it was a bit right away. Like as soon because they'll do things with like
Well,
in a
what are we
hospital.
talking ghosts? Are we talking murderers
No,
or
no,
like
sometimes a little bit. But he's saying the moment that someone said anything weird, he would go, "This is a bit." Like if you were in a doctor's office and the doctor came in and said hello in kind of a funny voice, he would go, like he would stop and say, "Hold the fort. I'm on a television show," even if there's no other indication of that.
Because
He said
everybody
he wouldn't
on
get
the show,
scared. He
it-
wouldn't believe
it's
it.
so obvious to me that like I'm playing a doctor. It's like
You've never met a person that acts like that though. Like people
I-
act weird.
yes, but you know what? I knew I wasn't on scared.
I can't say for sure whether or not he would get scared, but I believe him when he says what he says,
believe it.
and I think
Well, you're gonna have to get me on the
He's
show.
getting-
I
on the
think
show.
that he thinks he wouldn't get scared, or he knows he wouldn't get scared.
And I go back to all the
Does he
time
know,
the
does he
monkey
think-
suit.
Well, we're talking about a guy who, when he was 5 years old, knew that he could pee and poop at different times. Like, I mean, he has such control
How do you
over
think I got
every
that-
part of his
How do you think I
body.
got that presidential
Yeah, exactly.
award?
So yeah, if he says something, I have no doubt believing that he feels that way. I find it strange to
Yes, I was
think.
gonna say. That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Does he know he wouldn't get scared, or does he think?
How
he
about
knows?
I, in my mind, feel 100% I would not be scared, but I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I really don't believe
But
in any way,
also,
shape, or form that I would fall
You
for
know,
that.
think about him in a doctor's office. I don't know if that's ever happened. Have you
It
been to the
has, and
doctor?
it scares me.
I mean, like, I can't picture
Doctors
you
are scary in
anywhere.
general. But like last night, it's like a girl laying in bed who's got like lesions all over her face, and she's like talking vaguely about like sometimes I feel crazy, and like she looks like what's her face
Sure.
from The Exorcist, and I'm like, come on.
I bet you if MomBrain came downstairs and had like makeup herself with stuff and was like, I really don't feel well, I bet you'd be like, we got to take you to the
Right,
doctor
that's what I'm saying.
immediately.
It's like,
But-
you would want to take it seriously because the consequence for being wrong is that you're like laughing at and not taking seriously somebody dying.
But
which
the
is a huge
difference is like
consequence.
with her, yeah, I would believe it because I know her. We're talking like if you throw in enough. But again, I go to the monkey thing. That was all people I know, and I
So
still
this
wasn't
is-
scared. And
The monkey thing? What did I miss? in the monkey?
when Nikki Hill dressed up in the monkey suit and tried to scare me and ran at me like in front of my parents' house, and I didn't react at all, and he got mad because he's like, "Why didn't you get scared?" I'm like, "Why would there be a monkey in my parents' front yard?"
That's the one piece of evidence I'll accept. The
He's mad at me about it
ambiance.
to this day.
Well,
I mean, he's not a convincing monkey personally. I
He's
mean,
wearing-
if you know, if it was Andy Serkis in the
Shallow.
monkey outfit, he would have got
he
you.
insisted upon himself. Shallow and pedantic. Your other question?
it's not a question. I actually brought. So this is something I did recently, and it was unrelated. This is before I knew I was going to come here. I started listening to this podcast from the beginning, and you guys have done a lot of episodes. But what I didn't realize is that the spiders and flies have been here since the beginning, pretty much. It was like episode 11 that Deux views existed.
Really?
No, it
really
hasn't.
early.
No way.
Sometimes somebody else would do it, but for the most part, you would do it.
Wow.
It's like within the. It might have been like episode 13 or 14 or 15, but like we're talking.
I
way
don't
back.
believe
You got
it.
connections way back.
I
And
don't
what's
believe it.
interesting is I was kind of curious how like what those old ones were versus the new ones.
You don't
So I
wanna do
compiled a few of like
Oh,
the
God,
just I'm just gonna read
no.
them. It's gonna be really easy.
Oh, okay.
So it, like some of them back then, it started out serious. Where one of the first ones
I don't know what
did,
you mean.
And it
Well-
ended serious. It's still going
Yeah,
on
yeah.
serious. I don't see.
It started out serious and continued that
But none
way.
of them
got-
were
gets
actually true.
More serious.
None of those were true. Yeah.
So well, you know, some of your predictions here.
Oh,
You know, you never know. So like the first one that I heard, it was you said that Miyamoto discovered blast processing, and that's why Sega wanted to work with him on the Revolution.
was I still saying Miyamoto back then?
I can't remember.
Oh.
You were going though. You did still say Mario.
We were saying Mario.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, Mario,
yeah.
which is funny because for you now, anytime I bring up Mario or Mario in a video, I make sure to say it both ways. so
I've
people don't get
noticed.
really
I've
annoyed.
noticed.
They're like, which way are you saying it? Pick it one, and I always go Mario or Mario, or I'll say Mario, or I mean Mario.
Mhm.
Anyway, so some of them were like normal, but here's a few that I was just curious if anyone had any idea where these came from.
This is great.
So one of them is you said that this is in chronological order. This is the very first one. You said Nintendogs is going to be playable in the next Smash Brothers, which would have been Brawl at the time.
And that came not
kind of
kind of true.
But you said there's going to be a hidden item in the Nintendogs game. It was unclear whether it was Smash Brothers or the game. You said that hidden item in Smash Brothers would be a frisbee that had a razor blade in it that you could throw at the dogs.
How horrible!
We must have just
And I was
watched
like,
like
what's going
we
on?
must have watched Hard Ticket at Hawaii
Right.
for a movie night
Right.
because that's a razor blade frisbee in that movie. That's my guess.
terrible.
One that I was curious if it had any context here is someone said Super Mario 1 has a secret chocolate factory level
Lube.
that only Lube knows about. And I don't know what that means or if there's context there, but that was
He
one that
always
came
thought that as a kid, for real. That's the story.
up. So that it was that. Okay.
Yeah, he legit thought that as a kid.
And then my favorite one
For
just
no
to
reason?
show you that
I don't remember where he came across that, but yes, for real, he thought.
my favorite one and the last one, just to show that you have always had the touch, is you said this is pre-Wii reveal, so we just knew it as the Revolution.
Oh,
This is unbelievable.
great.
This is
This is
episode
great.
15 that this was on.
What?
You said the Revolution is actually. I don't know where in the
I'm so
world this
excited for
came
this.
from,
Spiders and
or
flies.
what this means, or what it has anything to do with anything. You said the Revolution, what it is actually just Miyamoto chopping himself into many little pieces, putting himself in a box labeled the Revolution, and quote, you can do whatever you want with it. that was so, and I don't know. I don't even think there was context
my
leading up
God.
to that.
You know what's funny? I vaguely
Um,
remember that. I don't remember
really?
like
Yeah.
any of like why that was discussed. Like
Those are so
where it came from, but
violent.
I know the razor blade.
Yeah,
chopping
what the
there was
heck?
something
it was a
going on.
different time, people. We were all mad the GameCube didn't sell like we wanted it to. We
I
were
was
angry.
obsessed with Miyamoto too back
Yeah,
then.
a lot
Now
of
it's all
Miyamoto.
Reggie or
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Martinet.
And I distinctly remember the tone of it being like they dropped the box of tiny Miyamotos or whatever.
Miyamoto
and the
pieces.
tone was like, you just do whatever you want with it. Like, it doesn't- like I don't care what it is. I think the
That's
idea
so
was
good.
like Nintendo could sell anything they wanted and people would buy
Yeah.
it or something.
Yeah,
he's true to
you have
this
these
day.
tiny little
Revolutionary.
bits of Miyamoto.
That's great,
So,
man. Thank you
There's a
for
little
that.
blast from the
That
past
would
for
be
you.
worth some
Trip
today if you had tiny bits of
Yes.
Miyamoto
Right,
in a box.
right?
Stink.
It's not too late.
Guys, Afternoon's cat named Pippin is a sweet little baby,
I
and
wanna
Pippin
see.
is watching us. So I just wanted to give Pippin a little.
Pippin, thank you for being here for the longest
Oh.
podcast we've ever done. I appreciate it.
You.
This
Yeah.
was my
Pippin's
whole
real
dream.
cute.
I really appreciate you indulging my dream.
I'm more than happy to.
I
And we're
didn't give
still-
us a
we're still
full
going.
fledged 10 songs
I
because
didn't-
I
that's
thought you
not for
would-
me. That's not.
I'll
for
do
me.
10.
No.
I
You said it.
figured you
Wait,
would-
we're not doing 10?
Austin wants 10. He's getting 10.
I am one of those people who gets really mad when you cut the music section short because I love it so much. We can do however many you want. You know,
Give him.
we won't guess very hard. We'll go very quick.
give him the full berries.
I'll personally send you
Full
10
beans?
songs.
Well,
to
this
make
is
up
just
for 'em.
front row seat for his magic. I love watching him do this. 'cause
You
even
know
if
how
he's
much
never-
I've been stressed out about this section today in particular. I'm like, please let it be songs that I know.
I got music.
We're gonna kill it.
wanna
Okay.
hear it?
You're here.
We're gonna
You know
chop it into
music.
teeny tiny pieces.
You know
put it in a
music.
box.
You make music. You know. You are music.
Easy.
All right.
As long as
Send your
it's-
music to GoNintPod@gmail.com.
Where?
GoNintPod@gmail.com. Please
Maybe
put
I will.
MomBrain in the title to help out your
Help.
local MomBrain.
You don't have to put MomBrain in the title. Put
Or put the game in the title. Whatever I say.
Mhm.
I used to
Yeah.
send music.
Who knows?
You never guessed it.
Never got it right.
Never got it right.
That sounds about right.
Mm.
It was StarCraft 64. So it was
Oh
very
yeah,
reasonable.
forget it. Forget it. Yeah, you're safe on that one. Well, this week I'll make a point to listen to the StarCraft soundtrack.
It's a great soundtrack.
I believe it.
All right.
I believe it.
First song comes from Mikey3319.
Well, it's scary, so it's Resident Evil or it's Silent Hill,
It's Silent Hill.
Wow.
and it's Nintendo, so it's on the Wii.
Shattered memories.
Shattered Memories.
That's it. Shattered Memories.
Group funded
I didn't
answer.
even think it was scary. I thought it was like the ocean. So
That,
I was thinking
like-
endless ocean.
That like
It was a little metallic.
metallic
Yeah.
noises. I lean more towards Silent Hill with the metallic noise than
Resident Evil is
but
always like a little vibier.
could be,
Exactly.
especially the save room song.
Yeah, Resident
Mm.
Evil, you can vibe a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Here's a little ditty from Colma.
F with this. It's affordable.
It's not.
Is this like a Bugs Bunny?
It
What
sounds
is-
like a bad platformer game.
What is this? What
Like,
system?
You can hear those noises.
What system?
Oh, I like it.
Virtual Boy.
Oh, well, we got 13
What is it,
games.
Wario?
Mario Clash.
Nope.
Mario Tennis.
What was that punching one?
Terralo Boxer.
Nope.
The bowling game. Nestor's Funky Bowling. Nestor's Bowling. Nestor's Outer Space Bowling. Funky Nestor's.
No.
Oh, it's not that at all. Thanks for Wario Land.
We just wanted to see
No.
what you'd come up with.
Tetris.
No.
Waterworld.
Nope.
something about brothers.
Yeah.
Super
Buster Brothers, Snow
Mario
Brothers,
Brothers?
Big
No.
something
Brothers.
Brothers DX,
There's no DX.
All right,
just
just
something bros.
something Bros, Snow Bros.
No.
Happy Bros. Big and little bros.
What's that
No.
one? What's that one where it's not Virtual Boy, but you play as two brothers and they're like
Two brothers,
Bonsai Brothers? No, it's they're like criminals and you work together.
Oh, yeah. Way
Kane and
out.
Lynch.
Oh, Kane and is that what you were thinking of?
No.
Oh, that's my
You're thinking
guess.
of A Way Out, right?
No, I'm thinking of an NES game. It's or a Genesis game. It's
Two
it's
brothers.
called like
Jack Brothers.
It is Jack Brothers.
All right, well.
Jack Bros.
Sorry, I yelled that into the microphone. I apologize. Two brothers on the NES or the Genesis.
It was on, I have it on Wii WiiWare or whatever it was.
okay.
Because our friend Vitamin G and his other buddy played it as
So
kids.
it had to be like Master System.
I
or
want to say it.
Genesis
Yeah, it
or-
was Genesis. It was called like
Two
Bonsai
Brothers.
Bonsai
I
Brothers.
think Bonsai Brothers is the name of a game. I think you're right.
I'll have to look it up. Might be that.
This one comes from Steister.
That sound N64 something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Do I know
so
this game?
N64.
It's a shooter game. Is it like
No.
Turok or something? Oh no, never mind. Wrong vibe.
Is it licensed?
I don't think so.
Is it racing?
Yes.
Is it future racing?
By the looks of the box art,
Extreme G.
yes.
I rented that so many times because I was like, who needs the PlayStation one? Who needs Wipeout? I got
Yeah.
Extreme G. I
And
need
now-
Wipeout.
Everybody talks about Wipeout still.
Alrighty, this one comes
It's a better
from
game.
Tater Tot and
Oh, thank
Spud.
These are funny songs. I like when songs are like this.
you. Oh, it's a good one. I'm gonna guess this is a licensed one.
It is.
Is it Warner Brothers?
No. I don't think so.
Is it Dick Tracy?
No.
Dirty Harry.
What am I missing? There's something to this. I'm missing. It's like right there. So the license is still around.
I don't think
Oh, it's
so.
Chippendale 2.
No.
Ah, it's Capcom.
Maybe.
I'm all over the place. Don't
Is
listen.
it, what kind of a game do you think it is? A platformer?
Yeah.
It's Capcom with that noise. It's got to be Capcom.
Chippendale. You said Chippendale.
It's not Chippendale.
Is it Disney?
I think so.
Tailspin.
DuckTales.
No.
Darkwing Duck.
Yes.
Capcom.
All right.
That noise, yeah. That's a later
Darkwing
NES game
Duck.
too. That, whatever.
Alright, this one comes from Freddie Fro.
It's kind of weird. Animal Crossing something or other.
No.
And she's shot down. No.
It sounds very familiar. Was it like Wii?
No.
I would have guessed Wii as well.
GameCube?
Nope.
Get out of here.
I'll just go Switch.
Yep.
Get out
All
of here.
right, well, I'm doomed now.
It's not first
Yoku's
party,
Island
is it?
Express.
No, and it is not first party.
I know it's not the Blob.
Nope.
But it's giving me the
That's
Blob
what
vibes.
that.
This would be a shot in the dark. I got nothing.
I want to play it.
It's cat related.
No.
What the hell else
Does
do
it have
you want?
island in the name?
Nope.
I don't know. I'm out.
Yeah, Switch makes it tough.
It's Muppets related.
Oh, the duck game. Is it the duck game?
Untitled Goose Game.
Oh man.
It doesn't even sound like a duck. It sounds
I
like
don't
a
know.
guy pretending to be a duck.
I'm
It
out.
sounds like him. It sounds like Rami.
That's enough. That's enough.
Thank goodness you're here.
Oh, that just came out. That funny
Yeah,
game. Yeah,
yeah.
I've heard great things about that. I have
Oh,
not
is that
played
like
it yet.
the WarioWare one?
No,
it's
it's
not.
like
that's
you're a little guy that moves around, but it's basically a narrative adventure.
Hmm.
comedy.
It's supposed to. It's written by like professional comedy writers. And it's supposed to be like.
Flag.
I apologize.
Sea of Stars.
This is from Turbo.
I want to play that game.
We've got
What?
a family member. who-
Actually, this song was in The Messenger first, and then this is the Sea of Stars version.
we have a family
Oh.
member who played it and like wholeheartedly endorsed it for us.
Sea Stars is awesome.
Yeah, I've been in the mood for like a old school RPG like that.
Great, really great battle system in that
Yeah.
game. They really did some cool stuff.
And the
with that.
music's good.
The music has its moments, certainly.
Okay, that's a little bit of a bummer. I feel like
That's
I
the
want,
one.
like a great soundtrack for a game
That's
like
the
that,
one
you know?
piece of the puzzle that's missing for me with that game. Everything else is top notch. The music, and I like it's the same composer as The Messenger, and I really like the soundtrack to The Messenger. And I feel like, I don't want to be mean, but I feel like he went to this game next and he's like, I just did all the music for The Messenger. And he's kind of like, here's my B songs.
Okay.
There's some good ones in it. There definitely are,
Yeah.
but it's not. When I think classic RPG, I need like a
Mhm.
banger soundtrack, and this is. There's not bad songs, but it's not the
Okay.
height you want it to be.
Let's play Chrono Trigger again.
The boss song, phenomenal. I
Yeah.
could listen to that over and over again.
All right, bear with me because I don't have.
Because I guessed that too quickly.
No.
Hmm.
Oh, you don't have the other ones ready.
This one comes from Tentavision. I don't think we did one from Tentavision yet, right?
Once everything's perfectly.
No, that would be Grammarly if you had guessed.
It's like Xenoblade. Xenoblade Chronicles X. Well,
This is like Spirit Tracks or something.
It's not.
That's how Spirit Track sounds like in your memory. I mean, I guess it's an RPG.
it's gotta be like Tales of. It doesn't quite like something like that. Sounds kind of crunchy, but I don't know if that's just the version. You know?
What system?
Switch.
Lots to guess from. So it's not a Tales. We eliminated that.
Is.
Great guess. Trails of.
Alive, alive.
It's not first party.
It is.
No, Xenoblade. The other one.
First party
No.
RPG. It's
Dragon something. Quest.
Octopath Traveler.
No.
Monster Hunter.
Triangle
Fire
strategy.
Emblem.
No.
Great. First party RPG. Pokemon.
Yeah.
Sword and Shield.
They've worked too hard on this.
Scarlet Violet.
Arceus.
Pokemon Switch. Not
Is
those.
it like it's not the Diamond? No, not Diamond Pearl. No, it's because those were
Oh yeah.
tiny baby games.
Pokemon Pikachu.
Pokemon Snap.
Can we get it?
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Pokemon Unite.
Oh, the
you know-
MOBA.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if we would ever have remembered that existed. You might have.
I write about it. There's certain games I write about all the time, and I hate writing about them. That would be one of them.
You should have a
He
view
said it.
threshold for the
He said
articles.
it,
If it drops
folks.
too low, you stop writing about it. That's my opinion.
And then in
Autumnal
come the
Blake
death
sends
threats.
us this one.
I've pared it back so much from what it used to be too.
Sounds like Grim Fandango type weird. Not that game, but like
You're right. Right on. I agree with
like
that.
that vibe. Like I'm a secret guy, but
I'm a
also
skeleton detective.
and nobody knows how to play this game. 'cause it's
This song
really
screams
confusing.
skeleton detective. It's a knockoff. Oh, maybe I'm getting to the game. What's that game that's a knockoff of Twin Peaks?
Oh, what is that called? Is it 2D?
No.
No.
That's not that game.
Okay.
Knockoff of Twin Peaks. It's not 2D.
No, it's made by Swery65.
Oh yeah. The one where you did connect and you would touch people. I remember that. Like a lot of that.
Is this first party?
No.
I feel like I know this.
Yeah, you probably do. I mean, you played it.
Switch.
Yeah.
Sure, of course.
Did they do a Hotel Dusk remake?
Fingers crossed. Bring that remake
They
out.
did. This isn't it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys give up.
It's not first party.
What's that game about? No, it's not. How about Coffee Talk?
Yeah. I don't know.
What's that game with the penguin we played?
This is not it.
Okay.
Death's Door.
Thank you.
Was it a penguin?
I thought it was a penguin.
I thought it was a crow.
I feel like
You're
it's one
right.
of those
You're
games-
right. You're
Was
right.
that
You're
isometric?
right. Yes, that is
I
isometric.
feel like it's like some sort of like isometric. He talk like not Disco Elysium, but like in that vein, something like that.
I agree.
But I don't know.
Okay, we don't. Some puzzle game. We don't know.
Minecraft.
What the
They
heck?
gotta stop with that.
It's Autumnal
That's good.
Blake.
That's good. Good for you.
Gave it, you know.
They gave it to us. You're supposed to stump us.
No way.
Right.
That's man. We're gonna never guess that. Gotta play more Minecraft.
Great game.
Great soundtrack too.
Yes.
Future great movie.
This one
Huge.
Jack Black, Jason Momoa. It can't be bad.
comes to us from Rosemary the Farmer.
Stardew Valley.
No. Oh, I'm so sorry. The video was unavailable.
Oh,
Me so sorry.
it's over.
Let me see if I have any more from.
this is what happens when she's not prepared for 10 songs. This is your fault.
Are you not having a
That's not
blast?
true.
I'm having a great time.
I mean, I love the podcast. It's my favorite thing I do for the site. So
Okay.
yes, but I just
There you
know
go.
people have a limit.
So
If,
this one.
if
Do
that's
they?
the limit, they reached it a little while ago when I was reading through those games. So I think we're good.
I know
Oh,
this.
Is this Tetris Effect?
No.
Is this
I know this.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
It's
I know these too.
Oh, this
Thousand
is
Resist.
Is this Humanity?
It is.
What?
know
But
what
that's
it
not
is.
even Nintendo related. Not gonna get me, you sneaky bastard.
Wow.
Is Humanity on Switch? No way. I would have freaked out about that.
According to Rosemary the Farmer.
Freaked out about everything. Is it really? I gotta go look. How would I not remember that at all?
I don't know.
Is this that game that's about everything? And then they're like, oh, it makes you cry.
It's like a new version of Intelligent Cube.
I don't know what that is.
It's like Lemmings.
I kind of know what Lemmings is.
This when I saw
That
the
sounds
trailer for this game, this was the song in it, and I cried watching the trailer. So maybe I gotta see it there.
He's also not only is he a super taster, but he's a super crier as well. So I would take that with a grain of salt.
Humanity is not on Switch. It's totally okay. I wish it was, but
Well, you still got it.
still
so,
got
I
it.
mean,
Love that song.
All right.
did you play the game or just the trailer?
I played the PS VR 2 demo and loved it. Still haven't gotten around to the full game,
But
unfortunately.
VR would be the way that you'd want to play it,
You could play it without; it'd be totally
right?
fine.
But like
yeah,
you'd
sure.
prefer to play it VR.
I liked like picking up the people and moving them. It was cool being like a
'Cause you,
big
like, look
guy
down
in
on
this
'em, yeah.
environment. And yeah, I really like
This
that.
one comes from Matthew.
I'm making a note.
Oh, yeah.
Portal
Huge
2
success.
or 1.
I played that game a long
It's
time.
hard to overstate my
Man, I mean, one, you know,
Was this the last one?
that would be the last one. Yes. We got 8 out of 10.
6 out of 9.
Nice.
6 out of 9, but pretty good. And as we know, that is where the show ends. So
That's
that's all we got.
I really appreciate. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you should come back again anytime. It's
I will
a pleasure.
do that at some point.
Yeah, this was awesome. This was a lot of fun.
All right, everybody.
See you
Well, I
later.
guess that's it.
Well, I mean,
What? We're gonna end the show. What's going on?
I've got one thing to say.
Oh,
and
all
it
right. Go
goes
ahead,
a little
go ahead.
something like this. Deux views. It's in a coup. Rumor of the week
Wow.
with Zoo Michaels.
I
Ooh, I
honestly
thought it was
can never
starring.
remember if it's starring or with every time.
Yes.
I mean,
There are a
I
few
obviously
who
have a
can.
problem.
So yeah, as you folks may know, or maybe you don't, if this is your first time joining in, thanks for making it
And
4
that's
hours.
Obviously.
I've got spiders and flies that creep and fly all over the video game world, and they snatch up all these great rumors that
Snatch that
nobody else
crappie
is
up.
privy to, and then bring them back to me, and then I disseminate this information to all of you, and you are lucky to hear the views that come out of my uku.
Mhm. Coleman,
So-
that's a great gift.
They're now normally they are rumors. There's something I'm doing a little special this week.
Just for you.
Just
for you.
because
I
Annie
appreciate
Austin is
that.
here, we've
'Cause
got
I don't like when people just say
Hi, Guy Bones.
stuff without basis.
yeah.
I prefer the truth.
Great.
Oh my God, that is
Blanche
Brilliant.
is ready for a rumor.
brilliant. And we've got the Blanche over here. Stay
Is it about a
golden.
man.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got two. We're doing something. We're doing something new here. We're doing two
Whoa.
true
We're doing something new.
stories. So yeah, basically a fly came back with one story and a spider came back with the other. And I was like, I
All
can't
right.
pick. I've got to do both. They both seemed very funny earlier and they're not going to be funny now.
But funnily enough, if we write them down and then read them in a year, they'll be really.
then they're really violent. So actually, it's funny that you brought the violent ones in because here's a good one. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember when we were talking about piracy earlier and how Nintendo is cracking down on some piracy? Well, when we heard earlier this year, maybe last year, that Charles Martinet was being demoted into an ambassador role, it actually turned out that ambassador meant assassiner.
Oh.
And what he's been doing is going door to door and killing these or punishing these pirates. So
This is the most believable one I've ever heard.
so he, and he gets them to open the door
Now,
by
this is
doing his.
true?
This is true.
Okay.
So he's doing his voice. He's like, "Hey, it's me, Mario. Go open the door, and I'm going to have a pizza pie for you." And they open the door like, "Oh my God, Mario's here!" And then it's not Mario. I guess it is Mario in another way. This is Mario. I'm going to end you. So take that, pirates
You don't
of
know how he
Nintendo
does it?
games.
Like, does he have one of those cow things like that guy in the movie or something? else?
It's obviously with a pipe. Come on.
Yeah.
With a pipe.
He
Regards from the Mushroom Kingdom.
he actually jumps on top of their heads.
Oh.
That's what he does.
They pop out of their clothes and he chases them around.
Man, that one was so well received. I shouldn't even do the second one. But the second one's happening anyways. So there's another thing we talked about today that the new alarm clock Alarmo that's coming out, and because it's not small enough to fit in your pocket, but it's not big enough to not carry around with you, because obviously you want to have it everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo is partnering with the clothing company Jinko to
Oh.
come up with pants that have even larger pockets
Alarmo box?
to fit your Alarmo in.
Perfect.
And the pants are going to be $99.
I mean that's the most believable part, is that the pants be because Jinko there you go, Jinko right there. Were very expensive, but they were like
Still are,
60,
yeah.
$70 a pair back then. And my parents were nice enough to get me a couple of them, and they watched me walk them into puddles in the rain and fray the edges. And man, I miss my Jinkos. Thank you, dude. Those were
Really good.
I'm very happy we got that inside information. And be on the lookout for Charles Martinet.
Yeah, my
Don't
pleasure.
answer the door.
Yeah,
That's
if you
right.
hear Mario at your door, don't answer it, especially
I'm
if you've
here
been
for
pirating.
I'm
I'm here for you.
I'm not sure that you guys know this.
Good luck
but
to you.
He doesn't drive himself. He has a driver, and it's George.
What?
What?
Yeah, George drives Charles Martinet around.
What?
To his-
Accessory to
Do you have anything to say for yourself,
I
George?
can neither confirm or deny.
Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching.
We'll see you next week. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Oh my God!
There
There
you
you go.
go.
You did it.
I
You
did
got
it.
your wish. The
4
longest
hours.
show ever.
How-
352 was almost 4
352.
hours.
What was the previous record?
It just happened a few weeks ago. I want to say it was like 327 or something like that.
Water.
This is
Wow,
MomBrain's
so-
nightmare, by the way.
I've
Nightmare.
done it. I appreciate your
It goes past the
patience.
first half hour, and she's like, I gotta go. I gotta go.
That's not true. Time flew.
Yeah, we had a great time.
We had a great
I
time.
mean, I had a great time. I could do this all day. You've been here since yesterday. On the podcast, off the podcast is exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
pretty
it's
much.
just a continue. It basically is everything,
Yeah.
and then you just hit record.
And I apologize because I know especially me, I've talked your ear off, but in a podcast, it doesn't count.
I've been enjoying it. Yeah, well, for the podcast, it's content.
That's right. Oh, content. You're the YouTube man.
Content
Gotta
king.
make content all the way.
Content.
Stay relevant all the time.
It's funny that you even say that, because when was the Wii E3? That was a long time ago. And I didn't do anything for your website, but you did make little business cards for me,
Mhm.
and it said content developer, and that was way before content. What wasn't even
Yeah,
a
yeah.
word, and
it was one of I had to think of a name that was vague enough that no one would
Yeah.
question.
and,
I had to make you business cards to get you in back
Yeah,
then.
That's
that
what it
so
was.
Funny. They were like, "You gotta, it's a business card."
It's like-
literally anyone can come in if they have a business card.
Exactly. It's like, you understand, I could print these at
Yeah.
Staples, and
Yeah.
then they're like,
Order
as long as you got
online,
it, it's
nothing.
cool.
and yeah, I remember giving them out, and every single person was like, "What the heck is a content developer?"
Yeah.
And I was just like, "I
You'll find
work
out.
on the
Whereas now
site,"
it's literally a
But
job.
it's funny that you put it down, because you're like, no one will ask what this is, and literally that's all anybody
Yeah.
ever asked.
Yeah. I'll never forget my first E3 because I filled out the form wrong apparently, and it said It said GoNintendo as my name, and it said my real name as the website.
That's amazing.
So I am GoNintendo, and I work for Kevin Castle.
Remember my parents got you a business card holder for Christmas?
I still have it. Yeah, that thing's nice. I have
Perfect.
I don't go anywhere.
I mean, no, that's free. That's perfect.
Now that I have staff, I send them to events, and I'm happy to. Quen's we had our Mario and Luigi brothership hands-on that Quen's had the chance to play and share his thoughts. And I still go to things, but I'm an old man, and I don't like New York City, so I'm like, it's whatever. Colma says, I got my song on the longest podcast the day after Metaphor released, and Annie Austin was in it. All the stars aligned.
Love that.
They're also saying, Austin, come back. We'll break that record. A longer podcast.
Yeah,
Nice.
You'll have to really prepare mentally.
Radical Defect has been asking for a 4-hour podcast forever, and he said he
there you
essentially
go.
got it today.
Well,
Essentially,
if
not
the
quite.
After show will get us 2 more minutes.
Not if I kill it.
Stop that. That is not nice.
Oh, whatever.
You can't.
You actually, it's good to upset your audience sometimes on purpose. Just a little bit.
You and I. I'll agree with you on that.
Sometimes. Because if you never are upsetting them, you're not trying enough things. If you're not trying enough things, you're going to die out.
Finding the sweet spot of trying new things and ruffling the feathers a bit and not pulling the feathers out completely is important, but very tough. Like I said, with the GN expansion pack stuff that I'm writing, I have a whole list of things that I'm legit afraid to write about because, like, I know they're going to cause a shitstorm, and I came so close to writing one of them the other day. I was like, no. There's other stuff. I have a whole list of things that I do want to write about, and that's fine. But there's ones on there where I'm like,
why don't you
Can you
test
give
it
the
out by
topic?
saying the topic here and see if anyone will check its math?
I'm not gonna.
You can't even say the topic.
Why
That's
don't you
how
slide
hot
it
it
to me,
is.
and then I'll say that I'm going to make a video on it.
I
we'll
tell
see
you
how they
all
react.
of them right after the after show's over. Yeah, I don't. Let's say this. It's about hot button issues in the game. Let's just say this. One is about women, and one is about woke. So just hot button issues in general, but it's specifically gaming related. These two are. So. Plenty of stuff to write about there.
People get very grumpy about that stuff.
But also, I'm like, I'm so passionate about this, and I really don't like those other people doing this stuff. And I'm like, oh. And
Someone's got to write
I think about it. Someone has, and I say that over and over in my head, and then I gotta like ease my way into it. There'll be things I can like parlay into it, and
you can't do. I feel like that sometimes being a person who makes content is like herding sheep a little bit. In that you can't get them to go wherever you want. It just takes more effort the further like a field you want to go. And as long as you like lead them there right, they'll follow you. If you hit them out of the blue with some sort of woke essay, they might not like whatever.
What I
But if
should
you can
really
get them there.
What I should really do is like test drive the ideas with Patreon. Be like,
Yeah.
what do you guys think about these? I know they'll probably be on board, but they'll give me important insight too, which is valuable, and then I could take it from there. So
definitely.
So that's it. All right, that's after show. We had a long show.
Wahoo!
Austin, thank you for
You're
being
so
here. It was a
welcome.
pleasure, and
It's
we
a
are
dream
making
come
Austin
true.
leave as soon as this is over.
Yeah, I gotta get in the car, folks. We're sleeping in the driveway.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next week. Play some games, rest, relax, have fun with friends and family. You deserve it. We'll see you next week. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. And where?